It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. How about this offer, by the way? Bet $1 on any college football game, you get $200 in free bets. Ridiculous. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Yes, I will be on the call tomorrow night for the Eagles and the Steelers on television. I think they re-air it a bunch of times, including tomorrow night, 11 p.m. Eastern time on NFL Network. For those of you that want to check out your boy, at Ross Tucker NFL on social, at Ross Tucker Pod. Those of you that go the extra mile in any way to help the show, boy, we love you. Especially those of you who enter and win to be in the August Best Ball. We're just about done with the July Best Ball. I've got 3 more August Best Ball contestants. Jim Walsh, who signed up for fantasypoints.com using the glorious code 21Feast. Austin Barley, who signed up for Crocs, that NBA draft free-to-play Crocs game. And then Mike DiPolo, who has Bombas socks. Bombas socks. I haven't even talked about Bombas socks in a while, and a bunch of you are doing it. I am naming the last 3 August Best Ball folks next week. So go ahead, take advantage of any of the sponsors at rosstucker.com. Send it to me, ross at rosstucker.com, and you might be one of the 3 final August DraftKings Best Ball dudes or dudettes. And remember, fantrax.com/Ross. That's fantrax.com/Ross. If you go ahead and you sign up for that, a free account, which is fully customizable, and send it to me, you got a great chance to get in the season-long league with Joe and I, which I absolutely can't wait for. Speaking of Joe, it is the great Joe Dolan, at FG_Dolan on social media. He's the fantasy gangsta, which is why he's at FG_Dolan. Not really, but I just like saying that. It humors me, and it gives Joe, he just has a little smirk on Joe's face there. 21 Feast. Joe is the master of all he oversees at Fantasy Points. Joe, we're going to have a lot of guys, almost every guy is going to play this weekend. We're going to I feel like we're going to start, especially with the young guys, I think we're going to start to open up our presents and actually see what we got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun. The preseason, I think, is when people are going to realize that, oh, crap, this year is going to be kind of normal-ish for fantasy football. Obviously, Ross, we're seeing an increased interest in the podcast, an increased interest in the subscriptions for the website, 21 Feast, by the way. That'll get you a discount at fantasypoints.com. And it's going to be great to see some of these rookies who have been making camp noise to get out there and see them. I don't know how many teams are going to be playing starters for a long time. It seems to feel like that's kind of going by the wayside a little bit, teams playing their starters quite a bit. But it's going to give us a better look at some of these younger guys, and some of whom we talked about on the running back tiers, and some of whom we'll talk about today on the wide receiver tiers.
Wide receiver tiers, it is. Love the wide receiver tiers. Very interesting tier 1. There's a name in there that surprised me. We'll get to momentarily after you hear the greatest song in the history of fantasy football podcasts.
Will I win my league if I'm following
Joe Dolan?
Am I drafting Zeke if I'm following
Joe Dolan?
I'm at the turn, 2 picks to burn, but I'm know I won't go wrong with tears of
Joe Dolan. All right, Joe, let's dive into it. Thank you, as always, to Scott Sheriff, part of Carrie Underwood's band and a diehard Fantasy Feast listener. All right, so for the elite category, you got Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs. Which one of those three do you think surprises me, Joe?
Tyreek Hill.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I did not realize Tyreek Hill. I mean, I know how fast he is, how good he is. I guess I didn't realize he was elite. One of the three best fantasy receivers in the league.
You might have just heard a higher power was apparently pissed at you, Ross, for saying that Tyreek Hill is somebody that surprises you for being so high. I don't know if it has been apocalyptic here in South Carolina today. No, look, when you look at Tyreek Hill, he's got a massively high ceiling. We know that, but his floor is also way higher than people think, posting a ton of games as a wide receiver one over the last couple of years. And here's the other thing. With Kansas City, you look at this passing offense when it comes to Kansas City, and you're like, man, they mix it around. They go everywhere. What's kind of funny about Kansas City is they actually kind of just filter their targets really to two guys. It's Hill and it's Travis Kelce. They'll run the ball a little bit. You know, Mahomes will have some of those secondary receivers who will pop off a week here and a week there. But no, Tyreek Hill is more consistent than you think. He was before Devontae Adams returned before Aaron Rodgers returned to the Green Bay Packers. Tyreek Hill was consistently going as the number one fantasy receiver in best ball. I still think you can make an argument for him to go as the number one receiver in best ball. I think there's some who will still take Devontae Adams. But, I mean, look, his 11 top 24 weekly finishes last year actually ranked ahead of Devontae Adams. He had 11 finishes as a top 24 wide receiver. That was behind only Stephon Diggs, who had 12. So Tyreek Hill, more consistent than you think.
Yeah, that surprised me. What about tier one? You've got Calvin Ridley. That makes sense. DK Metcalf, DeAndre Hopkins, and I always want to say Jordan Jefferson.
Justin.
I know, it's Justin. But I always want to say it's because I think it's Jordan's older brother who was a quarterback. So you get that name in your head. Thank goodness, because I took Justin Jefferson high in our July best ball, which you guys can get into the August best ball. I don't think any of these really surprised me. I mean, maybe my question would be about obviously Ridley, I think, is self-evident.
Yeah.
And Jefferson year two after what he did last year. I think Metcalf and Hopkins are interesting because now they got A.J. Green there. And for Metcalf, you know, there's Tyler Lockett.
Yeah. Well, Lockett's a guy who's inconsistent, and I'm sure we might talk about him later, but he's a guy who's a much better best ball player. But DK Metcalf's a really special player. I just don't see how things are going to go down. Like, his game-to-game consistency was outstanding last year. He saw 5+ targets in 15 of 16 games, and he scored double-digit fantasy points in 12 of 16 games. Tyler Lockett, really his only competition for volume. I think it's another 125 targets are on the docket for DK Metcalf. These guys here in tier one, behind my elite tier, I think you can make an argument for Calvin Ridley to go towards the elite tier, but the elite tier, those are guys I have graded as first-round picks in fantasy. All of these guys I have graded as second-round picks in fantasy. There could be some overlap from tier to tier, but these guys I have graded as second-round picks for fantasy. Man, let me tell you something. If I have a pick, I talked about this on the running back show. If I am in the position to pick Dalvin Cook or Christian McCaffrey at the top of my draft, and I get one of these guys, man, do I feel like I'm cooking. I just feel like that is a hell of a start. So I think the first pick, some years the first pick isn't as important as it is this year. Some years the number one and number two guys aren't clear cut. Sometimes the back end of the second round is a massive drop-off from the front end of the second round that makes drafting at the back end of the first round much more appealing. Not this year. I love the end of the second round. I love the top of the third round. I think picking early is a cheat code. Some of these receivers are the reason why.
Tier two, Keenan Allen, A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, Allen Robinson. CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb is tier 2 already, Joe.
I hope I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid a little too much on CeeDee Lamb. There are people who are higher on CeeDee Lamb than I am, and I don't want to be behind the 8 ball because we have moved him above Amari Cooper in our projections. Cooper coming off the PUP list is probably a good sign for his availability early in the season, so we'll talk about him. But CeeDee Lamb making noise in camp. He was on an elite pace when Dak Prescott was the quarterback last year. Obviously, things cooled down for that entire Dallas offense when Dak Prescott went down. But CeeDee Lamb, who was running almost exclusively out of the slot, apparently they're going to be moving him around more. If I had CeeDee Lamb, I want him to play out of the slot more because that's where the good matchups are. But when Dak Prescott was in there, he had 37 targets behind only Amari Cooper's 52. He averaged 86.6 yards per game in Dak Prescott starts last year. That would have ranked third best behind Justin Jefferson and Odell Beckham for most all time by a rookie receiver. And obviously his production went in the tank when Dak went down, but I think there's a lot to like about CeeDee Lamb, and that's why I'm willing to buy early on CeeDee Lamb as opposed to waiting for his true breakout. Unfortunately, Ross, that discount is gone. There are some people in best ball drafts drafting him as if he's in the same tier as DK Metcalf, Justin Jefferson, DeAndre Hopkins. I'm not there quite yet.
Interesting. All right. Tier 3, you have in parentheses pivotal tier, which I think is interesting. Why is tier 3, which only has 3 guys, I'll read the names, Robert Woods, Adam Thielen, Amari Cooper. Why is this a pivotal tier?
Because I tend to draft now. Not in every draft is one of these guys going to end up on my team, but I view them as such flexible players. Because if I open my draft with running back, let's just say I go Saquon Barkley and then Antonio Gibson, just for an example. Robert Woods in the 3rd round or Amari Cooper in the 3rd round is just huge for me. Somebody who I think I can count on for volume to produce as a wide receiver 1, although you'd prefer this guy as your wide receiver 2. But I just don't think that can happen. There is one difference here, though. Adam Thielen. I think Adam Thielen is one of the single most undervalued assets in fantasy football right now. He will occasionally slip into the 5th round. I think that is huge because I think if Adam Thielen slips into the 5th round, that gives you an elite wide receiver 3 if you're drafting receivers early. It's a cheat code if you draft a tight end early. Say maybe you grab Darren Waller in the 2nd or George Kittle in the 3rd, and he ends up being your 2nd receiver. I think that is massive. I have him in the same tier as these 2 guys, but he is not being drafted like that. I think Adam Thielen, of all those guys in this tier, he is the most pivotal because I think he is the cheat code to unlocking multiple different roster builds.
Okay, now we get to tier 4. Mike Evans, Cooper Kupp, Deontay Johnson, DJ Moore. So I guess I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit, Joe. Like Mike Evans is tier 4, but
yeah,
CeeDee Lamb's tier 2, and Woods, Thielen, and Cooper are tier 3?
This is a weird tier. Mike Evans, actually, I was in the consideration for putting him in tier 3. However, he's had some injury problems. And the thing about Tampa Bay last year is they didn't have a ton of consistency in terms of who was getting targets. And, one of the things that I'll just throw out there, just in case we don't get to it later, Antonio Brown was super productive last year, and he basically was playing like half the offensive snaps. I kind of feel like he's being super undervalued. Chris Godwin was a disappointment last year. It's just more of, I'm not sure what to do with Mike Evans, where, if I look at, for instance, a guy like Allen Robinson, I know Allen Robinson is going to have a massive target share despite some quarterback questions. I'm not 100% certain Mike Evans gets that massive target share, even though he's Brady's deep threat and red zone guy. Otherwise, this is kind of a mishmash. There's like a Cooper Kupp argument to be the number 2 receiver on his own team. He's the second guy I've listed here from the Rams. Is he more of a low ADOT guy while Stafford might stretch the field to other guys? Valid question. You look at DJ Moore, and I'll be quite frank, not a guy I've drafted a ton of because I have huge questions about Sam Darnold. Deontay Johnson, I wonder, is he going to be a guy who's consistently going to have a low average depth of target? And if the Steelers run the ball more, is that going to be a problem for his fantasy production, even though he is my favorite of the Steelers wide receivers? At least in terms of straight out rankings, he's my favorite. But there's a guy we're going to talk about later who is my favorite Steeler receiver to actually draft at cost.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, Joe, what's the difference? I mean, obviously it's expected points, it's ceiling and floor, but the difference between elite, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, is there a way to describe the difference, or is it just their expected point total?
It's expected point total, it's role, it's consistency, it's age. Like you look at Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, and Stephon Diggs, my elite tier. Target share, massive. Floor, super high. Situation, incredible. We've seen that from all of those guys. Moving down, you have guys who have just a few more questions. Let's go to tier 1, for example. Calvin Ridley, okay, he's going to have the massive target share, but what's the new offense going to look like? What are things going to look like? Even though the sample size is great without Julio Jones, the stats in the small sample size without Julio Jones are great. There are some questions about the new offense. DK Metcalf has Tyler Lockett, with whom he's competing for targets, even though I think he's by far the top guy here. What's things going to look like for Hopkins? Kyler Murray fed him targets last year, but Kyler Murray didn't take the full step forward that I thought he was going to in year 2. Is he going to take that step in year 3? And AJ Green is there. So you have questions there. When it comes to Justin Jefferson, I already talked about how much I like Adam Thielen this year. So you have to differentiate, there's going to be some guys who have everything lined up for them, where they have no real competition, they have an incredible situation, and they have a proven track record. That's going to put a guy in elite tier.
Got it. All right. So it's a combination of all these,
Yeah.
but ultimately it's expected points, ceiling and floor.
Yeah.
Tier 5, Tyler Lockett, Brandon Ayuk. When I say Ayuk, why do I think of Street Fighter, the video game?
Like Hadoken?
Hadouken.
The Hadoken, that's Ryu.
Ayuken.
That's Ryu.
Ryu.
Who kind of sounds like Ayuk, I guess. I was
Ryu,
more of a Mortal
Ayuk.
Kombat guy.
That's why. All right, Jamar Chase and Julio Jones, who I also took in our best ball. By the way, Joe, these are the people I've hired for my best ball team. The people you should hire, they're all on LinkedIn Jobs, because LinkedIn Jobs has made it easier to get the candidates worth interviewing faster. And it's free. That's the key. Free is for me. Create a free job post in minutes on LinkedIn Jobs to reach your network and beyond, to the world's largest professional network. Over 750 million people, like twice as many people as there are in the entire country of the United States. Use simple tools on LinkedIn Jobs to quickly filter and prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/feast. That's linkedin.com/feast to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. LinkedIn.com/feast. Why would you not? Especially, I know a lot of people having trouble finding people to hire these days. All right, tier 5. I read it off. Lockett, Ayuk, Chase, and Jones. Wow. I mean, I think it's interesting that you got Ayuk over Debo. And I also think it's interesting you've got the youngest receiver in the league, Chase, and the oldest receiver in the league, Julio Jones, in the same tier.
Yeah, so these are guys that have a lot of consistency questions. I think if you want to make an argument, Brandon Ayuk could be in a tier higher because I feel pretty damn good about him at San Francisco's X. But when it comes, let's just break down some of the other guys. Tyler Lockett, this is a guy who had massive ceiling last year, but a very, very, very low floor. That has been established over the last couple years. He's somebody who is much better in best ball. I mean, he has destroyed some lineups in season long where you plug him in there and you're like, oh my God, he got me 2 catches for 15 yards. The next week he catches 11 balls for 200. He caught the single most inconsistent. Tyler Lockett caught 100 passes last year, but they were completely inconsistent. His production was not near the level of DK Metcalf in terms of consistency. So, I mean, Tyler Lockett catching 100 balls last year, I think that would surprise a lot of fantasy players because a lot of that production came in just a few games. Here's some examples. 7 catches for 67 yards and a touchdown, 9 catches for 100 yards and 3 touchdowns, 15 catches for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns, 12 catches for 90 yards and 2 touchdowns. He caught 12 passes in week 17 to get 100 on the year, by the way. 9 catches for 67 yards and 1 touchdown. Those are the games in which he scored touchdowns, but you had games of 2 for 39, 4 for 33, 4 for 40, 3 for 23, 4 for 34, 3 for 44. Those are not usable fantasy games, but the other weeks were blow up. So I kind of feel like there's a blow up vibe here for Tyler Lockett that makes him more appealing in best ball. Julio Jones, to me, far more appealing in best ball. He doesn't have to be the alpha dog anymore with A.J. Brown there. The Titans have essentially said we're going to be conservative with him. We know he's had injury problems. I could see him being a guy who has a few blow-up weeks and is a complete headache the rest of the way. And Jamar Chase being a rookie, he's my highest-rated rookie here. With the up and downs for Joe Burrow in camp, I'm not really comfortable putting him any higher than this.
Got it. Let's get to your next tier, Joe, and that is tier 6, parentheses, another pivotal tier. Only 2 guys, your smallest tier. Why do Chase Claypool and Jerry Jeudy have their own tier?
Because I view these guys as complete and utter values at their current ADP. And we're gonna do an article, Ross, on fantasypoints.com that's going to be kind of our values, players to targets, and league winners. And I view values and players to target as kind of a Venn diagram. You know, the Venn diagram, the circles, and then where do they intersect? And values are one. Players to target's another. If I look at a value, I say, man, this guy is a good bet to outproduce his ADP. Okay. Players to target is somebody who I'm comfortable taking at their ADP because I think they're fairly priced based on the fact that I think they can blow up, or I think the market has read this player correctly, or just somebody who I want on my team. Where they intersect is where I call league winners, where a guy who I think is underpriced and I think has league winning kind of upside, a player I want on my team. You know, if a guy's a value, let's just throw an example out there, like Jamison Crowder, okay? Nobody's going to hate having the Jamison Crowder of years past on their fantasy team. But are you winning a fantasy championship because you have Jamison Crowder on there? He's always underpriced, but he's never really a guy who's going to carry you to a championship. That's a value. A target for me is somebody who I think in the right circumstance can carry me to a fantasy championship or contribute to a fantasy championship, even if their ADP is correct. Let's say Derrick Henry. ADP of like 4th overall. He's not overpriced. He's not underpriced. He's just priced properly. That's a target for me. This tier, Chase Claypool and Jerry Jeudy, I want one of these 2 guys, if not both of them, on every team I draft this year. They are underpriced, and I think they have league-winning upside. So this is one of those ones where I feel like I can execute a strategy and still get a player like Jeudy or Claypool. The ADPs are rising a little bit. I've started to have to go into the 5th round to draft Jerry Jeudy, where I'm completely willing to do so. In another way, let's put this another way. These guys I like so much this year, I'm willing to go above ADP to draft them. I'm willing to go get these guys as opposed to waiting for their ADPs because I think they're underpriced. But I also think even if their ADPs rose around, I'd be willing to pay that because I love what these guys can provide.
Wow. Okay. I like that. You are all in on Chase Claypool and Jerry Jeudy.
And they're different players, by the way. I think Jeudy is probably going to be more of the volume type of guy. Claypool could be DK Metcalf light, but it's just an example of guys who I think the market was low on, at least until hopefully, maybe we can mute out this podcast for the people in my leagues, but I think they're different players, but I think it's somebody the markets have been low on who I am significantly higher on.
Tier 7, Deebo Samuel, T. Higgins, and Devontae Smith, another rookie. This one for the Eagles.
Yeah, I think Devontae Smith, I'm not worried at all. I am buying the ADP dip on Devontae Smith. Deebo Samuel, it's just kind of an injury thing for him. And when it comes to T. Higgins, Ross, what's the competition for targets? I love Tyler Boyd at cost. Jamar Chase, I've already talked about him. I haven't drafted a ton of Chase at cost, but Higgins is a guy who's kind of sandwiched in between there after a really impressive rookie season.
Guy from Pennsylvania, Tyler Boyd. My guy from Best Ball, DJ Chark, and Kenny Galladay. Kenny Galladay's pretty low, Joe, for a guy that's getting paid as much as he is.
I'm an avoid on Kenny Galladay. The hamstring injuries are propping up already. We'll see what the Giants look like in the preseason, but early on in training camp, there were not very many good reports on Daniel Jones. This is a team that, frankly, the Giants is a team I've had trouble drafting. As somebody who is in on Saquon, especially thrilled that Saquon's off the PUP list, that is a team I've had really a lot of struggles with drafting in the early going. I'm not sure what to do with them. Kenny Galladay is almost certainly a guy who's going to be off the board before I'm willing to take him. Meanwhile, Tyler Boyd is always a guy who it surprises me how long he lasts. So you could see even within a tier, there's going to be guys who you prefer and guys you don't. But I mean, I guess there is a point where I would draft Kenny Galladay, but it just seems to me he's always gone by that point. Meanwhile, somebody like Tyler Boyd is going to be available at that point where maybe I would have considered Kenny Galladay.
What does it say about the Bengals? I think they're the only team that you have that have three guys in your tiers.
Yeah, and it is it's precarious right now because there have been some tough reports about Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's been saying that mentally, he's got to get back there. I want to see if we see Joe Burrow during the preseason. I want to see what these guys look like. But in theory, Cincinnati is loaded at skill position. The questions, of course, are the quarterback and the offensive line. And, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln.
Check him out on social media at FG_. Fantasy season's here. There is no better website than fantasypoints.com. All you need to do is use the code 21Feast, and you'll get a discount code on the best fantasy content out there, period. And certainly the best value. I would be drafting fantasypoints.com well above their current ADP, a.k.a. their price. Check them out on social at FG_Dolan. That was awesome. We'll do quarterbacks or tight ends next week. Cannot wait. Other than that, I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Welcome back in, guys. Or welcome. I mean, I keep forgetting. I mean, it's just weird. It's the late afternoon here, but it's our first sim of the day. First sim of Sunday. Welcome back to the Sims, to the Dream Stream. I know there's been stuff going on the streams while we're not here, but first sim in feels like forever. I mean, 48 hours, whatever. I don't know. And look who's back with me, Tom Carroll, back from his Hall of Fame induction at the Hall of Fame ceremony. He's been inducted for, obviously doing all the weekend sims. I mean, that was fast, man. That's got to be the quickest, from sim announcer to Hall of Fame induction ever. So big Sunday here. We got me, we got Tom. We're hanging out. We're going to get all the stories. We got Jacksonville Jaguars, Indianapolis Colts. I have to burp. Excuse me. And, yeah, just hang out for a Sunday here, guys. We have 4 sims going, so.
Hi.
Let's go. How you doing?
Thought you were going to give me a proper hello here, Geoff. I'm good. This is my first sim in 12 days, so I'm definitely a little rusty. Nice to hear that nothing really happened of significance while I was gone. Everything is A-okay. Can't wait to be with you guys for the next, foreseeable future here on the Dream Stream. Can't wait to continue to kick it with you guys through the fall, through the holidays, and into football next year. I mean, let's look ahead to Madden 23. I can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah. Anyways,
Oh, wait, no. Actually, I just got a text. Looks like we're not going to be talking on Sims starting at the end of the month. I'm bummed about it, dude. I love hanging out with the Sim fam. I love hanging out with my Sim broadcaster brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
And I was on vacation the week after the Hall of Fame induction, and I got an email from one of our bosses and led to a conversation later in the week. But obviously I had heard through the grapevine from my, fellow broadcasters and fans of the Sims tweeting and doing all sorts of social media about it, just saying how they were bummed out, but happy they could have been a part of this cool community while it was going on. The Sims aren't going anywhere. You guys can still go out there and create lineups and watch Madden here on the Dream Stream. You just won't hear our voices, and it's definitely a bummer, but I'm proud to have been a part of this family, and it's going to be something that's going to be a special part of my career forever. And who the heck knows, maybe something like this comes about in the future somewhere else or back here on DraftKings. There's a select few people in the industry that have experience talking over Madden simulations, and we are in that group of a dozen or so people that have done that. So we're uniquely qualified for anything else that pops up like this in the future, Geoff. So that's going to help me sleep at night. But I'm definitely going to miss everybody here, even those that are trolls, even the mean ones. If you've called me fat, if you've made fun of me for eating on camera, if you've said my head is bigger than a microwave, I love you all. I miss you all equally. And let's just have a great time these last few weeks here. Let's ball out ridiculous.
I mean, look, I have a big head too. So, I mean, having a head the size of a microwave, Tom, that's not a big deal, okay? Mine is big, this way, like a reverse Stewie Griffin, Anyways, yeah, man. I mean, obviously, big news coming back. It's your first one back. Yeah, I mean, it's the reception from obviously the guys in the chat, the DK Sim fam has been amazing, and I can't stress enough. We really appreciate you guys showing the support and stuff. And who knows? I mean, obviously the announcing's on pause. Who knows what that means? We don't make up the rules or how we get used. We just try and do our best. So you'll still see us on these streams, or you'll see some of us. I don't know exactly, but definitely some football content coming your way too. Real life football content on the DraftKings Dream Stream, obviously during the regular season. So we'll run. Jacksonville moving the ball a bit, and
I know I probably missed a lot of the retrospective stuff that has happened since Geoff gave the official announcement here on a stream. What was it? Last Thursday, something like that. Friday.
Seems like a while ago now. It wasn't that long ago, though. It was only
it was a few days ago. So I know I probably missed out on that. So, and I'm sure we'll do a lot of, what was your favorite moment and blah, blah, blah. And people ask questions. Okay, where to find us, all this stuff. But I had to get that off my chest. I've been thinking about it for a few days since I heard the news. It's hard because this has been a group of people that I have, felt like I've been hanging out with like basically every night and weekend since I started last fall. I mean, it's been rare that I haven't been on one of these sims on consecutive days since I joined the team. So it feels like you're taking a job in a different city and you say you're gonna come hang out and fly back all the time, but that's actually not gonna happen, and it's a bummer, man. I feel like I'm losing a part of my friend group here, and it's sad. I'm sad.
Yeah. No, for sure, man.
And I hate to harp on it. I'm just sad, man. I just want to be real with the people. This is not an act. I'm legit sad.
No. I mean, I think most of us feel that way. I know I did. It's just like, as I said, it became routine. I know I was chatting with Kaufman about it. We kind of equivalated it to like, a TV show ending or something. Like you hang out with the same group of people, doing work with the same group of people for a certain amount of time, and it just ends, right? So, definitely, just, is what it is. But we all understand the business side of it. It doesn't make it any less easy. So.
And like I saw it here on Slack. I don't have my Slack open currently, but I guess Christian brought up a good point in the statement. It said that the stuff's going on pause, so maybe it'll be back. We don't know. Like you said, I'd love for it to come back, make a triumphant return after the Super Bowl or something. I mean, if you people love the commentary, get loud about it. Get a movement going. If the DK Sim fam wants it and they make real noise about it, I bet you could tweet at DraftKings. Tell them that you want to hear our dumb voices over this video game. I'm not calling for a mutiny here. I'm not saying you and I just start joining Zooms. Rogue joining a Zoom mid-November. But if people, that the internet is beautiful in that way. If enough people go out there and say they want something to happen, DraftKings is a company that listens. I don't think these things are gone forever, Geoff. I'm predicting a comeback.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like you said. I mean, feel free to voice your opinions. Obviously, do it respectfully. But, I mean, look, the Sims aren't going anywhere. It's just we're not going to be announcing them.
We're not making free rolls anymore. I'm not going to just start making free rolls.
Kaufman probably will. So you
100%.
Kaufman will be like the guy from Office Space. What's his name? Who just goes to work and doesn't get paid anyways. God, what's that guy's name? I can't remember. Anyways.
I haven't seen Office Space in a long time.
Yeah.
Great movie though.
It's hilarious. But yeah, it's a little bit of an end of the era. But who knows? Maybe they'll renew us. Like
Look,
Dexter's
they remake every show at this point. Remember,
right.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine got canceled by Fox and NBC picked them up.
That's right. There you go.
It happens.
Who knows? Again, I'm not going to sit here and make predictions. We're just reporting what we're being told. And
by the way, I need to see that. Can one of these statements be sent my way? I want to see this statement. Like, what statement? No one tells us anything, Geoff. Geoff found out on one of the Sims. He's mid-Sim, and they told him. He's like, what? The news doesn't travel up to Canada.
It wasn't that abrupt, but it was, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how much we should harp on it. It's just my first Sim back, so.
No, for sure.
I needed to vent.
Yeah, absolutely, you did. I mean, we got a lot to touch on. I mean, we want to hear about your trip too. At least I do. But I mean, you're allowed to vent, dude. I mean, we all, trust me, every single one of us was on here the first time we were on, and some of us even have kept going, or I've been venting about it and just letting people know what we, our feelings and stuff. So don't feel like you need to apologize for it. If you didn't, you wouldn't be human, quite frankly. So. There's Naheem Hines on the catch.
Eamon sends along the statement. I'm going to read this. I haven't read this yet, so I'll read it for anyone that hasn't heard it yet. Over the last year and a half, it has been a blast sharing these Madden games with all of you. We will continue to run simulated games on all of the DraftKings platforms, YouTube, Twitch, Playbook, and DraftKings Nation. But as we get ready for the start of the NFL, we are going to pause the play-by-play as of August 31st. Continue to check out the Sweat at 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, and the Slate after the 4 p.m. sim on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for NFL updates and insights all season long. You know what? That's kind of a cold statement. I need more warmth. We're going to rewrite that statement over the next few weeks. Give me some more human nature in here.
Some human nature.
Hey, sorry, we're going away. By the way, still check out the Sweat, 11 a.m. every day.
Well, I mean, I am on the Sweat.
We're turning our goodbye statement into an ad for the Sweat? I mean, what are we doing here? Oh, now I'm just mad. No, I'm kidding with you guys. I'm really happy. I'm going through all of the emotions.
It does stink, man. It's, an abrupt ending.
Who wrote that statement? A robot?
It's not the ending we envisioned, obviously, but it is what it is.
Hey, you will get to see Geoff on the Sweat still every day, so.
You will. The Sweat.
Definitely check out the Sweat.
Hopefully a couple other shows, something like that. Sundays, and look, hey, I mean, this is a good time to discuss it. Sundays during NFL season, I mean, we have a big, long show on the Sweat. Definitely recommend you guys checking that out. It's a great way to get prepped for DFS, betting, all that stuff. So, I would I definitely appreciate that. And again, I mean, there's going to be more regular programming on here, obviously, now that we've, I'll be free and other guys, and I assume we'll be on a little bit, so. Okay.
Boston Joe says, as a longtime executive, that statement sounds very promising for the return of commentary after the regular season. They could have said it was over forever, Fair. Boston Joe choosing to look at the glass half full. And I'll go right there with you, Boston Joe. I just like how we immediately just go right into a plug for the other programming, Like, come on. Have a little of emotion, DraftKings. A friendship between these broadcasters and this sim fan.
Hey.
Exactly, Eamon. I want a proper eulogy here.
Yeah.
I feel like I was in court. Like that was a judge reading me my sentence. I want to read my obituary here, Yeah. I want a 5-paragraph essay.
Well, hey, I mean, look, we got like 2.5 weeks here, so we still got time. The last week here, I'm sure we'll be full of proper goodbyes. But if you're just joining us, obviously,
I want special performances, Geoff. I want
I'm sure
need
we'll have
the
that.
Bad Boys of Pop to come on and do a musical performance. We need Tater Hater to come on here and do like a potato sort of seance of some type. Maybe we'll break. The Big Saxy needs to break out a saxophone on his final sim. I don't care what anyone says. We need Glash in a costume every sim for the rest of the month. And Geoff, I know I'm stepping all over the stats. I don't care. I'm getting it off my chest here.
There's really no stats. It's 3-0, Tom. We're not missing anything here. Don't worry. You talk as much as you want, pal. You get it all out. It's good.
I need to get it out. I'm not going to have anywhere else to get it out ever again, except my podcast. Check it out every Wednesday. Great Dane Nation, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah. No, if you're just joining us, Tom Carroll and I obviously on for the first 2 sims. Tom back from his hiatus.
12 days.
And,
I go away for 12 days and they get rid of the Sims.
I know.
No, they don't get rid of the Sims.
Look what happens when you go on
stay.
vacation. This is a good reason, Tom. Never
I
go
got
on
Wally
vacation.
pipped. I got Wally pipped by the built-in Madden commentary because I go away for, a week and a half.
This is one thing I said. I think I said it to Glash. I'm like, when you're growing up, the teachers are always like, at some point in your life, you're going to get replaced by a robot. And you know what?
That's it. This is happening.
We've been, it's happened. Like my grade, 7 teacher, Mr. whatever the heck his name was, who was probably just hated my guts. He was right. I got replaced by a robot. Congrats. Anyways.
Funny.
I'm going to miss you guys, man. I love hanging out in the chat.
Heck yeah, man. I mean, in
Giving
this
you guys terrible golf
industry,
advice.
the hardest thing to do in media is to build a community, to build an audience is incredibly difficult. And companies spend millions of dollars trying to figure out, how do I capture this audience? How do I capture this marketplace? How do I create a community around my content? That exists right now on the Dream Stream, 6 Sims a day. I mean, this YouTube and this Twitch, the stream of consciousness comments is constant. I mean, we're creating free rolls. Hundreds of people are joining them every single day. People are creating, the community is real here. And it was surprising to hear that, they're sort of chopping the community at the bottom of the tree here and letting it, hit the ground fast and, furious here. Right?
Yeah.
You and I have both worked in media for a long time. We know how hard audience building is. The audience is here. And I don't know, man. It was a very surprising announcement to me. Felt like it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, look, again, nothing you said is wrong at all. I mean, I don't disagree. I think most of the chat agrees with you too. Look, decisions get made. I don't know. I'm not going to even pretend like I know why the decision. I'm not going to pretend like I'm not even going to guess. It's just it is what happened, and it's also like we said. I mean, these things sometimes tend to backtrack and potentially go through revivals. So I don't know. It is what it is for right now. Obviously the Sims are new. The commentary was new. The company wants to try a different direction. I mean, that's pretty much the long and the short of it. I can't go into the reasons because I don't know. We will be back at some point. I don't know. There's a possibility point. I mean, look, there's a possibility pretty if we were given another chance to do this, but content on NFL on the Dream Stream, trying to bring you guys better stuff, obviously in between the Sims, and again, that's probably where you're going to see a lot of us, and I'm just I'm pumped, a little bit flustered by having it all end so. It's a cliche, but it's really not, because rarely do you wake up on a day.
So Fred Prather on YouTube is asking, verify this throughout the next few weeks. Sims are not going away. Madden Sims will still be here on the Dream Stream. There will be contests. You guys can join us. For the Colts. There you go. Talk about the Sim.
Me minds. Indy. Although
big fan of Hines.
Oh, did we get?
But yes.
Were you gone for the Carson Wentz news? I feel like you were. Did you like the Colts?
I did like the Colts with a healthy Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
Changed on Indy. And actually, no, I think my last sim was the day that news came out, and everyone was like, oh, freeze pops, you're an idiot. Colts are going to be good. Wentz is never healthy. Yeah, I mean, look, I can't tell you that I saw an injury coming. I don't like to go into the season kind of just assuming like, oh, that guy's always injured. He's going to be injured.
Oh, for sure.
Look at it. I'm a positive guy, so I thought rebirth of Carson Wentz, good situation, Frank Reich, yada yada. I wasn't saying he's going to be an MVP, but I thought he'd get better, and that the Colts I didn't think he'd be worse than Philip Rivers. Now, who the heck knows how long he's going to be out? I don't trust Ellinger or Eason or Brett Hundley or whoever. So Tate's a big Sam Ellinger fan, apparently.
Sam Ellinger was pretty good in college for spurts. Yeah. Hook 'em.
So, yeah, I mean, I was gone for that news. I don't think that they're going to win the South now. And I know it's a long season. And let's say Wentz even misses 5 games, which is the low end. We have talked about their schedule and how difficult it is a lot of times.
Yeah.
They could start 0-5, and that's an almost impossible hole to climb out of.
Yeah, and I mean, you have my big problem too is, like, is Carson Wentz actually going to be ready to go? I mean, it just feels like, and I've tweeted about this, like, he's been through this situation before. You know, in the back of Carson Wentz's mind, he's like, I cannot let Jacob Eason get on the field. If this kid is any good, the Colts are just going to roll with him because they drafted him, and he's young and he's cheap. So Carson Wentz, I get that, like, he's doing everything he can to get back, but, like, is he going to be seriously ready? Like, he's going to say he's ready, but is he really going to be ready? It just feels like a complete dumpster fire waiting to happen, especially week 1 against Seattle, who's got a good D-line, you know, got guys who can bring pressure. Yeah. If they win week 1, it's going to be because Jonathan Taylor. So.
Queenie says they could be 0-5 with Wentz. Honestly, Queenie, you might be right. I think that they have a good roster. And I don't think they would go 0-5, but given the teams they're playing, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, those are all going to be close games. If their quarterback ends up playing well, whoever does, get that spot. But I feel more confident with Carson Wentz than I do with the other 3 guys that are kind of up for that job right now, personally.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, you have Carson Wentz now maybe coming back for week 1, but what's his status? So it's not really the same as before, where it was like, oh yeah, we got Carson Wentz, he's healthy, he's gonna have a full preseason. Now it's Wentz, no preseason, no training camp, not 100% healthy, and it's like, big question marks. So,
but yes, before we got on that little Colts rant, I just want to finish this up. Sims not going anywhere. You will still be able to play in contests. It'll still be all over the Dream Stream. Madden Sims not going anywhere. You just won't hear DK broadcasters calling the games anymore. That's the big difference starting September 1st. So no need to fear. Sims are still here, just without us to hear on them. Do you see what I did there?
Yes. Please have a beer.
And apologies for, ranting and raving here. I just had to get it all off my chest. I know it went in a million directions, but I try not to BS people. I'm always very kind of honest on these things, and I just needed to get it all off my chest. Maybe people were feeling the same way. I don't know. Of course, there was at least 1 or 2 people while I was on that rant going, just talk about the sim, which I love. Never change, DK Sim fan.
I mean, look, we're on a couple in a row here. I mean, we're definitely going to be it's Tom's first one back. Like I said, we all did this on our first ones back. So this is what we're going to do. And quite frankly, I mean, like, Jacksonville can't do anything here anyways. So
yeah, it's 10-0.
Yeah, it's 10-0. I mean, Colts got a little bit of action here. Get you updated here in terms of who's doing what. But if you went Jacksonville heavy right now, I mean, you're not missing much. DJ Chark, 2 catches. Gardner Minshew, 60 passing yards. Chris Thompson, 2.9 points. There's Minshew back to pass. Checking it down again. Just pretty much done all game. Is that my guy? Oh, no, I was about to say O'Shaughnessy, but it's Eifert. How did Eifert?
I see someone on YouTube. Who was it? They're like, oh, you should start a pirate broadcast of the YouTube, a separate YouTube channel where you guys are talking over the YouTube broadcast of The Sims. No, that will not be happening. I do like the idea of like a pirate podcast of DK broadcasters that, like a rotation of guys every week. It's like maybe it's all 11, 12 of us at the same time. It's just chaos every week. We all just get on a Zoom and record the conversation. I don't know. Maybe there's an audience out there for it. I think it'd be fun. It's not the idea that was pitched by whoever pitched it on YouTube, but you've got my gears churning here.
It's like, they have the shows like the After the Walking Dead and like After Breaking Bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Like After the Sims.
No, but it's like just once a week we'll do like a live show after the Sims end, so we don't compete with our for some of us, former employers, and just all of us just get on live broadcast, shoot the breeze, catch up with the fam.
Been in the chat there, giving Solomon a little advice for next week. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you asking. I mean, he's got to win. He's going to score. That's like his 4th catch on this drive or something.
Yeah,
crazy.
he's killing it.
If you roster Tyler Eifert, you're happy because basically did everything on that drive, entire drive. Eifert.
Marsha. So what else did I miss over the last 12 days, Geoff?
Trying to think here. I mean, Glash got. Glash got punched, elbowed in the throat by Sarah by accident.
Oh wow!
Just about wrecked his vocal cords. Had to like skip a day. And then Kaufman accused him of faking it, and Glash got actually real life mad at him. So that was kind of a bit of drama that went on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we had that. But yeah, otherwise it's been fairly tame. I mean, obviously the announcement has been dominating the news, and the DraftKings preseason, not the DraftKings, the NFL preseason has been dominating the news as well. All the news and action dropping and stuff like that. We got rookie quarterbacks. Did you get to see? Actually, that's a good segue. Did you get to see any of the rookies in action yet?
No, not well. I watched Mac Jones the other night.
Okay.
So I was well on the record saying I hated the draft pick. I still don't love Mac Jones, but one drive into his preseason debut, I recognize he is a better quarterback than Cam Newton. And I believe he should start week 1.
Okay. There you go. Interesting.
Jeffrey Orris says that it came out that Tara Lynn doesn't like doing Sims with me, which I don't get. Wow.
No, she didn't say that. I think she called you a bozo, though, for some reason, but I can't remember what you did.
6 4-day span. And things went off the rails a few times, I'm not going to lie. But I thought she enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, as far as news goes, that was pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, we're still kind of just, in the summer. People are going vacay, leaving, coming back and stuff like that. So wasn't too much to report, until the big bombshell got dropped off. Kyle dropping in to say hi. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Kyle? Gonna miss hanging out with you, bud.
Nice. Earth science. That should be an easy. Way to go. Better late than never.
In for this comment from Jeffrey Orris. I want an explanation. We're going to get a live explanation. Sorry, I can't speak. From Tara Lynn on this broadcast.
Oh, no, this is what happened. Yeah, she called you a bozo because you ranked her, I think, in the bottom of our fantasy.
Oh, for the fantasy rankings?
I think that's what it was.
Okay,
yeah.
But I'm not wrong. Okay. Rank her last. I stand by it. And I'm surprised that she doesn't agree with that. I mean, I did sit at a Denny's for 24 straight hours because I came in last place. But I mean, Tara Lynn starts backup quarterbacks on these sims.
Yeah, wins.
That for me, if we're predicting and projecting who's going to be the worst in our fantasy league, which is discussed. I mean, that's why I went that way. I can only work off the information I have in front of me. Right?
Hey, if you want, like I said, I want to stay as far away from the bozo.
You're trying to stay out of the bozo zone?
I do not want to be involved in Tara Lynn's bozo parade, with like you and Kaufman and probably Kenny.
Probably Kenny.
Jacksonville gonna run out the clock here. So we had a Tyler Eifert touchdown. We had a Naheem Hines touchdown.
The last minute of this half has taken like 3 minutes.
It really has. I thought we were in the third quarter.
Fantasy league still happening now? Has this been discussed?
I don't know. I don't know if people will be pumped to do it or what. I don't. Look, I don't know. Some action, like some fantasy league. So I don't care. Let's do it. But
my thought on really wanting to take charge and make it happen was that I thought it would be something for us to all talk about. Now that that's not happening, I'll be honest, I'm not as motivated to make it happen.
No, I totally, and I understand that. There's probably other people who feel the same, who just maybe aren't that pumped about it right now. So bigger things going on, but yeah, we'll.
I'm bitter, Geoff.
And look, I don't know what to say. It's part of the shrapnel, part of the.
It's the trickle down effect.
Part of the trickle down. That's right. Not much going on in this one. We just have the 2 touchdown Hines and Hines 5 for 26 in the receiving department as well. So Naheem Hines is having a pretty good game. 5 receptions. Eifert 7 catches, 49 yards. So lots of checkdowns, but also has the touchdown. Those 2 guys really just dominating because nobody else has more than 3 catches or 31 yards. So pretty slow game so far. Dude, we haven't even got any info on your Hall of Fame stats.
I know, it's because I've just been ranting and raving.
You flashed a picture of Tom Brady with you.
Yes.
A picture. See, that means you met Tom Brady and talked to him. Had a real-life conversation with him.
Yeah.
How did it go? How did it start? Who introduced you? Did you go up to him? Were you a fanboy? Did Morton introduce you?
Are we still on camera?
Did Tom come up to you?
There he is.
There he is. Look at what amazing. I don't even like Tom Brady, and I'm jealous.
Yeah, it was amazing. So All right. So where do we begin on that? Let me think. So at the second night of enshrinements, Morton talked to Tom briefly on stage when he was leaving after Peyton's speech. And they had a quick conversation. He was like, hey, let's meet up at Peyton's after party. So Tom said, sounds good. And I'm kind of, I was sort of a package deal with Morton all weekend. So we go to Peyton Manning's after party. And we got there basically within a half hour of Brady getting back to Tampa. He had practice the next day.
Okay.
So it's right as he's about to leave, and Morton's like, all right, well, we gotta go over there and say something. So the first thing he says is, hey, here's my co-host and producer, and you're his hero. His name's Tom. Can you take a picture with him? And he's like, oh my God, absolutely. So we take a picture. I tried to introduce myself right away as Tom Carroll from Lincoln, Rhode Island, thinking it would spark something for him, because when he was a rookie, he started building a house in my hometown, but then he got really rich and famous and stopped building a house in my hometown. So I thought by it was going to, spark this really cool conversation, but it didn't. Right. He just was like, oh, great to meet you. Sure, let's take a picture. So whatever, I didn't care. I took the picture with Tom Brady. It was awesome. And then me, Morton, and Tom talked for like the next 4 minutes or so. Morton, asking him generic. He spoke for 3 minutes and 45 seconds of it because he was just really excited to be talking to Tom Brady, because they had never met before.
Oh, really?
And
okay.
Yeah.
Really cool.
So, we went back and forth, and Brady agreed to come on the show, which is huge. So we're going to have Tom Brady at some point. He's not the type of guy that goes back on his word. So we're going to make that happen at some point. We got verbal confirmation. Because Morton said, he's like, is this the type of thing you do? He said, heck yeah, it's the type of thing I do. And he said, well, how do I get in touch with you? And he said, well, do you have Instagram? And Morton was like, yeah, I have Instagram. He said, send me an Instagram DM. And then Morton's face went like pale white, was like, oh my God, I don't know what that is. He didn't say that, but I could tell that's what he was thinking. And he just turns to me. And I'm like, don't worry, I'll make sure you guys get in touch.
He didn't know what an Instagram DM was?
He didn't know what an Instagram DM was.
Classic.
So whatever, we went back and forth, blah, blah, blah. And then there was probably about 20 seconds left in this interaction. I had an opening. And I had been thinking about it all day because I knew there was a chance I was going to get to meet Tom Brady at Peyton's after party. So I had this rehearsed in my head. So I said, hey, Tom, just wanted to let you know that you brought my friends and family 20 years of happiness, and that you are the reason why I love and work in sports. So I just wanted to say thank you. And he shook my hand and he said, I really appreciate you telling me that, Tom. Thank you so much. And then he started to walk away. And then I said, hey, Tom, by the way, I just wanted to let you know I'm a Bucks fan now. And he tapped me on the shoulder with the back of his knuckle, and he said, heck yeah, you are. And he walked away. I was the last guy he talked to before leaving Peyton's party. Then he left. He went back to Tampa. The greatest moment of my life.
Classic.
So I was on cloud nine. It was really cool.
That's cool, man. I'm glad for you. I'm happy. It sounds awesome.
It was very cool. And I mean, that night was amazing. It was, I can't even talk about, half the stuff that happened, but it was just wild.
I wonder how often Brady gets just conversations like that. Probably a lot.
A lot. Going into that type of night, he's like ready to have those types of combos,
No, for sure. And it's not like it's, I'm not like putting down anything you said. It's legit. It's heartfelt. But it must be nice to just be Tom Brady and hear stuff like that. Legit, you're the reason into sports. I'm a huge fan. You maybe change teams because, that's how big a fan I am. That's heady stuff. So that's pretty cool.
Man.
Yeah. stuff there, man.
I need to hear Tara. I need to play this clip of Tara Lynn impersonating me.
do it after. Well, yeah, you can do it on the sim. I
could do it now. It's not like she said anything bad.
Well, I mean.
All right, let's do it. I'm listening to it. We're playing it.
I don't hear anything. It's coming.
Wait a second.
All right. We got the Colts on the goal line. We're waiting for Tom to boot up this impersonation. Mac could not get there. Stuff. 4th and goal.
Can you guys hear that?
No. Still can't hear it.
Okay, well, I just listened to it. Terrible accent. She's spot on for the buzzwords that she's using. Wooden nickel, microwave, cooking pasta in the microwave. But terrible accent. Sounds
she might have done that with me, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because I'm the one who had the conversation with her.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
I was like, why is Tom a bozo? I was just like, oh, they went for it. Stuffed. Naheem stuffed on the 1 yard line. Jacksonville getting the ball back. The swing in momentum here, folks, is huge. The Jacksonville Jaguars going to be first down. It's on their own 1. But, I'm pretty sure I was on that sim with her.
All right, first time playing Fortnite. Thank you for sending along that clip. But then they also made fun of for how long it took me to take that story, saying, is this a Kaufman story? I think me telling the story of how I met Tom Brady and got to talk to him deserves a little more space than Koff explaining some dumb dream stream BS. Okay, am I fair?
Yeah.
Am I being fair there?
Yeah, you've also haven't been on the sim.
I've been gone for 12 days and I met Tom Brady in the interim. I want to tell the full story.
I wanted to hear that story. There's no.
Okay, you want me to give another fun story? I was going to save this for the podcast, but whatever.
Yeah, wait. I want to hear. I'm going to play this Tara Lynn clip first because I got to go.
Okay, sure. All right. See if you can.
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
No, it was good. The accent's awful.
It was a good attempt, though.
Okay, so we're at Peyton's after party, as I said, and it's a little bit later in the night, and we're just sort of walking around, talking with people, and a lot of former Broncos were there, and 2 current Broncos were there, Von Miller and Brandon McManus, the kicker.
McManus, did you go up to Brandon McManus?
So, whatever, we ended up getting into a conversation. Morton saw Von Miller. He just wanted to talk to Von Miller. And I'm standing there with Brandon McManus. So, and I at first didn't, because you don't just recognize Brandon McManus facially, right?
Sure. Yeah.
He's not like he's wearing his jersey or a helmet. He's just,
got like
he
a
was
beard
dressed
too,
nice.
doesn't he?
Yeah, he had a beard.
Yeah,
he
he's
looked
just
like a
guy
guy
with
like me.
a beard.
He looked like a guy like me, how I was with Morton. It looked like that guy for Von Miller, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Everyone that weekend had their guy with them, it felt like. So I was like, oh, this must be Von's guy. But then, I started talking with him a little bit, and then, they kept saying the word Brandon and the name Brandon. And then at a certain point, it's like, oh, let's all go take a shot up at the bar. So we're up at the bar, and then it clicked for me. I'm like, wait, is this Brandon McManus? So I turned to him. I go, are you Brandon McManus? And he's like, yeah. I don't know if you should tell Morton, though. And I'm like, why? He was nervous to talk to Morton Anderson because he grew up, that was his favorite player. And I was like, are you sure you don't want me to tell Morton that you are the current kicker of the Broncos? And he's like, I don't know. And then finally I convinced him, hey, all right, I'm going to tell Morton that you are who you are now. And then as soon as I did, it was Morton was like, oh, are you kidding me? And I was like, yeah, the kicker for the Broncos. And he looks at me, he's like, yeah, I know who Brandon McManus is, Tom. I'm like, yeah, okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. And then they had a great talk. They talked for 20 minutes. He imparted all sorts of kicking wisdom on him. It was really cool to see. It was really, really cool. It was like a professional athlete. It was watching a professional athlete fanboy over his childhood favorite player, So it was really, really cool.
Yeah, that's interesting. I totally, if I was at an event like that, I would have so much I'd just be wanting to say weird stuff to all these players now because of how much we've commented on them in these sims. Like, I legitimately have to like control myself from being like, "Hey, Brandon McManus," just saying his name like that. Like, if I met Adam Vinatieri, like my urge to do like the old man voice would just like go through the roof, you know? Like, it'd just be like, it would almost be weird for me to meet the NFL players now in real life because of how much silly, ridiculous stuff we've done on these sims. Like, if I met Darren Waller, I'd be like, "Oh, you murder hornet, man." So is that McManus to the right there? No, wait, that's you. What are you showing me?
That's Adam Vinatieri.
Oh, it's Vinatieri. Okay.
I went up to Vinatieri and I said, "Hey, I got to take a picture with the second greatest kicker of all time," because I was standing with Morton. He got a good.
What did he say? "Okay, kid, take a picture with me. I'm gonna play for 50 more years."
So people are asking questions about BK. I hung out with BK a lot that weekend, actually, because he was in town with all the Broncos connects. I know we like to give BK a lot of crap for the name dropping stuff. I saw BK in action. He legit like knows lots of people and has real, like, him and Terrell Davis were like hanging out casually, and like, I mean, BK is legit. Like, I no, for sure. For those that don't, believe it, it's true. I saw the man in action.
When you're a beat writer for an NFL team, and on the
like,
beat,
he knows all these guys on a very personal level.
Team. You hang out with the team. That's legitimately your job, and you write about the team. So, I mean, it
was very cool to see.
You know, name
like
dropping aside,
Rod Smith coming over, dapping him up, giving him a big hug. Ray Crockett was hanging out with us for a long time. We were hanging out with the guys that are like run Cameo, you know, the app where like celebrities leave messages. Yeah. They were, for some reason, at one of these parties we were at, we watched Ray Crockett get convinced to create a Cameo account, and that whole experience was hilarious. And Ray Lewis was there, and apparently Ray Lewis makes like tons of money on Cameo every year. So we're like, "Ray, you got to make your intro video with Ray Lewis." So, I mean, it was very cool to see all of that behind the scenes, and like BK, like seeing BK in action was legit. I got it. It was one of the cool takeaways of the weekend.
No, I mean, that's the thing. I know he talks about those guys a lot, but like I like never have doubted that he knows those guys.
I'm sure people in the chat
to the Hall of Fame from an ex-player. Like,
Steve Atwater
invited him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like he just went on his own accords. He got invited by an old player. So,
right.
Yeah. Anyways, that's cool. Yeah, I forgot BK was there with you. So, appreciate you sharing.
I hopped on one of his sims. He did a sim. He did a sim from the media room at the Hall of Fame Hotel, and I
on the schedule last. I didn't even.
I joined him at halftime.
You guys should have simmed like during the ceremony. Just set up a sim booth to the side. The sims are just going on while the players are walking.
It was really funny to we were in the room with like Westwood One, Sirius XM, and then I had my station for our podcast, and then BK just came in and did a Madden sim with like all of these very serious, media companies around, and then they were all staring at us like,
I'm not allowed to be frivolous.
Oh, Siri thought I was talking to her. Said she's not allowed to be frivolous. I don't know what that means. That was hilarious.
Siri, jeez.
Yeah, this sim has been insane.
In a mood there, Siri. I got my dog on my lap, so she's actually being kind of good. We'll see how long that lasts. Probably not the whole quarter, but got a close sim going on. Not much scoring. Only 10-7. Colts are back in the red zone. Hope you guys are having a good Sunday. I know Tom and I mean, Tom's giving you his thoughts and stuff, and he's also provided us with a lot of personal stories, which I personally really appreciate. It sounds like you had an extremely cool experience. So,
it was like the coolest weekend ever. I mean,
it
was awesome.
This has honestly been a good sim for us to talk about other stuff. So I know we say that a lot, and we don't do it. Sometimes we just skip the play-by-play, but like this has honestly been. It's just like check down mania here. No big plays or anything. The Colts, I mean, they've gotten to this position through Check down. And we're going to get a check down touchdown.
There's a touchdown.
Oh, that's, what's his face?
Paris Campbell. Oh, no. Here you go, Paris Campbell.
Another
French name.
I knew it wasn't Zachary Pascal. It was Paris Campbell. Sacre bleu.
Bad Boys of Pop saying, Tom, you've got to tear your Siri right, bro. Give her a day when she can go nuts and be frivolous. Treat. I meant to say treat. Queenie saying, I bet Sims were never brought up, Litzow, because Litzow said that I should have said something about Sims to Tom Brady. That is correct. Simulated Madden football did not come up in the 4-minute conversation that Morton and I had with him at Peyton Manning's Hall of Fame after party. It unfortunately didn't work that one in.
It would have been so awkward.
Hey, hate to interrupt you, Hall of Famer and future Hall of Famer. I just want to tell you about Madden simulated football.
Glasheen completely would have done that. If Glash had been in your position, the conversation would have been about 10 times more awkward. And
Glash messaged me that night actually. Oh, Morgan's here. Everyone say hi to Morgan.
Hi, Morgan.
Everyone says hi. She says hi. Because I posted a picture of Morton that night with Brady, and he texted me and was like, "Dude, did you get a pic with Brady?" So before I posted it a few days later, I texted him and he was pumped.
He'd break out his.
But yeah, I don't know if Glash would have been able to be as professional as I was in the situation.
I think that's that's a given.
Morgan got to hang out with the family dog for the first time in a week. Morgan, how was Boomer?
Wonderful. I gave him a bath.
She gave him a bath. Okay.
Wow. Lucky Boomer.
Yeah. He loves a good bath.
I gave my dog a bath this weekend too.
Oh,
She's going to puppy classes. She's doing great.
Oh, there you go. Good.
Actually,
Kyle
on
says
lap.
hello on YouTube, Morgan. She says hi, Kyle.
Can't put your head there, you goof. That's not going to be a good spot for you. 8 catches for Eifert. He's up to only 54 yards, though.
Litzow saying that he bets Tom Brady could have saved the Sims. Again, Sims not going anywhere. There will still be Madden simulated football. You just won't hear Geoff and I talking over the Madden Sims anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Brady is affiliated in some stuff with DraftKings.
Of course, he's a coworker.
The new NFTs and stuff like that. So
yeah, absolutely.
He's still involved.
Giselle is as well.
Nope. All right, Minshew over midfield. Jags down 10. Jags did switch momentum with that big stuff. They have not been able to do anything on offense. It's just Eifert.
Yeah, Eifert's getting the wooden nickel.
Tyler.
It's happening.
Marsha. 9 catches for Eifert, 66 yards. I mean, it's just 5 yard after 5 yards, but that's like the entire Jags offense this game. It's been Tyler Eifert, which is not really a good thing. I don't know. Maybe throw to DJ Chark. Just going to throw a suggestion out there. No, let's throw to Eifert again for 2 yards. 10 catches for Tyler Eifert. He got 69 yards, so that's cool. But
nice.
That's yeah. And the clock is running. You know, not a great thing when you're down 10.
But also maybe a great thing.
Again, I mean, I'm just going to make a suggestion to the Jags Sim OC. Maybe try DJ Chark downfield, or throw it to Tyler Eifert.
Yeah, just keep throwing to Eifert.
That's 11 catches for Tyler Eifert. There literally is nobody else on the field for Gardner Minshew right now except Tyler Eifert.
He's a big target.
He's like the Terminator. And
Morgan heard the word target and her ears perked up. That's the word.
Gardner Minshew is the Terminator, and his target is Tyler Eifert, his John Connor. Oh, there's someone else.
Connor.
There's a non-88. It's D.D. Westbrook with a little sideline action. 24 yards, too. Wow, look what happens when you throw to someone not named Tyler Eifert. You actually get real yards. You
Boom
need to
roasted.
Stop biting my hand. You're gonna get in trouble, pal.
That's what puppies do.
Don't you
It's a
get
part
all
of the puppy
mouthy with
experience.
me. Don't you get mouthy with me. Anyways, losing the plot on this sim, but this drive is just driving me insane as Tom is fixing food. He's going to the fridge for a little.
Now it's
refill.
just getting Morgan a water.
Ah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Is that Eifert again? Is that actually Tyler? No, that was Connolly. I saw the 8, and I'm like, that can't be Eifert again, can it? No. Connolly down to the 1. So
Rob
if you're Chris
Ran
Thompson, you like
on
this.
YouTube saying, my wife says that this is the best part, is listening to you guys. I'm sorry to
appreciate
Rob
that.
Ran.
I really do. I really do, Rob. We definitely appreciate that. And I know a lot of you guys do feel that way, honestly, and you've expressed it. And I don't know what else to say. Again, it's out of our hands. Trust me. We none of us wanted this to end abruptly the way it did. So, we wanted
Don't
to
cry
be like
because it's
Seinfeld, man.
over. Smile because it happened. Right?
20-year run with like a the most watched season finale ever. That was our goal. Trust us, but it is what it is.
I'm telling you,
On
I think
pause.
I've been thinking more and more about this idea of us doing a late night show once a week with all of the broadcasters. We'll call it Madden After Dark.
Yeah.
11 p.m. Eastern.
And after dark. Madden dark after dark. That's what
Madden After Dark.
Madden dark after dark.
So apparently Jonnu Smith is getting tests done on his sprained ankle. Not considered to be serious, but definitely something to monitor.
Yeah, wow.
For those that think that the
items.
Patriots are going to be better this upcoming season than they were last year, I'm still wait and see on that. And Rob Domovsky, who reports on the Packers for ESPN, says, I have no idea what Aaron Rodgers and Randall Cobb were doing with their IG posts about bringing back Clay Matthews the other day. But GM Brian Gutekunst said, we've had no discussions about that. Because, of course, they haven't. Clay Matthews has not played in the NFL for a while. There's a reason for that. Exactly. Eamon saying, what, are they going to bring back Donald Driver next? Yeah, I'm on green. Let's get Bubba Franks in here.
When did Matthews retire?
I think he was definitely out of the picture last year. I thought his
Was
last
he?
year in the league was with the Rams when they went to the Super Bowl, personally.
Yeah,
I could
no,
be
you're
wrong,
right.
though.
2019, he played 13 games. I thought he played for the Rams for a bit
Okay.
last year, but I was
All right, so no, so
yeah,
he
no.
missed all. He just missed last year.
He just missed last year, yeah. Yep. But he is 35. I mean, he could be a good situational guy to add, though. I mean, look, pass rushers, if they can bring even a little something, they're valuable. So I get that people like to make the jokes, but like Clay Matthews, if they could get him back for cheap.
Oh, when he was healthy and he was in his prime, he was great. But
Oh, totally.
Clay
You know what?
Matthews is not a Defensive Player of the Year candidate
No.
anymore.
And look, Green Bay's front line is pretty good, but as a depth player, I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt to have him on your back end. It's again, not your back end, your in your front line. Your
Steelers dude is mistaking Clay Matthews for AJ Hawk on YouTube. AJ Hawk is Pat McAfee's co-host, not Clay Matthews.
Yeah.
Understandable to confuse them. Both have long hair. They look similar, I guess. They both play linebacker. One went to OSU, one to USC. So they both had red uniforms in college. I don't know. I'm trying to make the connection for you, bro. But look, if you're Aaron Rodgers, like, just be happy you got Randall Cobb back.
Well,
Like, you power played your way to get your friend back in the fold.
Yeah, but
That should be enough for you.
Yeah, but the thing is, Tom, nothing is enough for Aaron Rodgers this year because he's all in. Like, he's gone after this year, and he knows it. So why stop at Randall Cobb? Like, get everybody back, make every single
Bring back
move you
Mike
can.
McCarthy.
I mean, okay, he's trying to make the team better, not worse. There's Marlon Mack as the Colts trying to run this out here. Jags are out of timeout, so we're almost finished. But I mean, to your point, I know what you're saying. Like, when is enough? But I really don't think there's any enough for Aaron Rodgers this year. If there's any chance that a player is going to improve his team, he's going to advocate to bring him back because he's done Like he's done sitting quietly, right? So, and again, I mean, I don't think he's planning to be back next year with Green Bay. So,
and you know what? I understand like why the AJ Hawk mess up may have happened further. They both played for the Packers. I think they were there at the same time too. So.
Oh yeah, AJ Hawk was on the Packers for a while. Yep. I think they drafted AJ Hawk.
Yeah. Yep. I don't think he lived up to the hype that he probably had. I mean, AJ Hawk was one of the most popular linebackers of this millennium when it comes to college football, I'd say. I mean, he was a phenom at Ohio State. He never really reached that height in the NFL. He had a nice career, though.
Yep. No, absolutely.
He peaked early.
Wasn't
college football fans will remember the split jersey between Clay Matthews and Brady Quinn during that Fiesta Bowl between Ohio State and Notre Dame. Brady Quinn's sister was dating Clay Matthews.
Okay, there you go.
They had the split, one of the original split jerseys. You know how you see those sometimes? I actually saw a lot of those in Canton. People had the split Peyton jerseys. Half Colts, half Broncos.
Sure. It's a good split. I get that.
Yeah, the orange and the blue look good together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a legit. Like he won Super Bowls with both teams. You know, I can see why you.
I can understand. Like, if they made split Pat Brady jerseys, maybe after Brady retired, I'd think about that.
I don't know, man. Brady was just so dominant with the Patriots. Like,
I'm just saying, I love Brady.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just a pure Brady fan, I guess I kind of get it, but.
Eamon, Brady's a close personal friend now, okay? I'm supporting my friend Tom. It's different, okay?
I mean, if personally, I would rather just spend the money and get two. You know, like, get one of each.
Yeah, that's the way to really do it.
You wear the Bucks one on Friday. You know, the Patriots one's the other days of the week. I don't know, something like that. Anyways, we're done here.
Wooden nickel, Tyler Eifert. Congratulations, Tyler. You get the wooden nickel.
That was easy.
Gonna need to see the rest of the stats for my Babysitter Billy award here, though.
I mean, DJ Chark definitely jumps to mind because I'm pretty sure he caught 0 passes.
Let's give it to him.
Yeah, let's just give it to him.
DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark.
And you got that amazing rendition of DJ Chark or the Chark song. So, okay. We got Lions and Bears coming up next. That's Tom and I, 6 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern, Seahawks, Vikes, Glash, Lamarca, 10 p.m. Eastern, Eagles, Cowboys, Glash, Lamarca. And that's the sim number one, guys. We're back. We're in the bag here. We got 3 more coming up on the day. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Eifert did hit the bonus, 12 for 103. Amazing. Appreciate you guys smashing that like if you could too. Coming on in, obviously, first sim of the day. Let's try and get up there to 100. DJ Chark had 1 catch, by the way. He did have 1. He still deserves it because actually had two catches, but he still deserves the award. Very deserving of that. But enough about the awards, enough about all that. We're going to toss right now. Pat Mayo experience coming at you. We're going to talk about the best NFL coaches in terms of fantasy rankings. So that'll be interesting. That's coming up next, guys. We'll be back in about 45.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 NFL new coaches and coordinators and the fantasy impact that they may have on the new offenses that they are at the helm of, how that's going to impact your fantasy leagues this year. Remember to smash the like button for the video. In the comment section, you tell me which coordinator you're most hyped for to allow for your fantasy players to actually be good this year if they were stuck under some absolute jabroni coordinator the past few years with a slow pace who just wants to run the ball on all three downs. Now they have a new coordinator and things might actually open up. So who are you most pumped for? Who will make the biggest impact on fantasy as at the helm of their new team this year? Remember to subscribe to Mayo Media Network, rate, review, and subscribe to the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast if you just enjoy listening to this stuff on your phone. You don't want to see my ugly face, all right? Also, runthesims.com, the optimizer. It has the game simulations. It has the sports betting product. But if you're just concerned about season-long fantasy and you want to do your own projections, completely free up on runthesims.com right now. If you are concerned about the optimizer for daily fantasy and the simulations for sports betting, runthesims.com/Mayo will get you a discount. So get in on that right now. Runthesims.com. Joining me on the line right now from FTNFantasy.com, it is Derek Brown, who has penned one of these articles for new coordinators and coaches for, have you done every single team yet?
I think I'm somewhere in the 20s, Pat. I mean, I'm getting close. We're not there yet, but inching closer day by day, coming out with one of these daily, Monday through Friday. So I think the series wraps up next Thursday, if I'm not correct off the top of my head.
All right. So, Derek, let's start at the very top alphabetically. That is, Arthur Smith is the new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. And he replaces Dan Quinn and Raheem, what was it? Oh, yeah, Sideshow Raheem Morris. Totally just spaced on his name. God, I dropped like 3 Simpsons references in the first 2 minutes of the show. We're off to a hot start, Debo. How is this going to affect things? Because we looked at the efficiency of the Tennessee offense with Arthur Smith as the offensive coordinator, how he rejuvenated Ryan Tannehill, but I do recall them running on first down on every single series. Now, maybe it's because they had Derrick Henry, but that's not what we want to see in Atlanta.
So I think with Arthur Smith, the big thing for this offense that's going to help a lot is the play action rates. They're going to go up. And the last time we saw a really good Matt Ryan, which, I mean, Matt Ryan, there's shades of how good you want to say is good. But when we saw Matt Ryan excel during the Shanahan era there, extremely high play action rates. I think it's going to help Matt Ryan in terms of his efficiency and whatever he has left in the tank. For this offense, I mean, I don't know how high the passing rate's going to be. I mean, everybody's out there talking about, okay, we should be buying into Ridley, Kyle Pitts, like all these different players, and I'm not pushing back against that. But you're talking about with Tennessee and the high rushing rates. I think the rushing rates could be a little bit higher than a lot of people want to see, considering if you're buying Atlanta's passing attack. Now, are they going to be top 5? Probably not, but I think somewhere league average is probably about right. I think the pace is also going to pick up here, Pat. I mean, last year Atlanta wasn't blazing trails, but Arthur Smith, even though it was a run-first offense in Tennessee, top 10 in pace across the board, regardless of script, total pace, whatever you want to look at. It was good things. So I think there's a lot of to chew on here for Atlanta and a lot of good things that we can forecast, at least for the Falcons, regarding this system.
So are we thinking that Arthur Smith is just going to implement his offense? I assume that's going to be the case because that's why he was hired as the head coach. Do you find it hard to differentiate between the scheming styles and projecting forward between a head coach and a new offensive coordinator in this situation? Or is this just going to be Smith's offense and then the offensive coordinator replacing Dirk Cutter is just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to implement that?
I think every team's a little bit differently. Like with some of these more offensive-minded head coaches, I lean a little bit towards them and kind of looking through their history, what they've done with personnel and things of that nature. Like everybody's talking about, okay, well, Arthur Smith's going to run a lot of 12. Okay, that's what he did in Tennessee. I think that the personnel is going to lend itself that, yes, he does that. But is he a head coach that is really more like, okay, square peg, round hole, let's just try to force my system? Considering all the things on paper, his pace, play action, what he's done with the players that he's been given when he was in Tennessee, I think that he's more readily available to adjust his system versus some other coaches that we've seen are not necessarily willing to do that regardless of where they go and the team that they're on.
Do we think that it was because of Derrick Henry that we saw a lot of this first down rushing rate and a complete lack of passing to the running backs, because that's just not how they wanted to utilize him? So we see Mike Davis in Atlanta right now, and as we are speaking, he is still what appears to be the full-time starter for the Falcons. Do you envision him getting 20 touches a game? Whether, is it just going to be rushing, or will they utilize Mike Davis's pass catching ability a little bit more than they did with Derrick Henry and show a few more different looks than maybe we saw with Tennessee, where it was Henry up the middle, or essentially it's like slants and bombs down the field? And I just don't necessarily think that's how the Falcons offense is probably geared to run. I think that utilizing Davis a bit more, where maybe he's not getting 20 carries a game, but he's getting like 12 carries a game, but he might also see 5 targets out of the backfield. Maybe that's wishful thinking for someone who thinks that Mike Davis could be a really good an impact fantasy player at his current price tag, not like a top 10 guy or anything like that. But if they do utilize him that way, that'd be great for fantasy.
I agree. I mean, I see a lot of the same things for Mike Davis. I don't think that he's going to be a Derrick Henry type where he's getting 20, 25 rushes per game. I think that we could see some of these other backs worked in here. Now, he's still going to be the primary and the obvious primary, but I agree with you. I think that 12 to 15 touches per game on the ground is more, it's closer to what I envision for this offense, because they're set up, Derrick Henry is a unicorn. He is one of a kind in the NFL. Size, speed, being able to hold up to that type of workload. Mike Davis is 28. We've never seen him hold up to a substantial workload over, now we're talking about 17 games. So I think that Arthur Smith, again, I'm giving him a lot of credence and saying there is more rationality to this coaching than other places. I think that the workload is going to be good for Mike Davis, and I think we're going to see more targets than Derrick Henry ever saw, because Mike Davis has shown he can catch passes. Derrick Henry has never shown us that, and Tennessee showed us over multiple seasons, regardless of his breakaway ability on the ground, they were not going to do that. So, I mean, eventually you have to look at that type of signal and say, okay, well, as much as we want that in fantasy, it's just not going to be. So I think Davis is going to catch more passes than Henry ever did.
The Detroit Lions have taken a true alpha as their head coach with Tarzan Dan Campbell, but they've also brought in the awful Anthony Lynn to be their offensive coordinator. They have a new quarterback. All of their best players are now gone, except for TJ Hawkinson, who is still there. Being a former tight ends coach, you'd think that Dan Campbell would try to at least implement a very tight end heavy offense, try to look out for his guys. But what can we expect from Anthony Lynn? Because I'm doing a series a little bit later on, probably in a week or two, about the no buzz players, about distressed assets. And it feels like DeAndre Swift has fallen into that right now. But it just seems like Dan Campbell wants to play football like it's 1971, which leads me to believe they're going to run the ball a ton, because Anthony Lynn wants to do that.
I think they're going to run, and they're going to lean on their running backs a lot in this offense. Now, DeAndre Swift, I think that he has got a really razor-thin set of projections and his outcomes. For him to pay off on top 15 and be the type of player that a lot of people are drafting him to be, and I know reports came out the other day about him being the bell cow and things of that nature. I think DeAndre Swift can be fantastic this year. My worries with DeAndre Swift is, even though Jared Goff is immobile, we didn't see him checking down last year. And Anthony Lynn's scheme has shown, yes, they want to utilize running backs in the passing game, and they're going to run the ball. My worry here is what do they do when they get inside the red zone? We're not projecting this to be a good offense, not a lot of scoring opportunities. So I think Jamal Williams is going to be factoring in here, 1, in the passing game and 2, in the red zone, more than a lot of people want to see. Although I do see the range of outcomes for DeAndre Swift to pay off. It's just a little bit riskier than I think a lot of people are saying. But I think this is going to be an offense that runs through their running backs. Wow, that's a wonderful phrase. But Anthony Lynn has shown that he's willing to make them the engine, because what do they have for wide receivers, Pat? We're talking about Rashad Perriman, Tyrell Williams. I heard some people talking about them. Oh, they might be a value. And I'm like, to who? Would Jared Goff, a quarterback that's not willing, that's showing you he's allergic to throwing outside the numbers? He's scared to do it. His ADOT's dropped to the last 3 seasons. These wide receivers are not going to be massive factors in this offense, regardless of how Lynn runs it and the quarterback situation.
I'm just thinking about it right now. So I'm on Run the Sims. I've done my projections. And like I said, anyone out there can sign up for a free around with the projections and create their own cheat sheets. That doesn't cost anything. You can do that for free up on the site right now. So check out runthesims.com. But the way that I have it allocated right now, so I have the Lions running just over 1,000 plays this season in 17 games, which is on sort of the low end of the spectrum in terms of offenses, despite the fact that they're probably going to have the ball a lot because their defense will be giving up a ton of points. Maybe not. Maybe their defense is actually improved for once. We'll see. The offensive line's not bad. I had them at a 47% rushing rate, which I think is the highest of any team besides San Francisco, in my projections at least. That translates to 36 touchdowns and around a 42% rushing touchdown rate. So there's not a lot of touchdowns to go around. Now, this is what I found really interesting once I punched in what I thought the good allocation for target share and rushing share was in this offense. Because, I have Goff at 11% of the rushes. Maybe that's a bit high, but I just want to put that baseline in there to see what would happen. So I have Swift at 46% of the rushing share of this team. Does that sound about right?
It sounds about right. I mean, considering the splits that we've seen over previous Anthony Lynn offenses, Eckler versus the other early down running backs last year and prior iterations with Austin Eckler and Melvin Gordon, even if you go all the way back to Buffalo and the two-back system he ran there, it sounds about right. I mean, I think that you're looking at about a 50-50 split. Maybe that leans more towards Jamal Williams if he shows that he can be effective behind a really good offensive line.
So I have Swift at 46 and Jamal Williams at 38% in terms of rushing share. In terms of passing share, I have Swift at a 12% clip of the targets with Jamal Williams at 7%. Now, the biggest shift that I put in here was that Swift, I have given 63% of the rushing touchdowns to, where I only have Jamal Williams at 23%. That inverts itself, and then all of a sudden, we got a real problem with DeAndre Swift's fantasy value. But that's a pretty decent baseline, I think. A 46% rushing share, a market share of 12% of the targets. That would make him running back 12 for the year in half-point PPR.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the small divide that I have on it is I think it could be closer to a 50-50 regarding the rushing touchdowns. Like, I think that Jamal Williams, at least what we saw with Anthony Lynn, I mean, 9 healthy games for Austin Eckler last year. If we're talking about Swift gets the Eckler role in this offense, then in those 9 games, we saw Eckler at 18 red zone rushing attempts versus you saw Joshua Kelly, Kalen Ballage, who are not blowing the socks off of anybody as far as talents. So if anybody wants to talk about, well, Jamal Williams is just a guy, well, these other guys are not great either. They had 22 red zone rushing attempts combined. So I think it's going to be a little bit closer to a split, and that's where my worry for DeAndre Swift and why I think his upside is a little bit more razor thin. Like, I think the pass game work is sewed in, but I don't think that, at least I think the touchdowns could sway a little bit more towards Williams.
Yeah, well, if we do that and just say we change the projection, the only thing that we say is that we drop down DeAndre Swift from 63% touchdown rate to, let's call it a 25% rushing touchdown rate. Like, things go not great for him in this circumstance. It makes him running back 20 all of a sudden. So it is a razor thin margin if everything else equals itself out. So I'm a bit worried about him in terms of where he's going in fantasy drafts. Like, there are receivers that I like a little bit after him. Like, J.K. Dobbins is just below him. I kind of have those two bunched together, but they're going at picks number 26 and number 27 in drafts in the past week. But then you have like Terry McLaurin, Keenan Allen, CeeDee Lamb, Allen Robinson, all like directly after those two. I'd rather have all of those receivers.
And that's been my biggest problem with DeAndre Swift. Like, I see it as being razor thin. And if I'm trying to basically walk the line and tether this razor thin projection with DeAndre Swift and say, okay, if everything works out and what I kind of see in my mind's eye, oh, wait, but what about Jamal Williams versus, oh, these are lock, set, forget wide receivers that are going to see 140, maybe 150 targets this year. 130 is like the floor, 125. Like, that type of volume that I know is projectable, and these guys could get 25% target shares versus a guy like, does it work out? Does it not? Is it, I mean, the overall offense is not great. I'm pushing the button on wide receivers in that range easily over DeAndre Swift. And that's the problem where, like, I'm a little bit lighter than a lot of other people doing best ball drafts right now with DeAndre
Derek,
Swift.
you said the word that we don't care about on this show, best ball. Just throw that out. We're talking about real fantasy here. Oh, I did 150 drafts. I own everybody. Look how smart I am. Give me a break.
Well, I can honestly tell you, if everybody's out there with 150 teams, my exposure to DeAndre Swift is going to be really, really minuscule. So just put that in for context as well.
All right. Jacksonville. Urban Meyer comes in to replace Doug Marrone. Darren Bevel is the new offensive coordinator, replacing Jay Gruden. They also have a brand new quarterback with the number 1 pick in the draft, a brand new running back to at least split time or maybe somehow work as like a slot receiver with Travis Etienne, and James Robinson returning off his fantastic rookie season. We'll see what his workload is going to be. But I think the biggest impact here, and I mean, your co-host of Fade the Chalk, Adam Pfeiffer, is a big Marvin Jones guy. And with Bevel coming from Detroit and bringing essentially Marvin Jones with him, I still think that Marvin Jones is probably on pace to be the number 1 fantasy wide receiver on this team.
I don't think that he easily could be, put it that way. Like, I'm not going to push back against you on that one. The way that I see Jacksonville possibly working out this year in terms of target shares, I think the way that we're viewing Cincinnati in a lot of different aspects, like there's 3 really good wide receivers. All of them could get anywhere between 19 to 22% of the targets. And really then we're talking about touchdown variance and who's going to be the best guy. I think Jacksonville could work out in a similar fashion. If not, I mean, if they run, they're not going to run a lot of 12 because they don't have the tight ends and no Tim Tebow. I don't even know if he makes it out of camp. So I don't see them as running a lot of 2 wide receiver sets unless they run a lot of 21 personnel and get both these backs on the field at the same time. But I think that these wide receivers, I think Marvin Jones could be the guy that leads the team. He's got a history with this offensive system. We know he's not coming off the field if they go 2 wide receivers and 21 personnel and get the backs involved even more. Heck, he's not going to play in the slot. Like, that's probably Visca's role. And so Chark, Marvin Jones, I mean, why don't we just take the discount on Marvin Jones on a guy that I'm with you. I don't think that he's washed. I don't think he's passed, even though he's not young. He played well last year when he was asked to be the number 1 in Detroit. He's going in the 110s to 120s range. Like, he's like 2 to 3 rounds, maybe even more in a lot of like other casual leagues after Laviska Shenault, after DJ Chark. Marvin Jones could be the best value out of this wide receiver core.
Yeah, right now I have them all projected fairly similarly because I haven't gone in and done my manual adjustments. But I think the big thing that I'm looking at right now, like I have them all essentially an 18 to 20% target share between the 3 of them. And I think that Chenault's just overrated to begin with because people who write about fantasy really like him. But nothing would, besides like Twitter clips of him stiff-arming people like twice a season, I don't really know what he's actually done versus Marvin Jones, who I've seen be pretty damn good for the past 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, I like Laviska. The problem is that his ADP is creeping up and up and up. I mean, because of a lot of it, like we're all out in the streets talking about him. But I mean, I think there's a path to him being the number 1 guy. Now, is that, again, we're talking about what does that really mean? Like, does he get a 22% target share versus 21 for the other 2 wide receivers? Is it still we're just splitting hairs? If you look at a lot of other metrics like yards per route run versus via the slot last year, he was really, really stinking good. And we've seen Urban Meyer run a lot of his offense. Now, I'm not going to go with the easy, low-hanging fruit that everybody picks in Curtis Samuel, but in his final year at Ohio State, he ran his passing offense through the slot with Paris Campbell. Now, are Laviska Shenault and Paris Campbell like the same player? No. But this could be an offense that we see him utilize the slot, but am I willing to take him at his ADP in a lot of different aspects over DJ Chark or Marvin Jones, who some of the early reports in camp, I mean, Chark was slipping in drafts. He's still going. I mean, I think the ADP in a lot of different formats is flipped. I think Laviska Shenault's going to go ahead of DJ Chark and Marvin Jones, and I'm probably just going to take the discounts at this point.
Chark currently going at pick number 78 overall, Shenault at 87, Marvin Jones 134. But everything you just described about Urban Meyer running like through the slot, isn't that the primary reason to draft not Laviska Shenault, but Travis Etienne?
Yeah, I mean, it's the viability that you're looking at for Etienne. I mean, Etienne, I think that some of, like, if we're looking at parallels and in very, very different systems, but him and DeAndre Swift are a really interesting side-by-side as far as, like, skill sets, what we're expecting out of this year. There's other backs that could really cannibalize the red zone rushing roles. And again, Etienne is falling in a similar range to DeAndre Swift. Now, he's going after Swift. sometimes around, maybe a little bit more than that. But he's again in a range where it's like, I mean, James Robinson, I don't think goes away. I do think, unfortunately, we're going to see some Carlos Hyde this year because it's Urban Meyer, and that's probably just going to be the case. So I think ETN, we are going to see a lot of slot usage. The problem that I have, even though, yes, he's going to get a lot of targets, is does he get the touchdowns?
Well,
and that's where I'm thinking and wondering.
Let's frame it this way. I'm not super excited about drafting Travis Etienne, which I still pronounce with a French accent, by the way, as it should be pronounced because he's from Louisiana, so that would only actually make a lot of sense instead of, it's like when Americans say foyer instead of foyer, and it just like drives me up the wall. It's one of the...
pecan.
What's that?
Or pecan.
Yeah, or what's the other one? Croissant is another really good one too. When I lived in New Jersey,
as a Louisiana native, I can understand all this pain that you're describing here.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's not like I come from a Francais culture, but je parle français. I am Canadien. Like I at least hear this stuff over and over and over. Like it's just like, oh my god. It's like nails on a chalkboard to me. But I'll put that aside. I don't necessarily want to draft him pick number 40. I think that's too high. My main point was Shenault is getting all this buzz. Oh, Shenault is going to be all that great. But the role that Shenault played last year in Jacksonville's system, they're projecting forward to this year. Like, oh, he's going to run the slot. He's going to get carries out of the backfield. They just drafted a guy in the first round to do all this stuff. Why would Shenault still do it?
Agreed. And I think it's part of the risk that's not really being baked in right now. I think it's everybody's like, okay, he's size, speed, specimen. He's freaking amazing. And I'm not trying to throw a ton of cold water on Laviska Shenault, but what you're laying out here and him getting slot work, like they're not running 10 personnel, Pat. Like they're not running 2 slots out there. Like that's probably not going to be the case at all in Jacksonville. So if Etienne's lining up in the slot, where's Viska? Well, he's probably on the sideline because I don't think he's stealing outside work over DJ Chark. I don't think he's stealing outside work over Marvin Jones. And we haven't seen Laviska Shenault like in that type of role where he can win outside and do it consistently enough where we say like even if he gets put out there, that he's definitely going to succeed in doing it.
The Chargers have a brand new coach. So you have to think that's an upgrade, just getting rid of Anthony Lynn right off the hop. And there's also no, what was the guy's name? Shane
Steichen.
Yeah, that's right. He was the guy who got promoted like mid-season 2 years ago, and they just kept him for whatever reason. Now we got Brandon Staley, a friend of McVay's ugliest friend by far. So, but he also comes from the defensive side of the ball, but I'm pretty sure he was an ex-quarterback, which is like, okay, that's kind of strange. So do we see a McVay-style offense, or at least the up-tempo, lots of passing style offense, or does this go more towards like a Saints offense? Because Joe Lombardi, the quarterbacks coach from New Orleans, is now in Los Angeles for the Chargers. And he was previously the offensive coordinator for the Lions in 2014 and 2015. I think he got replaced by Jim Bob Cooter. Remember when he was like all the rage when Stafford was good for like 6 weeks? It was like, oh my God, Jim Bob Cooter, here we go. And just everyone enjoyed saying his name so much. I think he got maybe slightly overrated in that sense. But what do you see this Chargers offense looking like this year, especially with Herbert in year 2, versus what we saw last year, where it was a lot of, well, we're on the 3-yard line, like you said, bring in Kalen Ballage. Like, I don't think we're going to see that again.
I don't think we're going to see that again. I'm a little bit lower on the Chargers than some other people, only because I think, like, with Shane Steichen out of town, I think that he had a decent amount to do with the offense. Yes, I know Anthony Lynn was there, but we saw the Chargers up in pace last year. Passing rates weren't amazing. But with Joe Lombardi, I went all the way back to his Detroit time because all of the Saints stuff the water gets muddy. Like we're talking about previously, it's like if you're looking at projecting how these offenses run and okay, everybody's like, oh, he's coming for the Saints system. Well, he's a quarterback's coach. Like, he had 2 5-year stints as the quarterback's coach in New Orleans. I mean, we all kind of agree, like, okay, well, Sean Payton is probably the one pulling the strings there. Pete Carmichael is probably the guy in his ear. The quarterback coach is just standing over there, like, you know, tossing on the sideline with Jameis Winston and trying to catch the errant passes on a weekly basis. I think that Lombardi, there could be some good things here. I think the passing rate could go up. Because if you look at Detroit when he was there, especially if we're projecting the Chargers this year, I think that the passing rate could get into the low 60s, which would put them top 5, top 7. I think the pace could drop here, though. With Joe Lombardi going all the way back to Detroit again, I mean, we saw like it was a talented offense. Yes, he got replaced by Jim Bob Cooter, and Lord, that era of coordinators. I mean, we had the Jim Bob Cooters, we had Ben McAdoo's of the world who were just like dump off and throw it short. I think Lombardi, it could be good things for the passing volume. I think the pace drops for this offense. I'm not really willing to push like a panic button with them, but I think I'm a little bit lower than consensus versus a lot of other people are like, oh my God, like Justin Herbert. Whoa, let's go. I think the offense could be good, but this is still an offense that's really condensed, and that they do have – I'm not saying that Keenan Allen is – we need to put him out to pasture, but it's really thin as far as the passing game options here. We got Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler, Mike Williams, and then a prehistoric Jared Cook. If any one of these dominoes falls, like if Keenan Allen were to go down, the Chargers are going to be – I mean, it's not going to look as pretty. So I'm not trying to like project forward injuries, but just looking at range of outcomes for this offense, I do find myself a little bit lower than consensus than a lot of the people and how they project it.
So you have very little faith in Jalen Guyton or Josh Palmer coming in to back up either. I mean, Mike Williams is going to go down at some point. So if Keenan goes down at the same time, they're in trouble. But if Jared Cook gets hurt, that means Parham's going to play, which just could be better for everyone.
That could be better for everyone. And yeah, Jalen Guyton is he's the Los Angeles version of DeMarcus Robinson. They're just both out there running routes and Fitbitting on a weekly basis. Not earning any targets, not getting open, but Lord, do they run routes and play snaps, man.
So yeah, if Lombardi was truly going to bring over a part of the Saints offense, they'd have some sort of weird thing where Justin Herbert would exit the field on the 9-yard line and Easton Stick would come into the game for no reason. So that's probably not going to happen.
And then Easton Stick runs out and he plays seam tight end, and we see, oh gosh, that's a horrible range of outcomes. I don't even want to envision it.
Yeah, so I think you're probably right. But I mean, that could spell good news for Austin Eckler, because I think that those were the Theo Riddick years, weren't they? When Lombardi was in Detroit.
So when Lombardi was in Detroit, the first year they had Joique Bell was the primary. I'm blanking on the name of the backup there, but the 2015 year, that was the year of all the Amir Abdullah hype.
Oh man, so hold on, was that the Javid best year before he had the concussion?
It was, I think it was towards the tail end. I think 2014 was that, and then 2015 was Amir Abdullah and Joique in Detroit, which that year, and that's one of the reasons I think that I can envision a little bit of a goal line role or more for Austin Eckler. They gave some goal line work to Amir Abdullah, he's not any bigger than Austin Eckler. So I think we could see a few. I'm not saying he's going to be the primary goal line back, but I think we could see a little bit more work inside the 10, inside the 20 for Austin Eckler this year.
Yeah, and we had a lot of checkdowns. That Theo Riddick was there that year. Theo Riddick had 80 receptions that year on 99 targets. Amir Abdullah had 25 catches, and Joique Bell had 22 catches. So a lot of passing to the running back.
Agreed. Yeah, it was a large target share to the running back that year, and that's why, I think that Austin Eckler, the floor is extremely high, and with his passing game role, and I think that they're, we're talking about, if we're comparing apples to apples, I'm like, okay, DeAndre Swift's, his line of projections and paying off at his ADP is razor thin. I think that Austin Eckler's is wider. I think that his ability to both capture a higher ceiling than where he's going in drafts and the floor is immensely high. I think he's being drafted around probably where his floor is, and maybe the ceiling is a little bit higher, like RB7, RB6, if all these things work out.
The New York Jets have a new coach, which is probably just great news for them. Robert Saleh, defensive mind, comes in. The offensive coordinator is... It's Mike LaFleur. It's Matt LaFleur's brother, Mike LaFleur, who was the passing game coordinator for the 49ers last year. I don't know if that necessarily means that, hey, he is a disciple of Kyle Shanahan. So does that mean we're going to see more of a run-heavy offense, even with a new quarterback and 80,000 receivers on the Jets now?
So that's how I'm projecting New York. I think they're going to be extremely run-heavy. And the other thing about it is, look, New York's defense is not going to be good. Their defensive line should be really good against the run. I think they'll be able to rush the passer with Carl Lawson in town. Their secondary is going to be god-awful. So I really think New York is going to run the ball. I think that, again, you're talking about pretty boy Zach Wilson in town. They're going to try to protect him and ease him in, and they really should, because if you're looking at, one, how this offense could run, and two, this offensive line is set up really, really well to run block extremely well. They've got Mekhi Becton, Elijah Vera Tucker. They brought in Morgan Moses. The other pieces they have left over, have quietly graded out extremely well, Pat, in zone run blocking grade. So as bad as his defense is, and even with the pass game weapons, like they brought in Elijah Moore, and he's been the talk of all training camp right now. Like he's gotten the buzz. I mean, can we say like maybe the most out of any player we've heard all off season?
Yes and no. Hold on. Yeah, it's yes and no, but it's mainly because there are so many people at like you hear the most about the Jets and Giants just because that's where reporters live. So you're hearing a ton about that. Here's the thing about Moore though. Like there's a guy who's already on the team who plays his position and starts. Like that's a problem.
Yes, it's a problem. I mean, I like Elijah Moore, and I think that he is going to be a good pro. I mean, his entire prospect profile was great, but I still think this is going to be a run-first team. And I think that's how they're going to compensate for, one, protecting Zach Wilson, and two, trying to cover up for their terrible defense. And I think they're going to run the ball. I mean, that's why I've been discussing like why I like Michael Carter and where he's going, even though, yes, he was a fourth-round pick, but he fits this offense extremely well. And the Jets run like their running schedule. Last time I looked at it and projected win totals and looking at last year's defense, they looked like on paper like they were going to have a top 10 run schedule. As far as like if they want to run the ball, they should have the ability to behind what I think is going to be a sneaky good offensive line to do so.
The issue is it's tough to run the ball when you're down by 30 points after a quarter.
Mm-hmm. And that's the problem. That's the problem. But if we think that their rushing rates could be top 5, top 7 in neutral scripts, if they even want to run the ball a ton, even when they are down. Now, is that a great scenario and probably still highly likely? No, it's not as much. But I think that if for a team that's going to try to play keep away and protect at least what is going to still be a terrible defense, I think they're going to run the ball more than some people are envisioning, considering all we've heard is, okay, well, Zach Wilson, and okay, well, Elijah Moore, and will they sign Corey Davis?
Well, it should at least go up from here. They were 29th in offensive pace last year. They were 32nd in points per game, so it can't get worse. So that's good news if you're drafting Jets players. I don't have a whole lot of interest. Maybe Zach Wilson in 2 quarterback leagues, just because he might start to run, and he just might be the guy that you want. He could be like almost like having that Blake Bortles type year from not the year that they were good, the year before that, when they kept getting down by like 40 points. Then all of a sudden, like Blake Bortles' fourth quarters would be filled with 30 fantasy points. That could be like Zach Wilson this year.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name's Geoff Ulrich. I'm going to talk like this for the rest of the show. Don't worry. We are back for our second in a row here, folks. Again, four sims coming at you on Sunday. Starting off last one, obviously. Tom and I were there. Tom and I are back here. We got the Lions and the Bears this time, Tom. No Justin Fields yet. Still Mitch Trubisky show. I don't know how much longer Mad Mitch is gonna last here, folks. I don't know if Mad Mitch will outlast me or if I'll outlast Mad Mitch. I don't know when the switch is coming, but get your Mad Mitch fix when you can, because Justin Fields, Andy Dalton, one of those guys is gonna.
That's actually a good question. Are we gonna switch to the new game before we're done doing commentary?
Dude, I got no idea, man.
Does anyone on our production team have any insight into that? Like, that would be dumb. Like, the last 3 days of us doing these games, they introduce a completely new game. Like, I hope that doesn't happen. I kind of want to be able to just talk about Madden Mitch and Raheem Mostert. You know, I don't want to have to learn a new game for a week.
I don't want to have to do anything else, Tom, to be honest, but, I
don't want to go anywhere.
That's them.
I just want to stay here forever.
I know. So do I, man. Let it all out. It's okay. It's your first day back, like we said. You get on all the breaks today. But I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know when the change is coming. I do know that the change, when it happens, you're not going to see Mad Mitch. You're just not going to see him unless Josh Allen gets hurt and they put on the injury settings or something, which probably also isn't going to happen. So we've got the Bears, we've got the Lions, we've got some funky looking uniforms. I don't know where the heck these things came from. Daniel just pulling things out of his closet, putting them in the game at this point. We got those Lions with those minimalist, we can't afford a real logo. So here's some silver and blue uniforms, and away we go, folks. There's Cordero Patterson. He looks good in them. I don't know about anyone else.
He's got a glare in his eye right now.
His hair kind of goes with it. He's got that kind of orangish braids there at the end. I don't know, dreadlocks, braids. So I don't know what to call them, but they look good on Cordero.
All right, I'm going to give my lineup because I don't think we gave lineups last time.
No, we didn't even.
Because I just came out of the gate hot, and I don't want to come out as hot this time.
Okay.
Carbon Rods. Carbon Rods on YouTube. I haven't seen your name before, so welcome. He's asking how scores are not finalized yet from last sim. They will be.
Yeah.
It takes some time. We do these manually. We make sure we get them right. So, Carbon Rods, have a little patience.
They're not finalized. Again, like Tom said, they're done manually, so they're probably just double-checking one thing. The worst case scenario, guys, is when they finalize something and then it gets, it's not right. That's
one thing about the Dream Stream and us calling Madden Sims and no longer doing it is whenever we're not here anymore, we're not going to be here to give that exact same answer 75 times a day anymore. And it's going to be hard for you guys, I know.
It does stink. The robot.
Hey, why aren't the scores finished? Oh, because it's done manually. We make sure it gets done properly, so that's why it's taking a little bit longer.
Yeah,
we can't give that same answer every single sim anymore. And instead, you're just going to have to ask that question into the abyss.
It does stink, kind of. I know that a lot of the times we just say, well, just be patient, but it's nice to have your concerns at least addressed and acknowledged. And I think we actually do a good job of doing that, even though there's not much we can do. There has been times when the chat's brought up points that have been missed, and we've just, let our producers or they double check. So I don't know. Again, it's not a situation any of us are super pumped about, but that's how it's going to be in the at least for NFL season, right? So.
By the way, okay, my lineup. Matt and Mitch in the captain spot because I don't know how much longer I'm going to have this man in my life. Ted Ginn Jr., TJ Hawkinson, Marvin Jones Jr., Matthew Prater, and my man Swifty, the running back for the Lions.
All right.
What about you, Geoff?
I got Marvin Jones in the captain spot. I got Mad Mitch. I got David Montgomery. Captain David Montgomery. Reporting for duty, sir. Eddie Pinheiro, DeAndre Swift, and Stafford. So pretty balanced, but really took that discount on Montgomery and added in a kicker with Eddie. Steady Eddie Pinheiro.
Tater Hater saying, Tommy, you can call games with me when DraftKings takes my offer for me to quit my job and call 6 sims a day for $30,000 a year. Tater Hater, let me know how that goes.
30 too much. 30 grand too much there, Tater Hater, you're asking for. I'm not going to lie. But good luck for you.
I'll call games. If that happens, Tater Hater, I'll call games with you. I'll quit my job and work with you for free. And I will eat all of the taters.
Tater, if you paid DraftKings 30 grand a year, they might let you announce these. It's just an idea. I don't know how committed you are to that. Here's Mitch Trubisky, midfield, over the middle. There's a pass. There's a completion. I believe that's Allen Robinson. It is. Mitch, 3 of 4 already, 30 yards. Robinson's first catch. We've got I don't even know what these called. The Bears, the soccer uniforms. They look like soccer uniforms. Daniel, give me the info on these uniforms. We got Daniel on the back. We got Eamon with us. We got Tate.
Isn't it Eamon?
I don't know. Eamon. It probably is Eamon. It's an Irish name, and you know what? I should be sensitive to that, Tom, because one of my daughter's name. My daughters both have Irish names. Like my wife is full-blooded Irish, and they both have Irish names. And one of them is Aisling. Like Ash.
Ashlyn, you mean?
Aisling, like L-I-N-G, but it's spelled A-I-S-L-N-G. So everybody calls her Aisling. So I should be sensitive to that. So
apologize.
No, I should be, because I'm like the rest of my life. Like my wife and I have committed to this name. Like we're gonna be correcting people left and right. No, it's not Aisling, it's Aisling. Oh, Ashlyn? No, Aisling. Ashlyn? No, Ashley? No, Ashling.
What part of Ireland is your wife from?
Well, her parents are both from Northern Ireland. She was technically born in Canada, but
so she's a Northern Irish, so she's technically from the United Kingdom.
True, that is true.
My family is very Irish as well. I have family from Sligo. I have family from Cork.
No, and look, I mean, my grandmother grew up in Dublin as well. So one of my grandmothers did. So I've got some Irish in me as well. It's not just an accent, lads, that I'm making up.
Oh, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
There's a reason why James O'Shaughnessy is my favorite player. Okay,
delicious. All right, Carbon. Carbon wants us to fix the Colts and Jags stats. Fix the stats, everyone. Fix them. See, I got you, Carbon Rods.
Let's just yell, fix the stats.
Only for a few more weeks. Fix the stats.
Fix them. Do it.
Just fix them. Fix them right now.
Look, we got Tate is back there. Kyle's back there. I guarantee
it'll get done.
They're double, triple checking something.
Quadruple, maybe.
And they're
replaying the tape, watching it frame by frame.
Yeah. You do not want us to get something wrong. That would be worse.
Madden Mitch. Touchdown. Oh, yeah. With the celly.
Little touch of the soccer. The soccer uniform's looking good so far.
Nice run. Tuck it and run, baby. Change the stats to be correct. I'm going to miss this. Oh, man.
I'm just giving Tate bad ideas now in ops.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him, Tate.
Anyways, okay.
Because this group of ops people, they're going to still be scoring these games. The manual scoring does not go away when the commentary goes away.
No, they still have jobs. They'll be
the
here.
Sims will live on. You just won't hear us shooting the breeze over the Sims. Manual scoring will exist. Our technical directors will stick around to make sure the games play.
Queenie, I will actually not miss that. I actually enjoy it.
Yo, it's hilarious. I think it's so funny.
It's hilarious because it's
just like
it's
the same
it's like
thing over and over again.
It's like who's on second.
If that question doesn't get asked once a sim, then did a sim actually really happen?
Anyways. Derwin, Kaufman didn't quit. He's just suspended.
It'd be great if we could get Brandon Gowden and Charles Davis on one of these sims to call a game with us before the sim commentary ends. I have Charles Davis' number, I think. Let me see. You think I should just text him right now? We've done this before.
Go for it, dude.
I do.
You're
Okay.
the one who just texts people. Like, I could not do that. I've said before. Like,
should I just text Charles Davis right now and see if he'll join us on the sim? Just
Yes.
send him the Zoom link. Daniel, can we unlock the Zoom? Okay. Unlock the Zoom. I'm going to text him. I'm going to copy and paste this link. No context. I'm just going to text this Zoom link to Charles Davis.
no context.
None. And just see what happens.
Okay. So Tom's just out here sending people links to the show.
Why not, right?
You're probably going to get blocked because he thinks you're spam. So
Maybe. But isn't so the Zoom pops up as like a DraftKings Zoom. So we'll see what happens.
Right.
Eamon says he prays that I have a incorrect number for Charles Davis. I can assure you it is the correct number.
We're talking
that
about
would be hilarious.
these
These famous people change numbers all the time. So
yeah, and just to be clear, we're talking about the Charles Davis who does like the Madden voice, right?
yeah, it's CBS Sports analyst Charles Davis.
Yeah. Okay. No, just making sure. Because I mean, it's not like everybody knows who Charles Davis is.
Correct.
I mean, just wanted to.
No.
shout
It's
that
good
out.
that you asked that question and clarified it, Geoff.
Thank you.
You're
I
doing
appreciate
people
the
a service.
recognition, Tom. No, I appreciate that.
Daniel asking if Morton can get on one of these before September 1st. So people might remember that Morton spent a night in the chat once upon a time and watched me do 3 straight sims while drinking vino at his mansion in Atlanta. Now, could I convince him to hop on one of these sims? I floated it by him once, and he didn't seem all that motivated. But if I tell him that these things are going away, and I present it the right way, I think I could get him on before September.
Get him on for get him on.
No, he would want to do the whole thing. He'd want to be all in.
Oh, he would want to be all in.
Yeah,
okay.
for sure. If he's going to do it,
say,
he's going to go all the way in. I mean, he joined
maybe you
me
get him on
3
at
times
halftime.
on.
Yeah, okay.
He joined me 3 times on the Diner stream, so he's willing to do stuff like that. But
Seems like a chatty Cathy, this Morton Anderson.
he does love to chat.
There you go. See, I'm just picking that up from conversations I've had with you. Like I said, man. I mean, I think it's hilarious that like you've got this deep connection to Morton Anderson because he legitimately. Like I like Morton Anderson was like I'm not gonna say he was like a hero, but like I liked watching Morton Anderson kick, man.
Heck yeah, man.
He had a huge boot, like I remember watching Morton Anderson kick millions of field goals when I was watching football.
Yeah, he kicked more than anyone else for a long time until Adam Vinatieri broke his heart, crushed his dreams.
That's right.
Yeah, we'll get him on.
Right.
No response from Charles Davis, though. So
Charles Davis is probably calling the FBI right now.
oh god.
Oh,
there you go.
Tackle. Oh, Allen Robinson. Oh.
Way to protect the ball.
That's true. He did protect the ball, but did not protect it. Ankles. And they got
caught him.
Flipped. Man, Mitch having a hell of a first half, though. 2 catches, 43 yards for Allen Robinson. I don't know what Madden Mitch is up to, but he's already led a scoring drive. He's already rushed for a touchdown. What can't this guy do? Get Josh Allen out of there now, Buffalo Bills. Your true starter.
K-Nut67, what are you listening to, bro? What are your tunes? What's the tunes of choice? He says we're muted. He's listening to some tunes. What are the tunes?
CEH, there is Sims tomorrow, buddy. We're back up to, I believe, a full throttle schedule. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, full throttle schedule. Thursday, we're doing 4, and then you got only none in the evening. So that's the schedule for next week there, CEH.
BC Emulator saying no more freeze pops. You can still catch me on the podcast once a week. Great Day in Nation, Vegas Insider, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Oh, what a pick. Madden Mitch throwing a pick. What are you doing? Ryan Shed saying, will the Sims still be live streamed? Yes, Ryan. Sims will still be live streamed right here on the Dream Stream. You'll still be able to join contests and have all sorts of fun. We just won't be here hanging out with you. The Sims are not going anywhere.
Yep,
we're just leaving.
And look, I mean, like, obviously, we're changing the context of how they're delivered, but the Sim's still a great invention. Constant football to play DFS on. I mean, obviously, the Sim version different from the real life version, but it's just a different kind of product. I said it from the start. I love this idea, and it is. It's cool.
Very cool. And I'm glad it's not going anywhere. I wish we were still a part of it. Unfortunately, August 31st will be our final day of Sims. I hope we blow it out. I hope we do cool stuff. I know for the 1-year anniversary we did, I believe for the series finale of Commentators on Sims, we should do the same. I mean, am I wrong here, Geoff? Do you agree with me here? I think that it's only right that we treat it with respect, give the people what they want.
Which is what? Sorry, I missed that first part.
Oh, come on, Geoff.
What do we want to give the people?
No, the moment has passed. No, I'm saying that we should really blow it out our final day of Sims.
Oh,
the way we did for the 1-year anniversary. By the way, just so people know, this is water. Okay, I know it might look like a Coors Light bottle. It's not. It's water.
What's cool? What's that, Tom? I've never heard of that product before.
It's called Proud Source Pristine Rocky Mountain
No.
Spring
The
Water.
other one you mentioned, I don't know what that is. So.
True. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's Diet Coke.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, it needed to be very clear that it wasn't that product because this bottle looks
matter.
so much like
those.
Point,
we're gone in 2 weeks. I mean, say whatever you want. 3 catches. For Drink whatever you want. No, I'm just kidding. 2 catches for Galladay with the 1 touchdown. It was a rushing Madden Mitch touchdown. Yeah, that's where we are, man.
Sweet.
Things happening. See you guys in the chat. Congo Cab, Kareem, CH, El Paso.
I love El Paso. That's my guy.
There's a guy named Cold Beer in the chat.
I love all you guys.
John Preston, Mike Bauer. Tater. BC Emulator. What's up?
BC Emulator's a fan. He's a fan of The Sims. We're a fan of him.
Yep. Marcus in the chat saying the Twitch chat saying the new Madden become a pure simulation. You won't be disappointed. Okay, so maybe Marcus has some info. Yeah, it looks like he got a free trial playing it. So cool. Sounds like the new Madden sim is going to be even better. Which, look, there was a big jump from the Madden 2020 sim to the Madden 2021 sim. Like the animation, the stretching animation, a little bit of I know the AI still does silly stuff, but it's better in this one than it was in the other one. So I'm expecting a similar type of jump to Madden 2022. So I think you guys will be in for a treat with or without us once I get switched over. Marcus
Daniel is going to be
appreciate you sharing that, Marcus, in there.
Daniel's going to be updating our sim trading cards. We'll have those by the end of the month. Thank you, Daniel. Tater Hater wants partial nudity on August 31st. I'll do a sim with no shirt on.
The hater of taters. Sim with no shirt on. You, Emerson, and Lamarca can all do the Chip and Dale costumes. How's that? Do a 3-man booth.
I want to just start popping in booths the last few weeks here. Like, I might stick around for these.
I think the last week's going to get kind of crazy. Like, I'll probably be doing that myself. I'll just be like, hey, guys.
Yeah.
Want to talk about something? Talk about movies for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, buy, stream, trash?
Oh, there's a sim on? I don't care.
Oh, cool. I personally want to do a 3-man booth, me, Rossi, and the Great Dane, because he loves kickers.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I think I'm going to try and make that happen. I'll see if I can get any other friends on here.
Yeah, if Morton likes talking too, like Rossi's a good guy to have on because Rossi will just pepper him with questions.
Well, so when I did the 24-hour stream at the diner, when I was talking with Rossi, Morton was an hour late for his second hit with me, and he just popped on during Rossi's hit.
I remember you telling me that,
Rossi got super excited about kickers and just started interviewing Morton about kicking. It fully became a podcast between Rossi and Morton for like 3 minutes. Then I added my friend Austin Huff from up in Chicago. He does country radio up there. And then it just all hell broke loose. It was a 4-man booth, and it was, I think, maybe my favorite part of the day. I think I'm still recovering from that lack of sleep. Daniel asking if we can do a kicker Mount Rushmore during that sim. Yeah, I think that's the move. Although Morton gets very uncomfortable when he starts ranking amongst his peers. If I had to do one off the cuff, that's a touchdown there. Is that Gronkinson or is that Amendola?
That's Danny.
Dola.
Oh, Johnny boy.
The pipes are coming.
Danny Amendola.
Kicking Mount Rushmore, Morton Anderson, Jan Stenerud, Adam Vinatieri. That 4th spot is wide open.
Young Wei Koo.
I mean, you could go Gary Anderson. You could go Gary Anderson. You could go Lou Groza. You could go George Blanda.
What about Justin Tucker? He's getting up. He's getting close.
J Tuck for sure. If you want a little,
modern day,
modern flavor. Sebastian Janikowski is a good one.
Yeah, Jano.
Jason Hansen. We're going to talk about the Lions. Played for one team for 23 years. I think that Morton, Jan, and Adam are the locks. I think Gary might have to get the 4th. He was the leading kicker. I mean, the leading scorer in NFL history when Morton broke the record.
True.
To have had that moniker at any point, I think entitles him to be in the top 4. I think Vinatieri will be the next kicker to get in. He'll get in on the first ballot, probably. I think he's going to be the first ballot kicker to get in. But outside of Adam, I do think that Gary deserves to be in at some point.
Okay.
It's just going to take a long time. I hope it happens while he's still alive. Not that he's like crazy old. It's just I think it's going to take that long, you know? Like look at Tom Flores.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no. I mean, it could take who knows? You know. You're right. I mean, he deserves to be in. Oh, there's a little dart over the middle.
There's not enough specialists in the Hall of Fame.
No, for sure there isn't. I mean, I know what he told me he wasn't in. I was actually like pretty surprised.
2 kickers. I mean, that's it. 2 kickers, 1 punter.
Yeah. 2 kickers. I know. The 1 punter thing really actually gets me.
Ray Guy, baby.
It's like they don't.
Who will be the next punter to get in the Hall of Fame?
The next punter?
Shane Leckler?
Shane Leckler. Yeah, that was the first name that came to mind.
Maybe Johnny Hecker? People love Hecker. He's a good media guy, too.
Hecker, yep.
Maybe the next great punter for the Hall of Fame level hasn't played a game in the NFL yet. Maybe it's still to come. El Paso #1 says Gary Anderson and his 1-bar helmet was legendary. Yeah, he was like grandfathered in with that thing. They got rid of that rule, but Gary was still around, so they let him continue to wear it. I asked Morton once why he didn't wear the 1-bar, and he said he wanted to wear enough of a face mask so he couldn't get punched in the face. I said it's a great idea by you. CEH 1300 says, me older sister was in love with Ray Guy. Little punter love.
Punter Love. Feels like a good name for a band.
100%. And now, Punter Love. Tater Hater asking if I've ever won a sim. I've won one sim ever. It was a Dolphins-Jets sim, I believe.
Oh, that's going to be a pick.
Second pick for Madden Mitch.
Wow. And
playing like real life Madden. Mitch Trubisky right now.
Yeah. If he had thrown that low.
Wow, that was terrible.
Yeah. Miller was open. He just way overthrew him. Skied it to the inside.
I will say this. We are now in safety territory.
Extreme safety territory.
Darnell 69 wants us to talk about Justin Fields.
I would not mind talking about Justin
Fields was the guy that I wanted the Patriots to draft. I thought Mac Jones looked good the other night.
Yeah.
But Fields was great. And I don't want to get too excited about preseason football. That's why I'm not out here talking about it. I get, look, it's football, and it's all we have to go off of at this point, right? So Let's talk about it. But at the same time, it is preseason football. Like Trevor Lawrence looked good the other night, but you don't see me, getting the parade ready in downtown Jacksonville. So Darnell,
that's Emerson's
all I'll
job.
say is, yes, Fields was great, but it is preseason football. Let's wait. Trey Lance, didn't he have an 80-yard touchdown?
He did.
Rookie QBs have been looking good.
Well, here's my take on what I've seen.
I
think Justin Fields looked everything that you thought was going to happen. The people who like Justin Fields are almost where we told you so. He looked ready to run a pro-style offense. He didn't get flustered when he was under pressure. He just made good decisions. You could see it. You could even see as the game progressed. And I know he was going, some of the starters might have gotten cold, but, just making good decisions, pulling it down when he needed to. He just looked comfortable. Trey Lance had the one big play. His arm looks extremely live. He definitely looks like he's got a bit of Mahomes in him. He did start to break down. And I'm not sure if it was so much the Chiefs had their first string D-line out there and he was just under pressure a ton, or if he legitimately maybe just is going to take a bit longer. But he looked good in spurts. He looks legit. You can see why the 49ers took Trey Lance. There's a fumble and a recovery by the Bears. That raw talent is... Because he made about 3 completions, but all 3 of them were okay, wow. This dude's got an arm, and if he's going to be that accurate. The 49ers also dropped 4 passes. Legitimately, they dropped 4 passes. So I thought Lance looked good, but he did get flustered a lot by that KCD line. But I'm not sure if it was his fault at all.
Darnell, I see, we're getting worked up here over preseason football. It's preseason. It doesn't count. They're not playing against good defenses. No one knows what they're doing yet. Just everyone relax. I don't know what you want me to say, man. It's preseason football.
I like the passion, Darnell. I assume Darnell.
Come on, man.
I can't remember. We had a discussion. I had a discussion with Darnell about something else that he was very.
I like Justin
mad at
Fields.
me.
I wanted him on the Patriots. He's the quarterback I wanted. I'm with you, bro.
Oh, hey, it's good. I appreciate you directing.
I will
wanted
miss
to talk
this
about
discourse.
Justin Fields. We get on these things, and sometimes we forget to. I wanted to talk about Justin Fields today. I thought he looked everything that you would expect. I mean, it's the guy who spent multiple years in like a high power, like pro style offense. I thought you could see that shining through already in the preseason. And I think that's what separated him from Lance. Like Fields and Lance, they both have tremendous skill, and they're a lot similar, but it just looked like Lance was just operating at a higher efficiency, a different like pace level. So, again, I'm not declaring victory in like week 1 of the preseason. I don't think anyone should, but yeah. And look, it's a good point by Tate. You're right. Matt Nagy was rolling him out. So credit to Matt Nagy. I mean, I'm not like a huge Matt Nagy fan, but maybe he just needed like someone who wasn't Mitch Trubisky. I don't know. That could be a thing too, right? So, anyways, I thought Justin Fields looked great. I thought, the raw talent with Trey Lance is really shining through. I thought Mac Jones did what he was asked to do, which was like just survey the field and be very conservative, but he operated the offense with efficiency at the very least. And so, I'm not shocked that these guys aren't good. I mean, this was a fantastic rookie I probably the best I've ever seen, if not like, one of the top 3 over the last 20 years. And this is an insane rookie draft class.
Yeah,
so
it's nuts.
If you're stepping in and be like, oh, these guys are going to be busts, like this is not the year. Like, sorry. You might get one guy, and again, I mean, sorry, Kenny, but again, I stand by my Zach Wilson is probably my biggest bust candidate, but I wouldn't be shocked if all these guys went on to have like really good careers either. So, this little swing pass.
Preseason football, baby. I want to wait until week 1 to overreact. I love overreacting about the NFL. I love it. It's the best part about it. It's a small sample size, so we're allowed to go crazy either way every week. That's the best part of it. But preseason, I refuse to get worked up. But if you're a fan of that fan base, it's allowed, fully allowed. So Darnell, if you want to start etching the bronze bust for Justin Fields after a preseason performance, that's what makes sports great, and I think you should do that.
I don't think that's what he was doing. He just wanted, like he said.
I don't think he is either. I'm saying if he wants to, he can.
Fair enough. Appreciate you steering us towards that conversation because I wanted to talk about it. So, anyways, okay, here we go. Man, I'm still in the second queue. These queues are like just taking forever to end, these halves. Yeah, thought we were in the third quarter. Passionate little Justin Fields discussion going on. I thought he looked terrific. Good. I'm happy for Bears fans. I think they got such a good player there. Right now we got Matthew Stafford. We got no timeouts, and he's going to get it off, and that's going to be the end of the half. So
the second quarters, as Eamon points out, of both of these sims have been fascinatingly long.
Yeah, redonkulously. Oh, what? Did Tater Hater go to the Twitch, fam? What happened?
Uh-oh, where's Tater Hater?
Oh, what's going on?
I love Tater Hater. He's one of my faves. He's a top 10.
All right. We're at halftime. Took forever, but we're here. Trubisky only 119 yards. Not only 100. I thought he had like 50. 119 yards. Stafford 107. 1 passing touchdown. And then the other touchdown was a Mitch rushing touchdown. So, I've already
Mitch Trubisky, though, man, 2 INTs today.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he did have the sail ball. Yeah, that's right. So 2 INTs from Mitch. Amendola has the receiving touchdown for Detroit. Mitch up to 20 yards and a touchdown on the ground.
Glash is here. Glash, get in the Zoom. Let's go 3 wide. Come vent with me,
Throw
brother.
out the Glash signal.
Get in here, Glash. Let's go. Pop in. We'll go 3 wide second half. Tarlin's tow truck saying, hey, y'all, I have a serious question. I currently live in South Carolina. I am a Steeler fan. What is the best streaming platform to watch any game? I don't know the answer to your question, but you should watch The Sweat every day at 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on the Dream Stream. Even after Madden Sims end, make sure you catch The Sweat and the Slate.
The Slate.
Catch them. The text from Charles Davis has not prompted him to join this stream yet. We're still waiting for that to happen.
Yeah. Might be waiting for a while. Till the end of the day. Till the end of time.
It's all right. We tried.
Oh. If the FBI comes knocking, Tom, you know why. Anyways.
Check out The Sweat, baby. All right, let's go to the second half, can we? Let's do this. I'm ready for more football.
Well, make sure you guys check out The Sweat. We just want to advertise it. I am on it. So, I mean, you know, it's every day, 11 a.m. Eastern. We talk football.
What are you talking?
We talk
golf?
Other stuff.
You talking hockey futures?
Hockey, eh? Oh, yeah. We talk a lot of hockey on the Sweat there, Tommy.
Hey, what's up?
Who we got? Yes, that's right. Glash is here, baby. We're going 3 wide.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie.
What's going on, buddy?
In bed, so.
Are you not going to turn on your camera?
I mean, I can turn on my camera. I don't want to mess up Daniel, you know.
All right. Next quarter break.
Did you say you're going to bed? What did you say? What?
No, he's on next sim.
I'm laying in bed.
Oh, laying in bed. Okay.
Sim at 8.
I was gonna say, man, don't go to sleep. Like you have 2 sims to do. I mean,
rest it up, you know.
He's getting a pre-broadcast nap in.
What'd you get up to today, Glash? Give us a rundown.
Today. Well, I woke up on my friend's couch this morning.
Hey-oh!
Wow. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
How many Diet Cokes last night?
Let's not go there. Let's see. Home, went and sat by the pool with Sarah for a little bit.
Nice.
We went out and got a nice dinner.
There you go.
And since I am the working man on weekends, and I put in a lot of prep to my Madden Sims, and
of course,
watching tape of Trey Lance and Justin Fields from yesterday, out food shopping while I mentally prepare the 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock Sims.
Wow, there you go, man. Yeah, grinding the preseason tape, dude. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, man. I'm excited. I'm telling you what, I'm really into this preseason football. Like, I really did miss it. What? What's wrong?
Don't be one of these people, Glash.
I will be one of those people.
Don't believe the hype yet.
Tom thinks we should just all ignore preseason. Tom
ignore it.
Anti-preseason, Glash.
Did you guys see the 80-yard KJ Hamler touchdown yesterday?
Yeah, that was amazing. We had
I saw people tweeting about it.
The Hamler! It's the first group of people I thought of, the Sim fam.
Oh, the Sim fam. Glash, you missed my first Sim. I went on a bit of a rant.
Oh, dude, did you cry?
No, I didn't cry. I got close, though. I got close to tears. You know, I just had to tell the people how I was feeling. I've always been authentic with this group, and I decided, you know what? I'm not going to hold back. I got to tell them. I got to tell them what's what.
Tom's a man of the people, Glash. The people of Simville.
I told them I'm upset.
Keep him close. Really coming for her. So what'd you say? I missed it.
I just said that I think it's the wrong call and that I'm gonna miss everybody. And
no,
it's like moving away from, you know, your best friend or your best work friend is changing companies and you're just left in the dust, you know?
Left behind.
And you say you guys are gonna still hang out, but you know it's not true.
Abandoned on the side of the road. That's the DK Sim crew right now. Sim announcer crew.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's brutal.
when you say people are going to still hang out, who are you talking to?
The DK Sim fam, you know? Like, oh, yeah, of course I'll hang out with Tater Hater still, but really, we all know Tater Hater and I will probably never hang out again after August 31st.
Wow.
It's sad, but it's true, you know?
So, what do you want to do now?
I just, you know, I think we just got to have a great final 2 weeks here. We got to leave it all on the field.
Yep.
No holds bar. Just lay it all out there. No sugarcoating anything. Say it like it is. Call each other out. Laugh, cry, feel all the emotions. I mean, it's go time now. It's the 2-minute drill. Who wants it more? I do. Let's go get a dub. Get another ring on the finger. Let's go. TB12.
Careful. I think what I'm going to do is once we get to next week, or I don't know, I've got some Connecticut Sun games coming up, but I think the best way to go about this is to do like a 12 days of sim kind of thing.
Yeah.
And do some best subs. So some Buck and Aikman.
Yep, for sure.
Some Bane, no question. Some Joker. Some Marv Albert.
Albert, yep.
It's all coming out before the 31st. It just is. And then I'll probably cry too.
Yeah, of course. We're all going to cry. Rob Rand says his wife is sad. I'm sad. I'm sad with your wife.
I still have to work with Kaufman though after the 31st. So
it seems like Moose does as well, and that's a bummer.
Yeah, like
a bummer for you guys. By the way, the sweat, 11 a.m. right here on the Dream Stream. Oh, I called out that statement too, Glash. I read the statement. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, the Sims are going away. Thanks, guys. By the way, make sure you check out the sweat, 11 a.m. right here on DraftKings.
Tom wasn't a fan.
I mean, come on with that statement. Have a little bit of heart here, people. Let's not turn the statement into an ad. What are we doing?
Javier wants to know if Skip Perkins is coming back.
I understand if you don't want to touch that, Clash. I understand.
Yeah, I'm not touching it.
Dom says no Elmo, please.
But Elmo's sorry, Elmo's coming back. So.
Yeah, you have to. You have to.
Yeah, even the ones you hate the most are coming back because
of course
we need to really, truly send them off.
Yep.
Andy, we'll get some coaches to stop by. We'll get real people in here too, like Andy Reid.
I said I'm going to get Morton in here.
Oh, all right.
We'll get the Great Dane on.
Tom Brady will stop by.
My new friend Tom Brady, of course.
Will Cam Newton stop by?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh, definitely.
I haven't talked about this yet. This guy.
Cam.
Tom meets Tom, handshake emoji. This guy, pretty cool.
Yeah, we talked about it on the last sim. It was. We were actually asking the question aloud, and maybe you can weigh in now. Would you have been able to have been like composed in that moment?
No way. Humana. That's what I would have been.
I had the whole day to prep, so that's why I kind of just, I went out there and gave it my all. But had I been surprised by meeting him, I think I would have been the same way. But I had been thinking about what I was going to say for like 36 hours,
So what exactly did you say?
So we talked for myself, Morton, and Tom. The three of us talked for probably 4 minutes. Morton talked for 3 minutes and 45 seconds of that. So I had a nice 20-second opening at the end of the conversation. And I said, hey, Tom, I just wanted to let you know that you brought my friends and family 20 years of happiness and that you are the reason why I love and work in sports. So I just wanted to say thank you. And then he shook my hand and he said, I'm really happy you shared that with me. I appreciate that. Thanks, Tom. And then he started to walk away, leave the party. And I said, oh, by the way, I root for the Bucks now. And he tapped me on the shoulder and he said, heck yeah, you do.
Let's go. Wow.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Now,
it's the greatest moment.
I appreciate you telling me that. Like,
he meant it.
Was he like gonna cry, or was he like?
No, he just shook my hand, looked me in the eye, and he said, "I really appreciate you telling me that."
Was he gonna cry?
I mean, I almost cried.
No, for sure. And again, I'm not trying to downplay that at
Jeff's
all. Like I
laughing
told
at
you
us.
before, I thought that was extremely sincere and an awesome thing to say. At the same time, how many times do you think Tom Brady has heard that, Glash? Come on.
Oh, I know, but
Yeah, but like, what am I gonna do? I
No,
try to
I'm
keep
not.
it
No,
100
again,
here,
I'm
people.
not saying you said did anything wrong. I mean, there's certain athletes.
I'm not gonna be too cool for the moment when I'm meeting one of the people that has like
completely
defined
appreciate
my
that.
sports fandom. You know,
absolutely, you shouldn't be. And I'm not.
there's
trying to, like,
definitely
talk
dudes that would be too, and I'm not gonna be that guy. Like, you know, I gotta tell him like it is.
We'll tell him like it is, Tommy. No, man. I mean, it's honestly a very cool story. I'm just making
What
fun
would
of.
you
I
say,
just have to
Jeff?
bust
Hey.
Glash's balls about something. I mean,
Hey, Tom. So nice season.
what would you do? Actually, let's get Glash's take.
No, I asked first. Okay.
Okay.
See what Jeff would have said. Hey, Tom. Great to meet you, but sorry, Nick Foles caught it. And you didn't.
Yeah, you definitely would have gotten a Foles dig in there.
Oh, I would have gone full like nuclear on him. I mean, I would know. I would just been like, hey, yeah, man. So you gonna shake Dick's hand next time or what?
Wow.
How does it feel, as he's leaving? How does it feel, buddy? 0-2.
Oh my God.
Something like that though about the 20 years thing. That's something similar. I would have said. You brought me great memories and joy.
It's crazy. Like
The reason to work in sports thing. That's pretty deep.
It's true. If I didn't grow up having an amazing team to root for with all of this great football every weekend of my life, being inundated with sports content because I was obsessed with the Patriots and all these teams that we rooted for that were winning and were awesome, I don't think I would love sports the way I do. I think it's a huge reason why I work in this industry. Personally,
All right,
I feel like you're probably the same way, Glash.
I got to get the okay from Daniel. Should I turn my camera on?
I think
Show
he
you guys
said
what
you
I'm doing?
could. Let's see.
Okay.
Just throw it.
All right,
on
yeah,
at this
Daniel
point,
says
dude.
yes.
What are we
He
even
gives you-
worried about at this point? Like we're
There he is.
leaving in 2 weeks. Do whatever you want. Throw your camera on. Throw it
Yeah,
off.
look at this. This
I
is
don't care.
sensual right now.
Yeah, this is.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
where you just got back from. Glass
This
just
is
got
Madden
back
After Dark midday, baby.
Yeah, the After Hours Club or something. I mean, After Hours Glass here.
I love it.
It's like it's what is it? 6:30 there? Like what's going
man.
on?
I got to get my sim sleep. I got to get my sim dreams in.
Yeah,
on,
you got to catch some
between you-
Z's.
Hey, at least I'm working later, Like last Sunday, I couldn't talk.
I used to think I had the most dysfunctional schedule, like staying up late. Then I met Glasheen, Kaufman, and Lamarca. And like those guys all put me to shame. Like Kaufman's texting me at like 2 a.m. my time. Like I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
what in the heck? How are you up?
Yeah.
You have kids. At least Glash is single. Like okay, he's out there.
Well, he's
sleeping,
not single.
I mean, yeah, sorry, he doesn't have kids. You know what I mean? Same difference. Like, anyways, it's you guys are. I mean, I appreciate it, but like,
This is why I had Koff on the 24-hour stream at like 2:30 Eastern in the morning, because I knew he was going to be awake. I had no qualms about giving him a horrible time.
I mean, I'll just tell you right now. I'm pretty sure that there's two Kaufmans. Like he's like either got like a twin brother and it's like a prestige situation, or he's like cloned himself somehow. It just doesn't make sense that like he stays like honestly. Anyway,
no, he doesn't sleep.
I know.
Oh, that's good.
You think he gets in a pre-sim nap? No, he has to go parent his children.
Anyways, man. Enough.
All right,
We
I'm
should
gonna
be talking
go.
about Kaufman. He's not
Yeah,
here.
get out of
All
here,
right, buddy.
buddy. Thank you for
You need
joining
some
us.
rest, buddy. You got 2 in a row. It's you and Lamarca. So
Tommy, are you all right now?
I'm getting
John's
there.
gonna get through it. We got one more quarter.
I'm probably going to rant like this every sim until these are over. So
It's all right. You let it all out, buddy. We're here for you.
All right. Well,
All
I
right,
look
buddy.
forward to being there with you. Okay.
we'll talk soon. Tell Lamarca we said hi. He's gone. All right, that was nice.
There's your Brendan Glasheen interlude. I don't know what you could see on the screen there. There's a 3
Glass
recut,
was
obviously.
full screen in bed at one point.
Shout out to our shout out to Daniel in the back for even just having to deal with that. I mean, it's a jarring picture you guys were subjected to. We apologize, but anyways,
that's what it looks like behind the scenes, people.
Yeah,
when the camera isn't on.
That's right.
That's what we see. All right, we got a quarter to go here.
All right,
What
we're
do you
back.
think?
We have 1 Q to go. It's been another slow game, another sack.
Oh, Bears with the sack.
Down goes Danny Staff. Or Matty Staff. I'm Danny Staff.
2nd and 19 here.
Not
Bears
isn't it?
lead 10-7 at Virtual Soldier Field. 7:46 to go here in the fourth quarter. Lions with the ball to start the final period. Stafford in the gun. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Stafford finding his man in the middle. First down, Lions. 14 of 17 on the day for Matthew Stafford. Marvin Jones Jr. on the grab.
Yeah. That's my
7:14
captain.
to go here in the fourth quarter.
Too bad that was only his second catch.
Sometimes
How's your lineup doing? How's your lineup doing? Is it doing good? That's terrible. Awful.
Let's see here. Let's see. No, not good. 60th.
No.
I've been worse.
We got Mant to Linney leading. He's got Amendola in the captain spot. Yeah, Danny Amendola. 5 catches, touchdown, 42 yards. Just another low-scoring sim, though. I mean, he's got 59 points and he's winning. So, anywho, hope everyone had a good day. We had some golf in today early. My guy, Russell Henley, really choking on the back nine. Just tough to watch. I had a pretty good golf lineup, though, going myself. Got 4th in the $33 single.
There you go.
Today. So that was fun. Fun sweat.
That's a win.
Could have been a lot more, but it was a very big win. Well, a very nice win, not huge.
El Paso #1 is complimenting my cutlery behind me. Says, why didn't I see that ever before? I don't know. Been there, I think. Stafford in the gun. Finds his man. Hawkinson with the grab. 2nd and 9. 5:49 to go here in the fourth. Bears on top, 10-7. CEH asks if I'm crying. No, you're crying.
Oh, man. It does stink. We'll try not to talk about it for the rest of the sim, but might not be successful. There goes Hawkinson.
How can that not just be the dominant conversation of every sim until this is over?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's going to definitely dominate the conversation. It has. It's not just you, man. Like, it's not. I mean, CJ, I can give you my score. Actually, give me 1 sec. History. So my best lineup this week, CJ scored 59.6. And here, I'll give you guys my lineup since someone asked. Henley, Mackenzie Hughes, Sung JM, Kevin Kisner, Sebastian Munoz, Roger Sloan. That was my best lineup.
Speaking of Munoz, shared a car with Anthony Munoz over the weekend.
Wow.
And I got to tell you, that guy...
You're like BK.
That guy loves Cincinnati. There was a point in the day where him and Morton were heading over to some event, and Morton had the car stop at Starbucks because we just needed a little boost of energy. And it was me and Munoz in the car, and it was, I was like, all right, well, I can't just sit here in awkward silence. So I'm like, so yeah, you're a SoCal guy, huh? He's like, yeah, but I live in Cincinnati. And then he just proceeded to talk about Cincinnati for 25 straight minutes.
Dude, he's like a national folk hero in Cincinnati.
He loves Cincinnati.
No kidding. I mean, he probably gets free stuff wherever he goes, and he's like Rocky Balboa.
I don't think I've ever spoken to someone that loves a city more than Anthony Munoz loves Cincinnati.
Yeah. I imagine they've been pretty good to him. He played for them like his entire career, right?
Yeah, whole career.
Yeah.
He's the only Bengal in the Hall of Fame.
Right. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's a good point. That says, carry on my favorite son. Kerryon Johnson there on the touchdown. Prince of Darkness, yeah. CFL, man. CFL is absolutely wild. You're right.
Let's go. Grey Cup, baby.
It's CFL DFS is crazy because you don't really get like injury reports and stuff, so guys will just get scratched. Like you mentioned, wide receiver 7 and 8s get involved because the depth chart gets put on its head. It is really tough. If you play in CFL, man, you got to like dive deep, trying to get as much info as possible. Read the local newspapers if you can. Like, I'm not even kidding. Just get any info on the lineup.
Get out there, get the French translator out, start reading up on the Alouettes.
If you want to, you guys want to hear a funny story. So, like the first year they offered CFL DFS, I think it might even been like one of the first weeks. I got up really high in a tournament. I finished second in it, but the guy who beat me, Tom, he started a backup quarterback, but the backup quarterback ended up getting in the game after the first quarter and threw for like 300 yards. So this dude didn't even know who was starting at quarterback, and he beat me. Oh, it's so annoying. I couldn't believe it.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
CFL, baby, let's go. Terrellyn's tow truck asking how I liked the Akron-Canton area. It's lovely. Lovely. Lots of fun little spots. They put on a great weekend for those guys. Very cool. Very cool. Let's see. Rob Rand saying the best tackle ever was Anthony Munoz. Certainly was very good. Oh, Geoff, I wanted to tell you. So I've told you about this before, but we haven't talked about it, I think, literally since the first sim we ever did together. I have one CFL experience. We were on a bachelor party up in Montreal, and we went to an Alouettes game. What's the big college in Montreal?
McGill.
McGill. Their stadium's at McGill. Very cool campus up on the hill there. And it happened to be Johnny Manziel's CFL debut.
Oh, yes.
And it was quite literally the worst athletic performance I've ever seen on a professional level.
Yeah, he was so bad. Like, just
he threw like
beyond.
6 picks in a row.
Yeah.
It was incredibly bad.
Yeah. He didn't understand what was going on and like how the CFL works.
And I got to tell you, like, maybe because it was just such a bad performance, I hated the product.
Oh, yeah, no. Look.
The 3 downs, just no one ever did anything.
Yeah. When
punting on 3rd down constantly.
Yeah. When the CFL is bad, it's bad. But when the CFL is good,
the worst.
But left. The thing is, if you see a high-scoring CFL game, Tom, your opinion will completely flip. Because the game gets so wide open when the offenses operate effectively because the fields are bigger and you just see, like, there's big play after big play. Like, it definitely takes some getting used to. And, yes, the bad games are awful. Like, it's just – because there's so many punts, because it's like you said, there's 3 downs. But if you see the one thing about the CFL, because there's only 3 downs, the end of the game, so much can change. That's the one part about it I absolutely love, is when you get down to the end time, it's not just like, oh yeah, they're just going to kneel down. There's 2 minutes left, but it's over. It's like, okay, they can only burn so much clock. So then there's a punt, then the open field, and it's like guys just get more open easily. Like, there's been some absolutely insane endings to CFL games. So if you saw a bad one, yeah, I'm not shocked that's your opinion of it. But like, you see a couple good ones, you'll be like, wow, okay, this is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's just the one that I was at the game for. It was a tough
I
hang.
actually watched that game because I watched, and it was horrible. Like, it was
awful.
You're not downplaying it, like, or you're not overplaying it or exaggerating. Yeah. It was embarrassingly bad. Like, it was like if I just went out and played quarterback, and people were like, this guy doesn't even know how to tie his shoe. Like, that's
what
Johnny Manziel looked like in that game.
He looked like he had never played football in his life. It's like, didn't this guy win the Heisman 3 years ago?
Yeah.
So it was a cool experience, though, like the pregame and like we had some sort of ticket. It wasn't really that expensive. I want to say it was like $10, maybe less. And it gave us access to like free food and discounted Diet Cokes for the whole game. So that was our like incentive to stay. We're like, we can crush hot dogs and Diet Cokes until the game's over.
Yeah.
And then as soon as that section ended, because it did end a little bit early, then we left. Because we're like, this is getting embarrassing.
Yeah. 84 yards for Mitch. Still got a rushing touchdown. Bears 2 timeouts left, 2nd and 4 on the 9. Need a touchdown, take the lead here. But yeah, I saw that game. He got replaced too by someone like halfway through, didn't he?
Yeah, he got benched.
Yeah, it was.
I seem to remember the quarterback. I don't remember it at the moment, but the guy that was playing on the other side, he had like played college football, and we all kind of recognized him. I'm blanking on it now.
Yeah, is he the guy who used to go to Oregon?
Blanking. It was a yellow team they played. The uniforms were yellow. So what team is that?
Oh, that's like the Eskimos, maybe?
The Eskimos, yeah.
It used to be, yeah, okay, it was. Yeah, they're called the Edmonton Elk now. They changed the name this year, but yeah, it was the Eskimos at the time. Okay, Oregon Ducks, QB. What was that guy's name? Okay, I'll figure this out. Was it Vernon Adams?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Vernon Adams.
It was Vernon Adams. Good call.
Yeah. No, I'm not kidding when I said I saw that game, and
it was awful. It was worse in person. Touchdown.
Who is that? Oh, Ted Ginn Jr.
Ted Ginn.
20 seconds left. Mad Mitch coming through. Didn't run for it that time, but he did get a bunch of rush yards. Got around 84, 86, 88.
I'm also going to miss the rigged comments here. Justin Nye. Rigged. Those are the 2 comments I'm going to miss the most. Update the stats and rigged. Eric Court asking if Fox Sports Channel still has Australian rules football. I don't know. But I have late night watched Aussie rules football before, and it's exhilarating. That's where you get the real punters. Daniel says he thinks ESPN snagged those rights. Go ahead and check out ESPN Plus. And before you do that, check out The Sweat every day, 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on the Dream Stream.
Being a company guy, plug in the Sweat for me.
That's what I do. All right, 20 seconds to go here. Can Stafford do what he is hoping to do in LA and win this football game? He's got 3 timeouts. A lot of field ahead of him.
Who does Paxton Lynch play for now, Prince of Darkness? I'll Google it, but let's see. Oh, Saskatchewan Roughriders. Okay. Paxton Lynch was
someone I thought was going to be like a legit NFL quarterback. Like, not maybe a Pro Bowler, but career backup type of guy. But didn't happen.
Well, did they take him in the first round?
They definitely took him way too high.
I can't remember if he was a first rounder. Oh yeah, I mean, just him getting drafted is way too high. That's how like awful he looked on the field. But I just can't remember.
Tall, man. He went to Memphis.
Tall guys usually don't work out.
So that, and of course he got drafted by Denver because John Elway loves tall guys.
Just loves QBs. They do have a chance here for the field goal here as we're talking. They got 3 timeouts. Going to take a timeout there at the 35. Oh, their own 35, so they do need to move. But I mean, like, it just takes 1 completion over the middle here in a timeout. They got Mad Matt Prater, now a Arizona Cardinal. legitimately, like, the only reason Rossi likes the Cardinals this year is because they have Matt Prater now. It's like, bro, guys, like the
I think
kicker,
Cardinals
man,
are going to win 14 games because they signed Matt Prater.
So much stability to the kicker position. God loves kickers. I'm just bugging him, but that is why he likes the Cardinals this year. 6 seconds left. Okay, they really can't waste much time here. This one has to go to at least the 40, and they got to call the quickest time out of their life. So at least 10 yards. They're just going to air it out. Yeah. Okay.
Eve it. Do you believe
no
in
overtime?
miracles? No.
I guess they could have gone. Oh, no, never mind. The game's over. I'll just shut up. Pick your players of the game, sir. So,
I want to see the stats. Sorry.
Show me the stats. Give me the stats.
Show me the stats. Update the scores.
I'll show you some scores right here. We got 1 TM32 in the lead in the free roll. He's tied with LD gets some. They both got Madden Mitch and the captain. They got Stafford, Galladay, Amendola, Ted Ginn, and David Montgomery. Captain David Montgomery reporting for duty. Madden Mitch looks like the high score, 34.8 points in the captain spot, 170 pass, 84 rush. He did have 2 INTs, but he had a passing touchdown, a rushing touchdown. That's how you do it. Amendola, 15.5 points, really good value at 5,200. Ted Ginn Jr., really good value, 3,400, 14.2 points.
Wow.
Pick your poison, friend. Pick your poison.
Put a nickel. Ted Ginn.
Oh, okay. All right, 3,400. Yeah, look, best return on value, no doubt about it. Teddy G.
Love a good
Teddy G
ROV,
ball game.
baby.
Who are you going for the Not My Kid Today award?
Let's take a look at the rushing and receiving stats.
Galladay wasn't terrible. Jimmy Graham, 1 catch, -1 yard.
That's rushing, actually.
Oh, that's rushing. Oh, yeah. He must have taken an end around or something.
I mean, David Montgomery, 6 carries for 12 yards is really bad.
Yep.
Tariq Cohen, 4 for 12 is also really bad. So I'm kind of leaning towards one of those running backs. Let's see the receiving, though.
Jones had
Amendola with a nice day. Okay. Hawkinson, 4 for 33 is not good, and he was highly owned.
I mean, look, there's a ton of bad players, so you just pick one, pal. Go with who your heart. Go with who your heart desires.
Okay. Let's go Jimmy Graham. 1 snag for 25. He also lost a yard rushing, I think. I mean, just awful. So Jimmy Graham, not my kid, not my problem.
Fair enough. 35% owned. I like it. People trusted him. He did not deliver. Put your trust in us. We put your trust in you, Jimmy. Okay, man. All right. Well, that was a thing. I'm glad that we came on. I'm glad that, you were able to get out your
got it off my chest.
Emotions. I'm sure they've been building up a bit, and honestly, like it stinks for all of us. We'll be talking about it more and stuff, but I'm glad you're back, friend. I'm glad you came back. I'm glad you shared your stories with us. In all seriousness, that was awesome. And I hate to have you back like this. Obviously, wish we had more positive things to talk about at the start of the show, but I know the DK Sim fam appreciates you back. I appreciate hanging out with the DK Sim fam, man. You got anything else you want to add before we get the heck out of here?
Nah, I love you guys, and I can't wait to hang out over the next few weeks. And let's make it a good few weeks here on the Dream Stream.
Let's do that. Let's just make it a good 2 weeks. That's pretty much all we can do at this point. We got NFL preseason going. We got NFL coming up. And again, we'll be doing lots of NFL content. But right now, guys, I'm out. Tom's out for the day. You got Glash and Matt Lamarca on the next 2 calls. And I'll just give you the games. They got the Seahawks, Vikings at 8 p.m. Eastern, Eagles, Cowboys at 10 p.m. Eastern, Glash and Lamarca on both those. And right now, we got Ross Tucker coming up, College Draft Podcast. Ross and Buddies break down the 2021 wide receiver tiers for fantasy purposes. Catch it right now, guys. See you later.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft presented by DraftKings. And by the way, DraftKings has a ridiculous college football betting deal that I will get to momentarily. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman. You can see those of you that check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, all the helmets and game balls and stuff behind me. Now I've got a bunch of podcasts. The Ross Tucker Football Podcast will be daily soon. Even Money Podcast going to have the football scientist Casey Joyner on the show today to talk about his favorite week 1 bets, season win total bets, as well as betting on the preseason. Steve Fezzik giving out his preseason betting tips today on the Even Money Podcast. Make sure you check that out. Tomorrow, Joe Dolan on the Fantasy Feast will go through his tiered wide receiver rankings, which are invaluable. And tonight, going to record a Ross Tucker Football Podcast tonight with Andrew Brandt, breaking down the Michael Thomas situation in New Orleans, the Josh Allen contract in Buffalo. So we are rolling. We are 2 days away from me calling a football game. Eagles, Steelers preseason. Football season's here. It's time for everybody to get engaged one way or the other. Check us out on social media at Ross Tucker Pod. Please follow. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. Cannot tell you how much we appreciate those of you that engage with us on social media in any way. Cannot tell you how awesome my co-host is for the College Draft Podcast. His name is Emery Hunt. A lot of you know him as the football game plan dude on YouTube. He's been a star doing that for a long time. He's at FBall Game Plan on Twitter. You got to get ready for the footballgameplan.com draft guide. And he's got a bunch of gigs this fall. What do you got all lined up? Because, Emery, so I already know I'm going to be a part of at least 40-some games. But somehow you are the broadcaster for 3 college teams, which I've never really figured out because I think college teams usually play on Saturdays, yet somehow you are calling Morgan State, Howard, Georgetown, and Monmouth games all at the same time on the same day.
It's interesting, man, because, Fridays, now let's break it down to sections. On Fridays now this year, I'll be doing high school games, some with Flow Football, which will be remote broadcast, others with CBS 21 and in
Central Pennsylvania in Harrisburg, doing those games as well in person with my guy Phil Shaner. I love doing those games. Then on Saturdays, on days I don't have Morgan State games, I'll have Georgetown or I'll have Monmouth, or there's another team in there, potentially not signed yet, but could add a 4th team in there as well. And also we have our cable TV shows. We'll have the NFL All 32 show on Game Plus Network. And there's another cable TV show that's in the works that'll be huge. And we can't wait to make that announcement. And also I'll be doing weekly Ivy League previews for the Ivy League. So that's exciting. So there's a lot of football. You're going to see me all over the place. And in addition to what you'll see me doing on CBS Sports HQ on location at places, we're already working out a couple of weekends in September to do some things there. So I'm excited about the football season as well. Man, that is awesome. Did you say all 32?
NFL All 32. That's the name.
I was thinking all 22, like the all 22 camera. You mean all 32, like all 32 teams?
There you go. It's Football Game Plan's NFL All 32 show every Thursday from 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Game Plus Network, regional cable TV network, also located in Canada. So the czar is getting everywhere, man.
That is awesome. I would say to you, I'm taking you out to lunch or dinner or a beer when you come to Harrisburg, but I'll probably never be here when you're here because I'll be in a college town somewhere. So we'll be 2 ships passing on the night on Route 78 or Route 81,
right?
Which is kind of funny. So we got to get even more people to watch or listen to this show. This is 3 podcasts in one. This is an NFL draft podcast. It's a college football podcast, and it's a college football betting podcast. And we're 2 weeks away from Emery giving you his bets, his picks for those teams that play week 0 or whatever they call it. So spread the word to all your friends and family and social media. This guy is on it. We are 3 podcasts for the price of 1. The price is nothing. Just listen. Today we're doing Pac-12, and you know what's funny? A couple years ago, looking at the Pac-12 guys, Emery, you've got number 1, Kayvon Thibodeau from Oregon. He's a Cali kid. A couple years ago, I did that opening game. It's like a Sunday nighter or a Monday nighter. It was Virginia Tech at Florida State. It was Willie Taggart's first game, I think, and Florida State had some dudes, but Virginia Tech won. They had Caleb Farley and whatever. He played well in that game. Kayvon Thibodeau was, I think, a junior or senior in high school, and he was at that game. And I remember looking at this kid and be like, who is that? I mean, he was in high school. I thought it was like an NFL guy that came back for Labor Day weekend, to watch his Seminoles play. He was a high school kid. I thought he was an NFL guy, Emery.
Yeah, and it's amazing how guys that look pro ready already tend to play that way when they get to college. We talked about this all throughout this podcast for different conferences, how guys like him just hit the ground running. And when you watch him play, he's good on both ends of defense. A guy that, I don't know if he's the supreme athlete that Chase Young was, but his game is just as dominant. And I'm excited to see how he closes out this year. And I know we talked about, keeping it strictly about seniors or guys that are, that super senior, but we all know this is his last year playing college football. So you might as well talk about him. I think he is the best defensive player in the country.
All right. So interesting. You said not sure he's the supreme athlete Chase Young is, meaning explosiveness, meaning bend. And if he's not as good, as athletic as Chase, but he's obviously still dominant, how is he winning? Is he winning more with his hands, more with power?
He's winning more with hands, power, quickness off the ball. And when I say I don't think he's as explosive as Chase. He's probably more along the lines of a Chandler Jones than he is a Chase Young, which is still pretty doggone good. And I like how his body has just continued to develop. He's got a body type that is ready for the rigors of the NFL, down in, down out.
You got another edge guy, number 2, and this guy I think played in the U.S. Army Bowl last time I did it. That's Drake Jackson, the edge rusher from USC.
Yeah, he would be this year's version of Peyton Turner in terms of how I would compare his game. He's quick off the ball. He's relentless in his pursuit of the ball carrier. He has strong hands. Like once he gets those paws on you, he's bringing you down, and he's someone that can play with his hand in the ground or off, in a 2-point stance. So I like his versatility, and I just think that he's one of the top tier pass rushers that we'll see in this draft. But I think you're going to see the common theme here with not just in the Pac-12, but we've talked about Karlaftis, we talked about Thibodeau. Now we're talking about Drake Jackson. I think we're seeing a really good year for guys that can get off the ball.
So is Drake Jackson? I in my head, I thought he was like a slender edge guy. I think a Peyton Turner is like a thick, 5 technique. Am I wrong about Drake? Is he thin or is he more of a power guy? And I'm misremembering.
He's a little bit of both. He's someone that's about 260. So if you're 260, 265, I can then project you to be about 270. You can see him kick down inside at times, but I just think that he plays out on the perimeter so well and has good length to really close on the ball carrier and quarterback. You want him out there as a defensive end.
Let's get to your number 3 guy, a linebacker from Colorado. Man, we don't talk a lot about Colorado NFL prospects. There just haven't been that many in recent years. Nate Landman.
Yeah, he was really good in 2019, and I'm glad we get to see him again this year. His question has been the injury concerns, but man, he's a tackling machine and an impactful tackler. He's not making these, tackles 7.5 yards down the field. He's making impactful plays, and I think he's going to be an integral part to what they do defensively this year in conjunction to what they have out there on the perimeter. I thought those corners played really well last year. Young guys, some freshmen were outstanding. Landman gives them another core piece defensively, and is one of the best linebackers in the country.
Man, we got a running back from Oregon. I feel like we're on like a 20-year run here, at least 15 years, where Oregon has like a draftable running back every year. And remember, Emory, when Chip Kelly first had it rolling, the biggest holes I've ever seen, and running backs that all looked like they were shot out of a cannon, like Kenyon Barner. Who are some of these other dudes? I mean, they were just
Anthony Thomas,
Michael
James.
Boom, LaMichael James, just gone. Is that the type of player Verdell is?
He's more powerful than those guys by far. He's an explosive runner, but he's breaking arm tackles. He's running through defenders, but also has that burst to get to the end zone. His strength, to me, is similar to that of Alvin Kamara. Like when you look at Kamara, you think like he can't be that strong, but you see this dude just break consistent arm tackles all the time and running through contact, never losing his balance. That's CJ Verdell, and I think he's one of the top tier backs in the country, but he has those nagging injuries. He's always nicked or bruised. That kind of hindered him last year. Otherwise, we could have saw him leave as a junior and bounce to the NFL. So if he can put together a full season unscathed, I think he's going to see himself getting to that second round range.
So it's interesting because you rank 10 guys, but with the Pac-12, you did 11. You're like, I got to get this guy in. So you got 11, including 4 quarterbacks. 4. So I'm looking forward to breaking them all down. It's funny. I was talking to a guy, Emory. He listens to this show because he's really into dynasty fantasy. And they draft guys when they're in college. So the thing I would say is if you're one of those people that's really into fantasy in any way, you can go against me and Joe Dolan. Like if you like, so my favorite is best ball. So if you like best ball, you can get in the August best ball against me and Joe Dolan just by taking advantage of any of our sponsors over at rosstucker.com. And then send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Say, I want to take you and Joe down in the August best ball. Or if you're more of a traditional guy and you like the season long, it's all about fantrax.com/Ross. You sign up at fantrax.com/Ross, send it to me. Pretty darn good chance you're getting in the season long league against me and Joe Dolan. Looking forward to it. And then you can draft quarterbacks, maybe guys like Anthony Brown from Oregon.
Yeah, he is the one quarterback in college football that folks need to get familiar with. And we always look for who's the next Joe Burrow, who's the next Kyler Murray, who's the next quarterback to come out of nowhere, the next Zach Wilson. It's Anthony Brown out of Oregon. And Oregon realized that in that in a bowl game against Iowa State last year, like, man, this dude best suits our offense, that Joe Moorhead offense out there with the Ducks. And he's someone that was really good at Boston College. I've gone to about 5 Boston College games when he was there and just impressed with how well he's thrown the football. He's a good athlete to where he can buy time in the pocket, but also hurt you down the field with his legs. But his arm strength, his deep ball accuracy is where it needs to be. And I think him being the true dual threat in that offense allows the offense to fully grow and reach its potential. So when you combine that with what they do defensively, that's why Oregon is my pick to win the Pac-12. Anthony Brown could have that significant jump this year at the position that no one is talking about right now.
Unreal. I mean, Boston College hadn't had a quarterback really since like Matt Ryan, and they can't hold on to this guy or design an offense around him. That's brutal. What about a guy? I feel like this guy's been UCLA's quarterback for a while. Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Right. And 1 year he's a junior, the next year he's a senior, then the next year he's back being a junior, and now he's a senior. So I don't know how he must know someone in that compliance office that can continue to change his eligibility. But you're right, he's been there for so long. And it's funny watching him play. I was like, he has some work withable skills. Like, there's a lot to like about his game. You like his competitiveness. You like how he's going to go out there and have short memory if something goes wrong. He's a good athlete. He's operating that offense. He has gotten better over the course of his time there. You do want to see the consistency and that sustain itself. I think the best game for him was watching that game against USC last year and just watching how he competes. And if you string together a couple of his throws, like you just cut up and put his throws together in one package, you're like, wow, this dude he has the goods. Like the Colorado game, when you watch some of those throws, you're just like, man, this is just impressive. So I'm excited to see how he can put a ball on this senior year, for him this season. Because again, next year he may even be a junior. So who knows? But I do think he has something to work with.
I think I read where UCLA, their whole team is like old. Their whole team's been there forever. I mean, they got a lot of 22, 23, 24-year-old guys playing for UCLA this year.
BYU
with all the red shirting that Chip did, and then with the COVID, they got a vet, and they haven't had guys really leaving school early to go pro. They got a veteran team.
Yeah, they really do. And it's like BYU of Los Angeles, you have a team that's veteran. Now, that's why I truly believe this year will be the most competitive college football season we've seen ever because of all the super seniors. And you look at Alabama at the top of what they've lost, and everybody around them have all these guys returning, guys that were young teams that now are experienced young teams. We're in for a dogfight from start to finish.
I like that. I like that a lot. What about I remember this guy. I did a game of his a couple years ago. Max Borghi, the running back from Washington State.
I think he's the perfect complementary back. Someone that you don't want out there as your full-time guy. I'm talking about the pro level. He's the full-time dude for Washington State, obviously, but you talk about his traits and what he does well. He catches the football very well out the backfield. It's almost like having an additional receiver out there. He's good in space. He can make a guy miss. And I think he's one of those backs that you have on. You love to run specific run plays for him. You talk about inside traps, your sprint draw plays. Those type of plays, I think, are tailor-made for his skill set in addition to what he does as a receiver.
Yeah, I remember him. I did the Washington State-Houston game in Houston a couple years ago. Really good out of the backfield. Really good hands. By the way, Borghi's, my favorite restaurant in Stone Harbor, New Jersey. Just so everybody knows, that place is amazing. That's always the type of thing too, Emery. It's like, why am I even saying that? It's a small place. They only have like 8 to 10 tables. It really doesn't benefit me at all to tell people it's good. Like, if anything, it just stops me from being able to get reservations. So forget what I just said. Borghi's in Stone Harbor is terrible. Don't ever go there. People love to recommend like nice restaurants or good restaurants that they enjoy, but how does that help me?
If you ever have issues getting a reservation in any one of these restaurants, just let them know you know me, and you should be good to go.
Let's get to Luke Wattenberg. Finally, an O-lineman, the center from UW.
He's center, the left tackle, the guard. That's what I love about him, man. He is versatile, can play all positions up front. And you know better than anybody, Ross, the more you can do up front going to the NFL, the better the longer your career can be. And when you watch him play well at center, you're like, wow, this dude's dominant at center. You watch him out there last year as a left tackle, you're like, damn, he's really good as a left tackle. You watch him as a left tackle, if you hadn't known about his background, you're like, I think he could make a pretty good guard. Well, he played guard before too and excelled there as well. So he's versatile. He's dominant in the run game, good athleticism, can climb to the second level. I love his game. I just love the versatility of what he brings.
Let's get to some more quarterbacks. How about Chase Garbers from Cal?
Another one of these underrated players. You talk about Anthony Brown. Garbers played really well for Cal last season. I think his arm is underrated. I love what he did in that Oregon State game. I thought he was competing and really put together some nice throws. He's a good athlete that can escape and buy time. So I think the Pac-12 has a lot of underrated quarterbacks that we're going to talk about and throughout the season, and just watching these guys develop. And I think Garbers out there in that Cal offense is just outstanding. I love his play in the red zone as well. He doesn't make many mistakes, which is crucial for a quarterback in that regard.
Very curious to get your opinion on USC quarterback Keaton Slovis. But before I do, this might be look, everybody knows my shows are sponsored by DraftKings. I say it at the start of every show, right? This might be their most ridiculous deal I've ever seen. If you bet $1 or more on any college football game, they will give you $200 in free bets instantly. Think about that. DraftKings is giving all new players. I know there's some new states that have opened up. And if yours hasn't yet, you can still get the app on your phone and be ready for when it does. But they're giving you $200 in free bets instantly when you place a bet of $1 or more on any college football game. No matter what happens with that $1. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Make sure you do me a favor. Use the promo code Ross. A, so they know I sent you, but B, so you get this $200 in free bets when you place a $1 bet on any college football game. Promo code Ross to get your free $200 in free bets instantly. Limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, Emery. Keaton Slovis, USC. Been waiting for this one.
You know what's interesting about Slovis? Physically, he's average, right? And you can see the lack of arm strength. And at times it gets him into trouble. He'll throw some bad interceptions. He can't really get out of the way. It's kind of a plotter. Very Josh Rosen-like in my opinion. But you watch Arizona State and you watch them need a drive to get down to win that game. Arizona State was dominating those dudes all throughout the game until that last drive when Slovis just found a way to get it done. You watched them against UCLA, found a way to find some completions and help get the job done. So you just like, all right, well, this dude clearly has some it to him, even though the physical attributes may not be there. But, I know some people are talking about him as a first-round guy or top, 10 type talent. I'd see him more as a mid-round type quarterback, but one that, you almost Nick Foles like, where you don't trust the athleticism, but there's something about his game that just that you like, that you can see, him having that success. Remember when he came in for JT Daniels, when Daniels got hurt and instantly went down the field to Tyler Vaughn for a deep shot touchdown. It's like, man, there's just something about Slovis that you just can't write off. And I think that's an underrated trait for a quarterback to have.
Last one is number 11. You get the tight end, Cade Otton from UW.
I had to throw him in there, man, because he's such a really good option. Good fluid athlete, can get open, soft hands, not afraid of contact. You kind of have to be as a tight end going over the middle of the field. But I just think that he's one of the top 5 or maybe even top 3 tight end prospects in the country. So when you're talking tight ends, you think about Washington, you think about Austin Safarian Jenkins and what he was out there for the Huskies. And I think Otton is another one of those types that can be a really good pro player, health withstanding once he gets to the league. I just like the prospect. They had to include him on that list.
It's interesting, Emery, because preseason really begins in earnest this week with week 1 NFL preseason. I have to imagine, as much as you cover every prospect, you have the draft guide, footballgameplan.com, 2021 draft guide. Did you change that link yet?
I'll change it as soon as we're done with this podcast.
All right. I don't want to give out. I don't want
to. But it'll be footballgameplan.com/2022 draft guide.
Footballgameplan.com/2022 draft guide. But my point is, all these guys. Even when we go through every team's draft, you point out their undrafted free agents. I feel like the preseason games for you must be like a kid in the candy store to see, especially what the small college guys that better than anybody do against the big boys in these games.
Ross, this is why we're good friends. This is why you are a pro's pro, because I am so glad you brought that up, because that's one of my pet peeves with the coverage of preseason. Everyone hates preseason. Everyone says, oh, I hate the preseason. Oh, why these games, blah, blah, blah. They even got it cut down to 3 instead of 4. And then you have people that cover the draft that also echo those sentiments of, I hate the preseason. Oh, this game is useless. Like, bro, you just spent 4 months talking about draft prospects. This is going to be the only time you're going to see all of those prospects play extended period of time in a game. Why would you hate the preseason? And at worst, you want to see how these guys play. You want to see them go out there and actually play pro games, but you also want to be right. Like, I want to see the guy that I've been hyping up for 4 months go out there and dominate, so I could be like, I told you so. This is why you need to subscribe to our podcast or buy my draft guide. This is why you need to listen to what we say about the draft. I love the preseason, and from that perspective, from a media perspective, but I also love it from a player's perspective. I've said this, before. I don't care if you build one bridge, you're a bridge builder. If you put on an NFL helmet and you get out there in the game, whether it's a preseason game, a practice, or whatever, you're a pro player, in my opinion. So those dudes out there are achieving goals, reaching a dream. You know it. I don't know it. I know what it's like to put on a college football uniform, college football helmet, and I know how that felt for me, being a kid. Like, wow, I actually, reached a goal. But damn, Ross, you got to the NFL and put on a helmet and went out there and played in the game. It's like, man, I made it to the NFL. I don't care if you stayed 1 week or 11 years. So for people to knock the preseason on the fan side and also on the draft media and beat media side, I hate that part of this whole process. I absolutely love the preseason, and I watch damn near every game in its entirety.
I love the preseason. I mean, it cracks me up when people like preseason games don't mean anything. Preseason is pointless. Like, literally, Thursday night, I'll be doing Steelers-Eagles, right? There'll be over 40 guys in that game. I tweeted this last week at Ross Tucker NFL. There'll be over 40 guys in that game. That's like the most important game in their whole lives. And these guys have played like in the Rose Bowl. Like, these guys have played in big time games. They played against Alabama. Not as important as those 28 snaps they're going to get in the second and third quarter, because that's going to go a long way towards determining whether they're active roster, or especially for these guys now, whether or not they're practice squad. Practice squad pay is legit. It's 18 weeks. And I mean, you're making, I think it's like $200,000 now. Your first year out of college on a practice squad. I got to look and see what the practice squad pay
and
is.
And it's expanded rosters. It's not like it used to be. Remember, it used to be like 5 or 6 guys.
Well, think about it, man. 53-man roster and then 16 on the practice squad. You got 69 dudes at a minimum that are getting paid to play on an NFL team. 69. And then there's IR and there's PUP. So, I mean, you got over 70 guys that are going to make it for each team in some capacity. You want to be one of those guys. So I can't wait. Thursday night, check out Eagles Steelers if you can. Then next week, we'll talk about it. But the Eagles Patriots game I'm doing, they're going to carry on NFL Network, which is sweet. So I'm with you. I mean, a lot of these guys, the only chance to see what we thought of all these guys, because then they'll get cut. Maybe they'll never get a chance again or whatever. Anyway, follow this man on social media at FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube. We're at Ross Tucker Pod across the different platforms. At Ross Tucker NFL is me personally. And then, of course, the YouTube to watch this show, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Emery's fired up. I'm fired up. Tell everybody you know it's time to engage with the College Draft Podcast. College football season and NFL preseason are here. I'm done. The keg is kicked. We're all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and the Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, good evening. How's everybody doing? Brendan Glasheen, Matt Lamarca. Look at this guy. Hair's all gelled up. Hey, look, it's Steve the Pirate. What's up, man?
There's a guy on our team who dresses like a pirate.
How you living, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, I was having a great little Sunday until about 45 minutes ago. Then the Mets started playing. And, yeah, they're already down 6-0 to the Dodgers. So, against Max Scherzer, I think it would take the Mets about 15 games to score 6 runs. So I don't like their chances in this one, Cotton.
Is that tonight's Sunday night baseball game?
Yes, the Mets, quite unfairly, I might add, will play Sunday night baseball in New York and then immediately fly across the country for a Monday night game against the San Francisco Giants.
That's not good. That's a tough little stretch there because those are two good teams.
Yeah, well, I mean, this was really going to be what defined the Mets season because they have 13 straight against the Dodgers and the Giants. And things have not started well. They're going 0-3 in their first 3 against the Dodgers. So season might be over, but I'm not ready to throw in the towel yet, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a sucker for punishment.
Okay. All right. Well, if you need to vent about that, get some more things off your chest, you are welcome to do so. Clash Lamarca, we have Daniel, our technical director. Eamon is our producer. He's here as well. Patrick and June from the Game Ops team. We've got Vikings hosting the Seahawks. Did you get a lineup in, my friend?
I did. Some might say a winning lineup. I don't know. I went with Dalvin Cook in the captain spot.
Same.
I also had Russ Wilson in there. It felt like you needed both of those guys, preferably one in the captain spot. So that's what I did. Dalvin and captain, Russ utility. And then I went Greg Olsen, Tyler Lockett, Tajay Sharp, and a little punt play, hoping for a cheap tight end 2 touchdown from Irv Smith Jr.
Wow. So the first 4, we're both on the same page. Cook and the captain, Russ, Greg Olsen, Lockett. Then I played Myers, the kicker, and
Okay.
Chris Carson. Chris Carson was only $3,200.
I did see that. Felt weird, but I didn't take the bait.
Okay. And for some reason, the last couple of Seahawks sims I've done, I've lucked out not playing Metcalf. So something tells me tonight that could come back and bite me. We'll see.
It's possible.
Certainly is. We have both sims, the 8 and the 10, to take you home tonight on the Dream Stream. 4 sims today. There was an NFL preseason game between Carolina and Indianapolis earlier today. That's why there's just 4 sims on the docket. Geoff and Tom had you earlier. Tom Ace. It's great to have you all with us. I know the main topic here the last couple days has been a challenging one to dissect and also marinate and let sink in, but for the sake of our sanities, I'd like to just talk some football and really just continue to strengthen our friendships here between us and you, the DK Sim fam, if that's okay with you folks. Because
strength of our what? Or for the sake of our what?
Our sanities.
Oh, okay. I thought you said santities.
Sanities. Sorry if I said it wrong.
I like that better. No, I agree. Let's just have fun. I caught a great nap this afternoon. A great nap. We're talking like 4-hour nap. So I'm ready to go. I'm jacked up. I'm excited to be here. Let's just rip it, you know? Let's have a day.
Let's go. Love it. I was taking a little snooze myself during the last sim. I called in. Yeah, 4 hours. That's the length of a talk radio show. I mean, you slept through you slept through Francesa and Mad Dog is what you did.
Oh, not back in the day. That was like a 5.5 hour show. But no, Sundays are tough for me because I have to wake up at about 7:30, which is about 3 hours earlier than I like to wake up. I don't ever end up going to sleep earlier than that. So, like, I probably got more sleep this afternoon than I did the night before. So I feel good. I'm feeling refreshed and chipper. And that's why, I showered up, washed off the sleep.
Good.
Did the do. And I'm ready to go.
Good. I'm with you on that one, by the way. Like, got to get a shower in after a nap. You're groggy. Like, you're not necessarily dirty, but you got to rain off the sleep powder,
Of course. Glash, Kaufman is in the chat.
Of course he is.
I told him that I wanted updates from his vacation because I didn't believe he was actually taking one. And it has spawned into this weird, like, General Andrew Luck type of communication. So he says in the chat, "Dearest Matthew, I have momentary access to internet. So strange in this land." It's really an inside joke. I don't understand. It's like you remember that Twitter account when it was like Captain Andrew Luck or General Andrew Luck? You can't, Glash, come on. You have to know this account. It's one of the best things on Twitter.
And if I've come across it, but I don't know it off the top of my
You're
head.
killing me.
I'm sorry.
But that's what this communication thread between me and Koff has spawned into. Like, for example, he sent me this one yesterday. "Dearest Matthew, the youngest member of our troop cried all night. He was inconsolable. I'm so tired, so weak. We're rationing supplies. Keep us in your prayers. Thinking of you, Adam."
Oh, okay. I have seen this before. I just pulled it up. Wow, this has a big following.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of my favorite accounts on Twitter.
Not very active these days. The last tweet was like when the pandemic started.
Well, as you may or may not know, Andrew Luck no longer plays in the National Football League. So the account sort of went the way of the dodo.
It's not as funny anymore because he's not playing.
Right. He would like recap the games and be like, "Dearest mother, we ran across a pack of wild Bengals this afternoon. Luckily, my sidearm was true."
That's good.
Like it's hard to do when he's not playing football.
Understood. Maybe if he went into like TV or something, because then he's still relevant and in the game, but he's not doing that.
Right. Like, Eamon just dropped this one in the Slack. "Dearest mother, I have received your care package of Blue Jay Jam and Owl Tonic. The unit continues its march to Philadelphia to face these Eagle men, the reigning victors of the great battle at Bowl Valley. The Spectre, Corporal Hilton, appears most primed for success. Andrew."
It's good. It's really good. Miguel says that Twitter account is the GOAT. Noah Moon needs Greg Olson here. Yeah, Carlos Hyde to the 1 yard line. Metcalf is in the slot. Handoff to Carson. Of course he's not going to score. That salary.
Stuffing.
Of course not. Obi-Wan is on Twitch and YouTube. "It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground." Hey, Obi-Wan.
Wow, double
Crazy.
Broby. A double Broby sighting.
Mike Bowers in the chat. What's up? 2nd and goal. Come on, Carson. Let's go. Easy money, Lamarca. Should have taken the bait.
Should have. That'll make a lot of people happy. He was about 42.5% owned. So I am now drawing dead.
Daniel says, I miss Creature from the Glass Lagoon. Has he checked in since the big news? I don't think so. And the only way folks would have found out is if they've heard word of mouth, right? At this point, like there hasn't been like a formal tweet or email. And I don't think there will be. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there will be an email or a tweet at some point. But we're not talking about that. Or I'll get emotional.
It says the one that I sent last night was gold, Maddie. It was great. I would have read it, but it mentions the state that you're vacationing in. And for some reason, the people can't know the state that you're residing in at the moment.
Yeah, like he comes in here, he wants you to talk about his vacation, but then doesn't want you to talk about his vacation.
Well,
so I asked the question, what are we doing here? Like, you know.
Listen, I get it. He wants a little privacy, I'm sure.
Agree. Oh,
I don't know what it's like to be a big star like Adam Kaufman, you know?
Yep.
Guy gets swamped every time he leaves the house. He just wants a little bit of free time with his family. So I get it.
Does he, though? I mean, he's in the YouTube chat right now. Nothing like a vacation that comes with Twitter and YouTube. All right, there's Dalvin Cook. Ownership's, of course, very high for Cook and for Russell Wilson. Ralphie, what's up, Ralphie? Appreciate it. Yeah, coming off a nice week at the Hub. I won't be there for a couple weeks. Just how the schedule shakes out.
Daniel
Cam,
says
Mac
TMZ,
Jones.
TMZ always hot on Kaufman's heels.
El Paso #1, Montez. Looked pretty good. Now, there were some throws there in that game, El Paso, where you knew this guy was the third-string quarterback. Actually, Montez, the quarterback for Washington, who played after Heineke, after Fitzpatrick. I'm pretty sure Montez is going to be their practice squad guy because isn't Kyle Allen still on the football team?
Kyle Allen.
Remember him? He played for
yes.
Rivera.
Yes, he is. I believe that's correct.
I just think he's hurt. So Montez got a shot. And he looked okay. I think Montez was pretty good, El Paso, if you played him in your showdown lineup when we were talking last week.
I got to say, I was spot on the money with my Saturday breakdown for preseason.
Please share.
Great.
I'm glad you said that because I watched a lot of the football on Saturday, at least most of the afternoon games.
Okay.
I enjoyed it. I really did. I'm not reading too much into stuff, but man, why doesn't the NFL put preseason games on national TV? It really doesn't make any sense to me because they would make.
They have. I mean, it hasn't been all of them. I'm not sure what kind of rating numbers that they do, but the NFL Network certainly airs their fair share. I would say like winners. If you're a Broncos fan, you got to be pretty happy with what you saw yesterday. You know, supposed quarterback competition between Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater, and both guys played fantastically. So I'm sure BK was jacked up. They ended up putting up 33 points. Their first-round pick, Patrick Surtain, had a pick 6 in his, quote-unquote pro debut. The big story, I guess, yesterday was all the rookie quarterbacks getting their, first taste of NFL action. And I would say the guy that I came away the most impressed with, and this should surprise no one since I've been hyping this guy up, but I'm a big Trey Lance supporter. I thought that deep throw that he hit was an NFL play, right? He had like a shorter completion underneath that he could have taken, but he let it open up and he made the big play down the field. So I was pretty impressed by that. I mean, now his overall numbers aren't great, only 5 for 14. He took 4 sacks, but remember, he wasn't playing with the starters for the most part yesterday. I did watch my guy, Zach Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
He was fine. I mean, all the throws that he completed were pretty much just like easy money, like they were all short throws that you would expect an NFL quarterback to make. So I didn't really come away feeling any better or worse about Wilson in that game. And then, of course, Justin Fields got everybody buzzing. I almost called him Kyle Fields. Not sure why.
I thought you were going to talk about Kyle Shermer, who played for Cincinnati against Tampa.
Justin Fields got everybody buzzing with his performance, but I do think that, like, the one throw that he hit to a guy that didn't have anybody within 10 yards of him, like, probably not a good indicator of what it's going to be like from Fields. I think that, you know, you look at the box score and you're like, well, that's great. That was a great performance. But reading some of the more like in-depth reviews, they were like, well, he's still not progressing through his reads well. So I'm feeling less and less like, I think it feels less and less likely that he's going to start the season, which is disappointing.
We have hit the end of the first quarter. Chris Carson has the touchdown for the Seahawks, $3,200 to roster. I think we said about 40-ish something percent owned, 42, 43% owned.
Yep.
Oh, trade in the NBA. Lamarca's an NBA guy.
I am.
Clippers are trading Pat Beverly, Rajon Rondo. How do you say Daniel Oturu? Oturu. To the Grizzlies for Eric Bledsoe. That's kind of a haul for Eric Bledsoe, don't you think?
That is, I mean, yeah. I'm not sure what the Clippers are thinking here. I guess that Bledsoe's a bigger name, but
yeah,
I'd rather have Patrick Beverly than Bledsoe straight up, especially considering the contract that Bledsoe has.
I don't get that one. I really don't. Rondo and Beverly are going to get buried in Memphis because of Morant and Conley. I mean, not Conley. Morant, because of Morant. I always think Mike Conley is still in Memphis, but he's not.
It'd be fun if he was.
Yeah, it would be.
I like Mike Conley.
Okay,
he's going to be an interesting, like, when his Hall of Fame candidacy comes up. I'm going to see what Basketball Reference has his Hall of Fame odds in.
Mike Conley?
Yeah.
He's not getting it.
I hope that he doesn't, because, like, the guy never made... All right, I might be overstating his...
Dude, come on.
Okay, they have met, like, less than 1%.
Dude, he's never met... How many All-Star teams has he made? He's like...
One. He's made one, and it was last year.
Yeah. I can't believe you just brought that up. You're a hoops guy. What?
But, like, I feel like every NBA guy for, like, 5 years was like, you know who the most underrated player in the league is? Mike Conley.
Yeah.
Guy's a winner. You know, he plays good defense. He's, like, I would be very happy if he was the starting point guard on that team. And I'm happy to see that he's not apparently on the Hall of Fame radar.
Good. Good. Glash, Lamarca, we have Patrick and June from the Game Ops team. Eamon, our producer. Daniel, our technical director. Looking at the chat. Yeah, real quick, just to react to what you mentioned about yesterday's slate. Oh, my God. I had to run to the bathroom after watching Trey Lance and that throw yesterday. That was freaking sweet. That was freaking sweet. Like, that kid is athletic. That kid can play. Of course, I don't mean to state the obvious, but that was a good watch because he didn't play a college football season this past year at North Dakota State. So I was really intrigued about what this guy is made of, how Shanahan would use him. Oh, man, those two could have some fun. That play, Lamarca, it looks like it could have easily been a quarterback bootleg. As it turns out, that's how they drew it up. That's how they drew it up, and he threw a dart to the receiver. I don't remember who the receiver was, but it was beautiful.
Beautiful.
Obi-Wan says, we can't bash hosts we dislike now. That's no fun. Well, of course you can. Go for it. You have 2 weeks left. William says, Tebow is the GOAT. Yeah, that block. Did you see Tebow's block?
Oh, my God. We're going to talk about a Tim Tebow block.
Well, it kind of got viral. I mean, he tripped over himself. That's why it was kind of funny. Did you see it? You haven't seen this, have you?
Oh, it's a block in a bad way.
Yeah. Like he tumbles. Like he trips over himself. He had one
I
target.
I thought we were trying to hype him up. If we're gonna make fun of Tebow, then I'm all in.
It's funny you bring that up though about hyping him up because we did a version of the slate, which we're doing the slate on Wednesdays, NFL for an hour. Yeah, that's the clip right there. Exactly right. Thanks, Eamon. Let me hit play on this. I want to see it again. Yeah. He kind of trips over himself. Matt Meiselman has kind of convinced me, like, folks should take a chance on Tebow over with our friends at the Sportsbook potentially as it pertains to comeback player of the year. It's kind of juicy because the media narrative. I'm not saying
there is zero chance.
Oh, come on. Maybe.
Wrong.
Are you telling me, say he makes the team?
Yep.
It's Justin Jefferson. And he scores a touchdown week 1.
One touchdown. Okay. He has one touchdown.
Hey, if you're going to come on here and ask if Mike Conley should be in the Hall of Fame with his one All-Star game, I get to bring this up for 30 seconds.
The thing is, like, the comeback player of the year this season is, like, loaded. You've got Saquon and Dak Prescott.
I know.
Both coming off season-ending injuries.
Burrow. I know. I'm just saying, don't discount the media narrative of it. Like, he works in TV. He's done plenty of stuff with journalists and personalities. He's going to be talked about whether you like it or not. I'm not saying I'm a fan of it in the whole story. I mean, good for him, but I just wouldn't be, it wouldn't shock me if it gets hyped up. He scores a couple touchdowns early in the year.
He's not going to play. What are we doing here?
And okay, again, I said if he makes the team. And to your point, here's the other thing, and I totally acknowledge this. It would take Dak being awful. It would take Dallas going like 6-10 or 6-11, like having an awful season.
And Saquon getting hurt again.
Which, that's not off the table.
No.
So, I don't know.
I don't. Matt Meiselman's lucky I wasn't on the show with him. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Meiselman admitted. He even admitted. He said, I hate that I'm bringing this up. Meiselman said that. So I give him credit.
Burrow, Christian McCaffrey. There's so many guys he would have to be better than.
Yeah. Eric Rodriguez in the chat. Trey Lance looked okay, decent. You take the 180-yard touchdown, and his day looks pretty bad.
Let's take away the big play from every quarterback then.
It goes both ways because I was in the building for Patriots football team last Thursday night, and if Mac Jones completes that ball to Christian Wilkerson in the end zone, it went through his hands. Folks in Foxborough, I have rooted for, I want the kid to start, not Cam Newton. That kid, Christian Wilkerson, Cam Newton should buy him a bunch. He should buy him whatever the hell he wants for the rest of the year. Because if Cam Newton is indeed keeping his job as the starter, I think he has Christian Wilkerson to thank. Because, Lamarca, let me tell you something. That crowd at Gillette Stadium, when Mac Jones went in the game, they went off. All
right. Again, though, not to be Mr. Fire Extinguisher guy on everything.
Okay.
But do you think Bill Belichick cares who the fans want at quarterback?
No, you're right. I know. I don't disagree. You're right. No.
If there's one coach who is just going to do whatever the heck he wants, and it sounds like what he wants is to play Cam Newton, that's it. That's all that it matters. You know, nobody else has a say.
But but back to the conversation because I don't want to go all Patriots on you because we have 2 weeks to go and people will hate me. They already do.
No, that's not true, Glash. I've seen a lot of like, I'll miss Glash the most. You're the scarecrow of BK Sim fan.
Oh well, you know, if folks feel that way, I appreciate it. If that ball is completed to Wilkerson, folks are overhyping the kid even more, and I'm not saying that's right, but it would happen. Okay, we got another touchdown.
It's Dalvin.
Dalvin Cook. All right. The chalk. Dalvin Cook. Highly owned. Not a surprise. So now we're going to be tied up at 7 here in just a moment. Oh, pardon me. We're going to have a 10-7 game. I missed the field goal. Let's see. Ownership on Dalvin Cook. Highest owned in the contest. 79.47% owned. Must be. If you think Mac Jones has a noodle arm, what does Cam have? Come on.
Cam's got
objectivity here.
Cam's got the rookie of the year on. It looks like it's painful to watch him throw a football at this point, and it comes out of his arm just so much faster than it needs to.
I got a read on this too. So look, Mac Jones' night, overhyped. El Paso #1, your man Montez. Yep, he was fun to watch there in the second half in the fourth quarter for Washington. Kind of a good story because El Paso #1 knows who he is. That was another takeaway.
Okay.
Folks in New England are totally overhyping the Mac Jones' night. He had a good night, fine night, but okay, let's pump the brakes.
If there's anybody in New England, I think that you can like feel good about, it's Must-Be's guy, Ramondre
Stevenson, dude. Oh my God.
Because it seemed like he was generating buzz early in the offseason. And then reportedly, like, he has fallen out of favor with the coaching staff pretty quickly. And I even heard some talk that he was on the roster board. So the fact that he came out and put up a 10 for 127 and 2 touchdowns with a 91-yard score, like, the big question about him is his athleticism, because he's a big, powerful dude, right? But he ran like a 4.6 at his pro day. He's not a particularly fast gentleman. So the fact that he took 191 yards, like, I can see why the Pats running back coach comped this guy to LeGarrette Blount.
It's funny you bring that up because Ted Johnson, who won 3 Super Bowls with the Patriots, we were on radio on Friday, and he thinks Ivan Fears is totally wrong on that, the LeGarrette Blount comparison.
Okay.
He thinks Stevenson has a little more elusiveness than folks give him credit for.
I mean, LeGarrette Blount, like, led the league in rushing touchdowns with the Patriots one year. So I think that's
he was good for your fantasy team.
I think that would be like an excellent comp if that ends up being true. You're saying that this guy on the radio says he might be better than Blount?
Yes. By better, this higher ceiling.
More elusive. I see what you okay. Well, you're right, Must-Be. I laughed at you because I said, what does it matter? Like, but again, you were kind of saying he'd just be a beast around the goal line. I didn't think he had the 90-yard rush in him, so it was nice to see that.
Right, and I bring up the elusiveness because everyone points to LeGarrette Blount having just those goal line touchdowns, which, again, that's pretty much the usefulness of Cam Newton at this stage. He can run the ball in for you as a fullback at this point. There's Metcalf for the first time. Eric says, fair enough. I have a feeling Justin might be the top quarterback from the class. The Trevor and Trey right behind him. He does remind me of a young Russell Wilson. Even Justin Fields, there was some buzz.
We'll see, man. I mean, I was definitely very pro Fields. I was pretty shocked that he fell as far as he did. I think certainly a team like the Panthers might be regretting passing on him in a few seasons, but I don't know if he's necessarily pro ready. Like, I want to see him against some real starting caliber defenses. I want to see the passing progressions and stuff like that. But for sure, his upside is immense.
What was I was going to bring up something else, and I forgot what it was going to be. Comment in here from Jeremy. Seattle came out of the Indy game today with like 6 injuries. NFL can just stop these preseason games.
I think the coaches like them. I don't know why some teams have opted to play their starters as much as they do. Like, but
that
at the
has
same
been
time,
surprising. Like
at the
guys
same
playing
time,
a full quarter.
we complain at the beginning of every season how everything looks so sloppy, and the fact that these teams don't practice in pads anymore means that the defenses aren't ready to tackle at the start of the season. So like, we can't have it both ways. We can't say do away with the preseason and then complain when the
1,000%
football
agreed.
is subpar to start the season.
Absolutely agreed. And you know what? I'm happy Cam Newton played a whole quarter in Foxborough last Thursday night, because if I'm going to have to keep listening to people that keep telling me, Lamarca, oh, well, he didn't have a full off season last year. Like, it wasn't very fair. Okay, here you go. Then play the quarter, because get the reps. Get the reps now. You only got 3 of these things. Make them count, because if you stink week 1, 2, 3, 4, it's over. It's over. I'm done listening to the excuses. Oh, and by the way, here's another thing to get off my chest. I'm happy the Patriots went and spent money, but what a surprise. Jonnu Smith, walking off the field today, hurt again. Hunter Henry, back at practice today, but only went through the walkthrough. So Bill spent all this money on good-ish tight ends. They're good-ish. They're not great. And what do you know? Both are already hurt, so I can't wait. We're already going to hear it. Well, you know, the weapons are already banged up, so he didn't get a fair chance. I'm already ready for it. I am ready for the excuse making already. It's already coming. I'm already mad. And the season hasn't even started yet. Philly Dorsett touchdown. Former Patriot Philly Dorsett. You know, there was a quarterback in New England who made Philip Dorsett look good. Someone remind me who his name was?
Thomas, whatever his middle name is, Brady.
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady. And he didn't complain like Aaron Rodgers did about his weapons. He made Philip Dorsett catch a ball in Kansas City in the cold in the AFC title game, and he just shut up and won the game. God, it's annoying. It's so annoying.
Flash goes 0 to 100 real quick.
Real quick.
No, I've been saying that all off season, right? Like, for the most part, you do not build teams through free agency, because when teams have good players, they re-sign them. And the guys that make it into free agency are like the next tier below. Like Jonnu Smith, Hunter Henry. Yeah, okay. They're okay players. They're, you know, above average at the tight end position. Are they the guys that are going to transform your entire offense? I mean, certainly they didn't transform it in Tennessee and San Diego / Los Angeles.
Yeah. I'll give you another example. One of the teams in the sim. So your point, you can't build teams through free agency. Well, you can make tweaks. Just like I think Seattle made tweaks. They made a coaching change at offensive coordinator. They brought in Gerald Everett. They're going to change some things up philosophically. But they didn't go out and spend a ton of money.
Right. Exactly. Russell Wilson, draft. DK Metcalf, draft. Tyler Lockett, draft.
Yep.
You can add to a team through free agency. You cannot build a team through free agency.
Inmate says, Clash, STFU, you whine too much. It'll be over in 2 weeks, so you'll get your wish. That's my new favorite line in the market. People complain about us. I say, well, in 2 weeks we're gone, so you get what you want. I wouldn't bring it up. It's the only way I will.
Jordan earlier asked which skill position rookie has impressed you the most. The guy that I really like am gung-ho on here is Terrace Marshall, who played today for the Panthers. Wide receiver out of LSU. He did not really succeed early in his career at LSU, which is normally a red flag for a wide receiver. But I think it's excusable when you're playing next to Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and, you know, all these other guys who are being drafted in the first round or second round of the NFL draft. And last year, without Chase or Jefferson, he was the clear wide receiver one for LSU. He racked up like 39% of their receiving yards and touchdowns. A plus athlete. I think he steps right into the slot role in Carolina, aka the vacated Curtis Samuel spot, and I think he produces as a rookie.
Good stuff. Good insight. 17-7. Seattle touchdowns. Philip Dorsett, Chris Carson from Minnesota. It is Dalvin Cook. Lockett has 4 for 47. He's the high point man as far as receptions and yards. Philly Dorsett has the touchdown, as we mentioned. Metcalf 2 for 36. Queenie says Chris Carson was drafted by the Seahawks as well.
Well, if you're bringing in a free agent running back, you are doing things way wrong as a general manager.
Well, what do you mean? If you're paying them a lot of money, but if you're giving them nothing, who cares?
Yeah,
right.
I doubt that most teams that are bringing in a starting running back are paying him nothing. Like
Right.
the last team I can really think of doing it was the Jets with Le'Veon Bell, and we all saw how that worked out.
Right, but you agree that most times when a team brings in a back, they bring him in for nothing.
Yeah.
Leonard
I'm saying
Fournette
if
to
you
Tampa.
pay a running back in free agency, you're doing it wrong.
Oh, correct. Right, paying. Right, but if you bring in a guy via free agency making nothing, like Leonard Fournette going to Tampa, they gave him nothing.
Sure.
$2 million
Yes.
bucks.
Right.
Perfect. Todd Gurley Gurley got extended in Los Angeles, right? That's what happened there. He got extended, which extensions happen all the time. Kamara, Cook, Zeke, CMC. And those are tough, right? Because it's like, ooh, like Christian McCaffrey, really special player, but is it really worth 4 years, $64 million?
I mean, this is why I would say you shouldn't be drafting a running back in the first round, because then you won't have to put yourself in these spots, right? Like,
sure.
As good as Zeke Elliott has been, like he's led the league in rushing a couple times for the Cowboys. I think it's pretty clear that they would have been better if they had just drafted Jalen Ramsey, right? Which is what everybody said that they should do at the time. Like, that's not even revisionist history, by the way. Like, that's just history. That's what people wanted them to do, myself included. Not that I'm a Cowboys fan. I just thought it made more sense. And then you have to re-sign him. And Christian McCaffrey, right? Like,
Yep.
Yes, he's the best running back in football. The team won 11 games with him as a rookie, and then they've won 7 games, 5 games, and 5 games. How much does having the best running back in football really matter if you're winning 5 games?
The fantasy angle is what masks folks on this topic sometimes, because they're like, dude, he's nice. It's like, yeah,
he is nice.
He won you your fantasy trophy. Is he winning Carolina games? How much, right, to your point, how much have the Cowboys won since Zeke has been there? They had a 13-win season with Dak? That was before Zeke got there, right?
No, they were drafted the same year.
Same year. Boom. Okay. Michael says not much. Yeah, same. See, Michael knows. Bruce says you guys are looking pretty slick with your haircuts.
Woo-hoo! I got to go get mine freshened up, to be honest. I'm trying to get back on a regular haircut schedule.
I was just going to say, the fact that you just got your first haircut in like a year and a half. Like, if you wait 2 months, that's still a good sign.
It's been at least a month, I would say. So I can already tell it's getting a little long. I'm ready to just go get it touched up,
Looks good though. It does, for real.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Daniel says he misses my Nick Cage from Con Air look. I kind of miss it at times, but this is much more manageable. So many times I would just be sitting and my hair is just falling in my face.
Yeah.
It's annoying. That's why I started adapting the ponytail, which was such a bad look, but it was just a necessary evil.
Must be. It's like Atlanta drafting Pitts. Justin Fields was the obvious pick. Now, must be. I hear you on this one. Pitts is kind of a tough guy to use though as an example because he could be a generational player.
I'm with must be because I thought that they should have taken Justin Fields in the draft. Like
I'm with them on that one too. They should have taken a quarterback.
I don't know how much having a generational tight end really even makes that much of a difference if you don't have a quarterback. And Matt Ryan might be past his expiration date, and even if he's not now, he will be soon. The one difference, as you mentioned, is that tight end is in a position where you can just find some guy off the street like you can at running back. You know, James Robinson, right? Nobody drafted James Robinson, and he won the Jaguars starting job, who were like the worst team in football, and he had a great season.
Right.
You can't do that at the tight end position. So I get why they talk themselves into Pitts. But I think history could look back and say that it was a mistake.
Small Ben 7. I think taking a running back at the end of the first round, like the Steelers with Najee Harris, is acceptable.
Disagree.
Yeah, Small Ben, it won't matter because if Najee Harris ends up being really good, he's going to want the Dalvin Cook, Zeke Elliott, Derrick Henry contract. Won't matter. It really won't matter. In Small Ben 7, I'm assuming you're a Steelers fan. So yes, of course you want the player to do well.
Here's
great for Pittsburgh if he does well. Here's what you have to do, though.
Out there?
Go ahead.
If the Steelers' running game is better next year, it will be because the offensive line is better more than it will be because of this change at running back.
I absolutely agree.
Like, is Harris a better player than James Conner / Jalen Samuels / Benny Snell, whatever they were throwing out last year? 100% not debatable. But we have seen plenty of talented running backs who play behind bad offensive lines, and it's not a good thing. It doesn't really work out.
Look, at the end of the day, I'm sorry I'm using the Patriots example because it's the one that I can think of closest to my head, so sorry. But not really. Sony Michel, I'm like, what are you doing, Bill? Take another offensive lineman. Draft another corner. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Sony Michel, and he wasn't really that, he really isn't that good. He had a good playoff run in 2019. That's really it. So here's the point. If Harris does well, great for Pittsburgh. Great for you as a fan. Play him on your fantasy team. Good for you. Now, the Steelers would be stupid when in 5 years, but think of it this way, right? They draft the running back. Ben maybe gives you 2 or 3 more years, if that. I don't know. Maybe it's less than that. Then they're going to have to they're going to have to draft a quarterback. And then the smart thing to do, if you're Pittsburgh, is you say, Najee Harris, thank you so much for your time. Here we were going to offer you now a 2-year extension for $10 million. And if he says no, and someone wants to get stupid and pay him 10, good for him. You move on. And then you draft a quarterback. And ideally, under that 5-year window of having the quarterback on the rookie salary, you load up on offensive line, you load up at receiver, tight end, you get a good corner, and there you go. Just don't get silly with the money, is our overall point. When you get silly with the money, you put restraints on your cap flexibility.
Yes, and I know we've all made fun of Kenny for your left tackle is more important than the quarterback take, which is still one of the most egregious takes that have been uttered in these Madden Sim streets. But clearly the offensive line is more important than the running game. Anybody who argues differently is just not paying enough attention to football.
J-Man on Twitch, Falcons needed tight end or anyone on defense. Well, okay, in that case, J-Man.
Oh, fumble.
That was on the turf for a while. And they're going to pick it up and score.
Oh, it's DK Metcalf. Run him down. Oh, it's not DK.
That was Carlos Hyde. J-Man. Then they should have traded out of 4. Atlanta could have got some more picks, trade out of 4. They could have traded back and taken Fields. Where did Fields go? 11 to Chicago?
Yes.
Think about it. Atlanta could have loaded up on some picks. Atlanta would have been in great shape. Now, you don't get Pitts, but say they draft Fields, you acquire some draft capital. Boom. Would have been smart for Atlanta, I think.
Totally agree. And it's easy to say that, right? Maybe they had no offers. But if they did, I would have rather them traded down than take Kyle Pitts. And who knows? Maybe Pitts becomes the greatest tight end in NFL history. But how many rings does Tony Gonzalez have? How many rings does Antonio Gates have?
Right. No one's going to bash the pick. It's, are you making the best call based on your current roster construction? And at the time, when you go through the list of teams drafting at the top of the draft, you go through each one and you go, which one's taking a quarterback? And Atlanta, a lot of folks, it was like, maybe, like, remember the Matt Ryan to San Francisco rumors? Or just getting Matt Ryan out of there? I don't know, man. We'll see. No one's questioning
Bongo says,
Pitts,
somebody help me. I have a flat tire.
I mean, if Kyle Pitts has a great season this year, and Atlanta goes like 7-10, are we gonna say, oh, well, Atlanta screwed up the pick? No, just like they drafted Calvin Ridley and they deserve credit for that. But it's the safe pick, you know? The real credit would be, wow, Atlanta passed up on Kyle Pitts. They trade down and they take Justin Fields. They are making a franchise-altering decision here. And if it works, they get a lot of credit for it.
They're playing chess. Everyone else is playing checkers.
Right, exactly. So, I don't know. Of course, we have to see how it plays out. See, K Sizzle, as a Falcons fan, I thought they should have went all in on a rebuild.
Agreed. I just don't think... I don't know what the is it their first year under the new general manager? It's sad. This is one of the things that you have to think about, and it's sad, is that a lot of times GMs are just going to do what's best for their job security. And let's say they did take Justin Fields and Justin Fields busts. Your tenure as a GM is over. That's it. You're done. You got your chance. You drafted quarterback in the top 5, and now it's over. If you run it back with Matt Ryan, and he has another subpar year or another subpar 2 years, then you say, well, now I get my chance to rebuild the team. And you're just extending the clock on your job by a couple of years. It's unfortunate, but those types of decisions happen all the time. How many times do we see general managers who are quote unquote on the hot seat pull off a trade for some veteran that they think is going to help the team, knowing it's probably a bad look for the team down the line? It happens far too often.
Yep. And Kay confirms, new GM, new coach for this coming season. I knew the coach was new, but I was with you. I wasn't sure about the GM. Must-Be says it doesn't matter what Pitts does. Julio would have stayed if they hadn't moved Matt Ryan.
It doesn't matter what your name is. That was my The Rock impression. Not one of my best.
No, it's not. Definitely at the bottom.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Simland. I can't do the eyebrow, but if I could, I would do it right now. Can you do the eyebrow?
No.
Try.
I'm just happy to have him back, you know, the eyebrows. I can't. No.
Yeah, nah. Neither of us.
What muscle do you work to do that?
Who knows?
You know?
Daniel says that's a terrible impression. Yeah, I told you it was one of my worst, but I had fun doing it, and that's all that matters.
Hey, you put yourself out there, you got to try. You got to start somewhere. So we've got 50 of you on Twitch, 300 plus on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out on a Sunday night. We're talking football. Look at us. We're doing draft talk in the middle of August, questioning people in their drafts because admittedly, at least I am, I'll speak for me, I'm taking the cheese on first quarter performances by these young quarterbacks. The Trey Lance, the pass, and then the Justin Fields. Athletically terrific.
Athletically terrific.
That's good. Jordan W. says the Falcons front office probably still thinks they own the NFC South. Owned? What about the Saints, Jordan? I doubt they finished fourth.
Buccaneers.
Right. Well, yeah, that too. But see, I think he might have meant like over the long term. But okay, Tampa just won the title, and New Orleans had Drew Brees for years. Since when does the Atlanta Falcons owned the NFC South? Like what? And his point is, the Falcons front office thinks that. Jordan's not saying he thinks that, but yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
Right, it was that 1 year. They should have won a Super Bowl. It's unfortunate that they didn't, because I feel like they've been playing catch up for years off of that missed opportunity. You know, it would have been a lot easier to rebuild the team with a new quarterback this season if they had a ring, you know? Instead, now they're still able to convince themselves like, oh, we're so close. We're just one piece away, even though it's not true, but it's an easier story to tell themselves.
Right.
You know, if Matt Ryan can just recapture the glory of that 1 year when he was an MVP, if he could just do that, we'll be right back. It's not true.
All right, it's Glash, Lamarca. We have producer Eamon with us, Daniel, our technical director, Patrick and June from the Game Ops team. Seattle's up 3 with the ball at the Minnesota 20. There's the dirt sheet, Chris Carson. Yep. Bruce Harding says, who do you think will get their first start first out of the rookie quarterbacks? Well, it's going to be Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. No question.
The only one that has been confirmed week 1 starter is Wilson.
Right,
Urban Meyer is
Minshew.
technically not ruling out. You know, he's saying it's a quarterback competition, but I would bet one of my kidneys that Trevor Lawrence is the starting quarterback.
Am I sick in the head?
Does DraftKings Sportsbook take kidneys?
Am I sick in the head to think, what a power move by Urban Meyer if he says, nah, I'm starting Gardner Minshew week 1. That'd be kind of awesome.
Such a clown.
It's something he would do.
I think the shtick
knowing his
will get old very quickly. Maybe he will have some success, but like the best case scenario for him is Jim Harbaugh, right? He comes in, he changes the culture, he plays this, dictator role, and then within the next 3-4 seasons, everybody on the team hates him. To me, that's the best case scenario for Urban Meyer in Jacksonville. Guys like that who are, used to, they have players cycling in and out, and they are the franchise, right? The kids aren't getting paid. It's my way or the highway. You don't like it here, go transfer. Like that, we have seen that just completely backfire in the NFL.
Right.
That's why Nick Saban ran away with his tail between his legs.
Right. 3rd and goal, Carson loses yards. So now they're at the 4. Jordan Lindenbaum, I'm with you. I don't get Urban's whole approach here. This is where, in this situation, Urban Meyer should take a page out of the Bill Belichick book and just say, Both guys are working hard and getting better every day. Don't even bring up competition. If you want to be that guy and not say Trevor Lawrence is your starter, there's another way of saying it's an open competition without saying it's an open competition. Like the fact he uses those words, he's just asking for noise.
Yeah. It's just such an old school coaching thing, like.
Right.
Nobody is handed anything. You have to work for it. Nobody is entitled to anything. And I was just having this conversation with one of my friends, and he was like, didn't he earn it by being like the best college quarterback over the last 3 years? That doesn't count for anything. And I was like, yeah, you're right. It should.
Seriously. Well, and as we've come to find out, oh my God. Nearly a fumble on the kickoff return. Wait a minute. Oh, did Seattle get it?
Seattle picked that ball up.
I think this is Minnesota ball still.
Yeah, usually when they review it, it's down by contact. I'd say he's down there.
Find out. Yeah. Minnesota ball. We'll see. I mean.
Oh, and there's another fumble.
Wow, but Minnesota scoops it back up. We have the Madden After Dark tonight as well, Lamarca. Again, to kind of loop this back in with the big news of the last week. We're not skipping buzzwords, and you're participating.
All right.
Without any...
We just got to make it a cool one then.
All right. Don't challenge me for a good time. Eagles, Cowboys. Maybe we'll do Cobble Pot again.
Something will come up organically in the next sim.
Always does. Tajay Sharp to the 25. Kirk Cousins 9 of 12 now in the sim. Sharp's first catch. Eagles Cowboys to wrap us up on this Sunday. Noah Moon meets Thielen. Third and 9 as we approach the 3-minute mark of the fourth. What do you make of this Vikings team? I didn't watch. Now, I watched Minnesota and Denver. I was intrigued by Drew Lock and the Hamler touchdown. That was pretty cool. I thought of the Sim Fam right away yesterday when KJ Hamler caught a bomb. I'm like, the Hamler! I yelled at the TV. And I was like, oh, man, like this feels like a sim. That was kind of cool. But Minnesota, I mean, they're having their issues with quarterbacks being healthy and available.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway for the Vikings is that if Kirk Cousins does have to miss a game for some reason, it's going to be rough. Because, Jake Browning, with arguably the worst performance of the entire weekend, and Kellen Mond, not that much better. Like, Mond is intriguing with his athleticism, but he is about as raw as they come for a day 2 quarterback.
Yeah. Yep, definitely a project, but interesting how Minnesota, even that was a team. I know we were together on draft night. Remember we were doing that? We're like, ooh, what if Minnesota decides to take a Mac Jones here? Just to have some insurance, because this Kirk Cousins contract, I don't know if they're going to extend him, keep him around. What's their plan after Kirk Cousins? They're going to re-up Kirk Cousins?
The Kirk Cousins line is my line of demarcation at the quarterback position. If he's better than Kirk Cousins, you pay him. If he's worse than Kirk Cousins, you let him walk. So I don't know what you do if it is Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins is just our measuring stick, but we always forget about
he
like,
is the
him.
perfect measuring stick because like Kirk Cousins is a solid quarterback. He's proven that he can take teams to the playoffs, but I don't think Kirk Cousins can ever win you anything of note. So maybe that is the answer right there. Maybe you let him walk because if your goal is to win a Super Bowl, I think you need better than Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. All right, Minnesota's getting the ball back. Down 6, 1:49 to go. Brother Phil, I watched Mond. Yeah, he was not comfortable at all. Way over his head, at least for now he is. And of course they have time, right? Like, Minnesota could easily stink and then take a guy at the top of the draft. But I just think Kirk Cousins, how many years left on that massive deal he got that was fully guaranteed?
It might be the final one. I will pull it up as we speak.
Because that's a team to me, and if there are Vikings fans here, please speak to us. There's really no excuse. Barring health, of course. They should be the second place team in that division, I think. But then again, if Chicago hits on Fields, Minnesota's going to be like, oh crap. Well, and
I can tell you exactly how Minnesota's season's going to go. They're going to beat some teams that they probably shouldn't. They'll be right around 500, and they'll be in contention for a wild card spot over the final couple of weeks. That's what this Kirk Cousins, that's what he does for you.
I wonder, knowing what we know now, and look, it could, of course, it could very well change, right?
So he just signed an extension, it looks like, of 2 years. 2 years, $66 million. So he's making 31 this year, and next year he has a $45 million cap hit.
Oh,
fully guaranteed.
That is gross. That is why, if you have kids and you want them to play quarterback, that's why. Because if your son can be Kirk Cousins, he'll cost a franchise $45 million on the cap. That's why. That's why you try to play quarterback. What a catch! What a catch by Jefferson.
He's my boy. I love Justin Jefferson.
Oh, Justin Jefferson, yeah.
I'm all in on those LSU receivers. I think they're all really good.
Here we go. Dalvin Cook time.
Oh, the lead.
Dalvin. There it is. Easy. How are you doing in the free roll? I'm in 23rd. We'll see what happens now with this new touchdown here.
I think not having Carson is going to hurt the old squad. But I do have Dalvin captain. I guess that might be worth something. No, it is not. I'm in 76th place.
Yeah.
My Irv Smith punt play has not worked out either.
Yeah. Olsen's only got 2 catches.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Pack Rat, big year winning the NFC North. Hunter, Barr, 2 new defensive tackles, Woods, top D in the NFL, Patrick Peterson. Oh, this is Pack Rat's prediction for the Vikings. They're winning the division. Okay. I don't rule that out.
I'll take that Aaron Rodgers fella.
No, I know we've done a lot of Rodgers talk on these sims over the last month.
Yeah, Rodgers.
Dude, what if it goes sideways though? Like what if the off the field chit chat? I know they're still too good.
I think he's too good for that.
Their team is still so far and away better, unless Fields is nasty and he starts week 1 and he's just the next big thing.
I mean, they have arguably the best quarterback, the best wide receiver, and the best cornerback in the league.
and all three of those teams have to face in the Met division.
Yeah.
On one team. It's fair. It's really hard to go through Green Bay's schedule and say the turmoil is real and it's not perfect, which it isn't. It's never been perfect for every other team in the league, so this isn't new, but it feels new because it's new with Aaron Rodgers because of his trade request on draft night. It's hard to not see them win like 12 games. 11 minimum. Like 12-5 is so doable for them. So I admit it. I'm trying to talk myself into it, but I can't. Because I would.
I mean, Rodgers was clearly not happy last year, right? And he won the MVP.
Fair. Good point. I know it's fair. I know. I'd get a kick out of it if they weren't very good because I'd laugh, but they're probably going to be good. I would still think again, barring injury, of course, the Packers are going to be fine this year. And
that's always the kicker, isn't it? It's barring injury.
Right. Well, sometimes you got to get that out there before folks think, well, I mean, the Vikings have dealt with injuries, and they did. They were banged up last year, for sure. And it's part of the game, though, you know?
Part of the game.
Part of the deal. And you have to have great players when your personnel isn't great, when you have injuries. Do your star players, barring they don't get hurt, can they elevate no matter what the surrounding cast is? And Aaron Rodgers, I don't think he gives himself enough credit for this, has done so. He just can't cash in when it matters most. That's his problem. That's just my opinion.
What did Bill Parcells say, right? The best ability is availability.
Is availability, correct. Ghost says you still need the chemistry in Green Bay. I don't think it all comes together. Well, Ghost, they're like Tampa. Their whole team's back. Who did Green Bay lose?
Literally their whole... Oh, I thought you were saying Tampa Bay. Yeah, literally the whole Bucs team is back. The Packers, all their important people are back. I mean, they lost, I guess, Jamal Williams.
Okay,
I think
enough.
That could be addition by subtraction because everybody seems to love A.J. Dillon. Maybe they lost an offensive lineman or two. I can't really remember off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and as Eamon says, they brought in Randall Cobb.
Woo-hoo!
And Devin Funchess is back after opting out last season.
Those are the upgrades for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, Rodgers.
Can someone explain to me, and maybe Aaron Rodgers can, when you have 3 chances in the NFC title game to go down the field and take the lead, is Aaron Rodgers trying to tell us that Randall Cobb can be the difference? He will put us over the top, and we would have scored. Is that what he's trying to say?
He loves him some Randall Cobb.
Because if that's the case, good for Aaron.
I say they bring back everybody. Bring back Jordy Nelson. Bring back James Jones. Bring back Amon Green. Bring back Jermichael Finley.
Yeah.
Oh, Bubba Franks, Eamon says. Bring back Bubba Franks.
Ghost says, yeah, but you have a lot of people not happy with the whole situation. Field goal for Seattle to take the lead. If I'm his teammate, do I play 100% for you to get more money when you don't care?
That's not how this works.
Ghost.
They're playing for themselves, and they're trying to win a title.
Ghost. As much as your point, makes sense, in theory, you're onto something there, but his teammates, all of the teammates were on his side. The receivers, the receivers didn't go to minicamp in support of him.
Think about it like this.
They bought him a freaking golf cart when he showed up. They know they need him.
Let's say Glash was leaving and he was unhappy at DraftKings and he was trying to negotiate a new deal elsewhere.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be in my best interest to stink up the joint because guess what? I got to keep my job You know, like I'm trying to do what's best for me too.
Yeah, Lamarca's not going to talk anymore because Glash is gone. Is that a catch?
I think it is. Oh no, it's on the carpet.
Rob Rand says yes. Cobb isn't afraid to block on the outside, so Aaron could have ran for the touchdown. Rob, I love that comment. That is fantastic. Oh, it's such a troll. I look at it that way, at least.
That was a great Phil Mickelson on the what's the match when he's like, "Well, partner, it's about 4th and 7 here with this putt. I say we go for it."
Yeah, right. It's I mean, and you know what? Like, good for Aaron Rodgers how he's handled it, because man, he took a lot of crap. He took a lot of crap for a guy who won MVP. But, you know, Brady had fun with them. There's no doubt about that.
Oh yeah.
Ripping them. Oh, it's good. It's good. Yeah, Ghost Machine, it's true. If they start slow, it could get really weird. It could, but I don't think they will. They're just too good. Their roster's too good. They're just far and away better than everyone in their division. The one exception I'll make is if Justin Fields is just unbelievable. And
yeah, if he has like a Robert Griffin III type rookie season, maybe they can contend.
Yeah,
but it's very unlikely.
Yeah, because if I'm Green Bay, I'm so concerned about Jared Goff or Kirk Cousins coming for us. All right, keep your eyes on the Game Center to see how your lineups did. Patrick and June doing their thing, updating the scores.
June. Okay, sorry.
That was good. I was like, where's he going with this? S. Cush, first place in our contest. Nice job. I finished in 14th.
74th for me.
All right.
I'm going player of the game as Justin Jefferson. He had 100 spot, and he was like sub 30% owned. That's good enough for me. And as for the bust of the game, it has to be Adam Thielen. 2 catches, 20 yards.
Okay, fair enough. We're here for Eagles and Cowboys, Madden After Dark. That's coming up next. After the Pat Mayo experience, they're going to break down the new NFL coaches and assistants around the league and how those new coaches could impact fantasy rankings this year. We're back at 10 o'clock for Madden After Dark. Here's Mayo.
The Eagles have a new head coach. Doug Peterson is out. Nick Sirianni is in. Your boy, whose name I continue not to be able to pronounce, from the Chargers, is now the offensive coordinator, replacing no one because they didn't have an offensive coordinator last year. It's funny that they let Frank Reich go only to keep Doug Peterson. I guess he was just coming off a Super Bowl, so they couldn't get rid of him. But they should have just kept Frank Reich and promoted him, because now they went and got his offensive coordinator. Do you see any particular stylistic difference for the Eagles this year, or with Jalen Hurts at quarterback, that it's going to be a lot of weird runs, a lot of like backyard type football type plays like we saw last year? Or is it going to have a bit more fluidity now?
I think it's going to be a lot better and more improved offense and an offensive system. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit higher. I'm a lot bit higher on Jalen Hurts than a lot of people, is because what you saw out of Philly last year was totally broken. I mean, we all know that. I mean, you're running out, you've benched Travis Fulgham, you're running out the corpse of Alshon Jeffrey. He's basically running in circles out of all quarterbacks with 100 or more dropbacks. His ADOT was only behind freaking Joe Flacco. I think this offensive system is going to be, and we heard some rumors about this yesterday, if they're building it around Jalen Hurts. And I think that's good. And if you look at Hurts as a passer in college, we're gonna have more short and intermediate throws. He's not going to be asked to throw it deep as often as he was last year. And I think that if you look at Sirianni and Steiche's systems, I think we're looking at probably like a 58% passing rate, which is going to be somewhere middle of the league, probably 15th to 17th in the league. And that could be higher than some people are projecting because, Jalen Hurts is going to run. but I don't think that he's going to run like in the sense of like, okay, well, Tyrod Taylor, Lamar Jackson, like I think we're looking at a little bit higher passing rates than the 50 to 52% that we saw in those types of offenses. So I think the passing volume could surprise some people here. I think the pace actually, because Sirianni has run fast offenses. Like and no, Jalen Hurts is not Andrew Luck, but they did run fast with Andrew Luck. Shane Steichen ran fast with Justin Herbert. I think at the minimum, the Eagles are probably going to be somewhere in the 15 to 17 range on pace. But I think this has the opportunity to surprise people, one, in the passing rate, because I think they're underrating how high that could be, one, because of the offensive system, and two, because the defense is still terrible. Like, the defensive line is good. They're going to be able to stop the run, but their secondary is bad. Now, they got a massive upgrade with Steven Nelson and signing him, but Darius Slay is still not good. The nickel corner is still not good, and the back end behind them is still not great at all. So I think Philly is going to be forced, and like we're talking about with the Jets, they're going to be in a lot of negative game scripts. So I think they're going to pass the ball more, and the pace could surprise people as well.
The Texans have a new head coach, and anytime that you can go hire the wide receivers and passing game coordinator from the Baltimore Ravens the past 2 years, you got to do it because they have explosive passing offenses and a depth at receiver that is almost unmatched. Is how I would call the Baltimore Ravens the past 2 years. But there is something a bit interesting here with David Culley, because obviously Deshaun Watson isn't going to be playing, and that's becoming more and more apparent. Whether he plays at all, it's not going to be on the Houston Texans. But Tyrod is likely going to be the quarterback, at least to start the season. That the offense with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore was very efficient, at least very fantasy-friendly for him. Are we kind of sleeping on Tyrod as a fantasy option this year if he wins this job and they kind of gear an offense to resemble what Baltimore's looked like? Or are they just so bad that it doesn't matter?
I think it's going to be bad, but I do think that we're sleeping on some of the pass game options here, because they did keep the offensive coordinator in Tim Kelly, who – after O'Brien said, okay, fine, I made a ton of terrible decisions. You call the plays. You do these things. We saw a Texans team that was top 5 in passing rate last year. Now, the pace is probably going to be somewhere around league average, but even with Tyrod, we know this team is going to suck, Pat, and their offensive line is going to be bad. They're going to have to throw the ball, and I'm not saying they're going to throw a ball a ton, but I think that we are sleeping on a lot of the passing game options here, even with Tyrod under center, because all these guys are, they're basically free. And yes, that's baked into because the Texans are bad. But Brandon Cooks, who's competing with him for targets? Nico Collins is showing out in camp, and then goes down with Cooks. He's getting targets on a weekly basis. And Jordan Akins, who is there Brevin Jordan, the rookie tight end, to compete with him for targets? He could easily walk into 80, 90 targets this season and be a guy that is it beautiful? Are you having to hold your nose probably when you press draft at the end of your tight end premium leagues? Yes. But we covet volume, and I think that there are going to be sources of that in this Texans passing game.
Yeah, I think Nico Collins is just going to do it for me. He's going undrafted in fantasy leagues, essentially. That's probably as much of a gamble as I want to take. Maybe Brennan Cooks if he continues to slip, because he is now just a distressed asset, but he is very clearly far and away the best receiver on this team, that if he can just not get concussed or pull his hamstring, then he's in line for like 150 targets.
He got a 28% target share without Will Fuller on the field last year. So I think even if we bump that down, even in the lower range of options, like 24, 25%, even if you're like, okay, well, Houston's got Tyrod, they're not going to throw a ton. That's still, the guy's going to walk into 110, 120 targets. Where he's going in drafts, it's a pretty nice price to pay.
Yeah, that's not terrible. Like, I have Brendan Cooks at 21%. Let's bump him up to 25 to see like what he might be doing right here and see what that puts his projection in at, because I'm just very curious to see what Brendan Cooks is looking like now. Brendan, too many cooks. We're looking at 91 catches on 149 targets. If he has a 25% market share of the targets in this offense, which is pretty feasible, I think, for him. That would put him at wide receiver number 20 for the year. And I don't know what Tyrod's like now. All we can really remember from him is getting stabbed in the lung and causing Justin Herbert to start last year for the Chargers. But when he was with the Bills, and even a little bit with the Browns, not a bad deep ball. People forget that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his deep ball rates weren't bad at all. I mean, his completion percentages, I think that it's just we haven't seen him on the field in a while. And the last time we saw him in Cleveland, he wasn't great. But, I mean, we do need to give some context. That was the Hugh Jackson era. So we got to – I'm not saying give the guy a pass, but it's pretty bad, man. Like, so I think that we're chasing volume. I mean, even if it's not 25%, so Brandon Cooks we're looking at the very end of not the very end, but, like, I mean, towards, like, the 10th round, Pat? I mean, considering where's he going in the latest ADP? Because it's not high. And for 120 targets, we're talking about the floor and the ceiling could be higher. It's a nice buying point.
Brennan Cook's pick number 92 on average. That's a good buying spot, but that's not where people like, because everyone's drafting, everyone at least that I listen to, like friends of mine that come on the show, are all drafting exactly the same way. So I'll take my stud running back or stud tight end in the first 2 rounds, and it's receiver for the next 8 rounds. And then by the time it gets like to the Cooks level, it's like we're back at running back, or Cooks is already gone. But he is one of these distressed assets that no one really wants to touch. So, I mean, I always find that whatever the prevailing strategy is in fantasy football, you're going to have more success bucking that trend and just doing the opposite. That's how it worked for years when everyone, like the reason that 0 RB became so widely used amongst really good fantasy football players is because for years it was, you might even take 3 running backs with your first 3 picks. It's like, all right, well, I'll just take the 3 best receivers in the league and they'll be on my team. And then I'll figure out some backups and pick up these mid-tier guys. And that strategy was super effective for like 6 years. But then everyone adopted that strategy. So actually doing the opposite worked. And now everyone's back to doing some sort of hybrid of the opposite again. So just reverse that and you're probably going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of drafts, I mean, like you're talking about, I mean, wide receivers ADPs have been pushed up a ton. And I think people are, okay, well, how do I buck the trend of wide receivers going even higher and higher and higher and higher? And I'm like, okay, I mean, you could go anchor RB and that's fine. And then you're just chasing wide receivers. You can go 2 running backs in the first 2 rounds and you're still making your bets that if they stay healthy, I think it's fine. But to your point about 0 RB, yeah, we know the fragility of the position and stuff like that. There are other years, I mean, we don't have to go too far back where we saw wide receiver Armageddon, where like wide receivers were also, and I'm not saying like that is definitively, and if you look over multiple years, do they have the same injury rates as running backs? Well, no. But can we say like they all play a very physical demanding game? And wide receivers can get hurt just as easily as running backs, considering.
The other thing that I was thinking about, and like I know I said don't mention best ball, but I'm gonna mention it, is that I think that the ADPs in best ball, like no matter where you play, like if you're looking on DraftKings and seeing those ADPs, I don't think that's going to translate to season long, which way more people play, despite the fact that Twitter would lead you to believe that that is not true. But far more people play their 1 season long fantasy league. And I would think that that probably jibes a bit more with what you see in high stakes leagues in terms of ADP rather than best ball. I think people are more conventional when they draft their season long leagues, that this for example, like I don't know where they're going in best ball right now, but I was talking about Allen Robinson when I had Ray on last week. And Allen Robinson's ADP right now is 32 overall in high stakes leagues. I'm guessing it's higher than that in best ball.
He's somewhere in that 30 range. Like you could usually get Allen Robinson in the 3rd round, at least the drafts that I've done recently. Because I think there's a lot of other wide receivers that have been pushed up around him, or the tight ends kind of make it into that range. But I'm usually able to, like, I've been in a few slow drafts and I've done some fast drafts over the last 2 days where I've been able to get Allen Robinson in the 30s.
Okay. So maybe it's not all that different. It just feels like this overwhelming wide receiver strategy from rounds 3 to 7. I don't necessarily think that's going to translate as much to season-long leagues. So you're going to see those wide receivers fall back down. Yeah.
No, I agree with you on that one. I mean, I think that there's a lot more casual players out there, and I think there's a lot of people that still play fantasy football that it's like, okay, I'm going to go running back, and then I'm going to look at wide receivers. I'm going to go tight end, running back, or tight end, running back. I think that there are still a lot of people that still do those strategies. Now, are they playing best ball? Are they playing in these high stakes?
They're absolutely not what they're doing. Like, and the thing is that the players that you're talking about, my audience, by and large, are like 9 out of 10 fantasy football players. And for whatever reason, and maybe it's because certain companies are paying other people to talk about their product, but it makes it feel like it's the inverse. But anyone who's doing a fantasy football draft at the end of May is not the regular consumer. They're just not.
No, I don't disagree with you at all. And that's why I think that still going running back at the beginning of these drafts, especially if you're in casual leagues, is definitely viable because you're making the bet that these two running backs pay off. And then the wide receivers, and especially in a lot of your casual leagues, Lord help me, especially, oh God, if they're 10-team, Pat, you could start with like 3 running backs, and the wide receivers you're staring at in a 10-team league are ridiculous. Even in 12-team leagues, if everybody's going to go running backs, where you're at on those running backs in the first 2 rounds, and then you could just smash wide receivers because there are a lot of wide receivers in those ranges that we could see either break out, have really good seasons, or they're in offenses that we're getting maybe their top 5, top 7 passing rate. So the target share is going to be good or higher than other players at 22% versus, okay, well, this other schmo over here is getting 24%, but it equals out because the other team's going to pass like crazy.
Indianapolis, obviously, we just talked about Philadelphia, has lost its offensive coordinator. They now have, who is there? Oh, Marcus Brady from Ligue Nationale Canadienne, former CFL quarterback Marcus Brady. Do you expect, and obviously Carson Wentz is out for short to long time. No one is really certain for this right now. And maybe the offense, like, what is this? Like, does the offense change, like, their overall scheme? Because at times last year, it really did feel like it wasn't the Andrew Luck offense that we saw. It was the Phillip Rivers offense that we were used to seeing, but with a bit more effective running game. Is that what we're going to see from Indy still?
I think what we're going to see from Indy is going to depend on how long Wentz is out. I mean, it's funny because I'm trying to dive into CFL stats and looking at those. Don't
do that.
It was painful, Pat. Like I'm trying to find, like, you can't find passing rates for these teams. But can you find pass attempts per game? How good is offense? Like, okay, where were they scoring well? His offenses overall look like, okay, on paper, yes, they were good. They were putting up points in 3 of the 5 seasons. I want to say off the top of my head, he was top 5 in points per game in the CFL. And dear God, help me for knowing that. This tells you the depth of what all I've looked at this offseason. But I think that the Colts, Wentz is going to be the key to it. I think that for the time that Wentz is out, regardless, and now we're hearing, okay, Phillip Rivers is like, well, I like coaching, but maybe I come back to the NFL. Not saying that happens, but it's out there in the ether. For as long as Wentz is out, I think that Indy is going to lean on their running game. I think it's going to be very close to what we saw with after the Andrew Luck stuff, and when we saw Jacoby Brissett take over, and Indy was top 3, top 6 in neutral and positive script rushing rates. I think they're going to run the ball, and they're going to lean on their defense. Now, when Wentz comes back, I think Reich has enough of this offense, or a lot, should I say, in what has happened with Indy to say that they're probably going to finish somewhere. They're going to be very, very script dependent with Wentz. We saw that with Rivers. Like, he had some weeks where he was like 61, 62% passing rates. If they were behind, if they were ahead, they were going to lean on Jonathan Taylor. I think that overall, this is going to be a very matchup dependent offense. And for as long as Wentz is out, they're going to run the damn ball.
Miami gets rid of Chan Gailey, who seemingly developed a pretty good Ryan Fitzpatrick offense. Not so hot on the old Tua offense. So what they've done is now they have co-offensive coordinators. They promoted their running game coordinator. They promoted their tight ends coach. Now they're dueling offensive coordinators. What would you expect this Miami offense to look like with Tua at the helm? You know, they have 3 receivers who are all sort of injured, but all not injured at the same time. Fuller's going to miss at least a game, but he's already hurt as well. So Lord knows when he's going to be back. We don't really, everyone seems to just be penciling in Myles Gaskin in this backfield to be like the guy, but that could be a combination of like 4 different guys for all we know. What do you expect this Miami offense to do this year, and how do you think it's going to be different?
I think so. The dueling pianos of offensive coordinators is really the biggest interesting thing here, because Eric Studesville is a total, we have no clue. He's a black box affair. Like, we don't know what's going to happen with him and his say in this offense. Now, former running backs coach, okay, he likes the run game. But if we see Godsey, the other guy that's going to be helping call plays, or the primary play caller, depending on what rumors and what things you dive into, Miami could be really good, Pat. Like, as far as from a pace perspective, a passing rate perspective, we saw Godsey in previous iterations in Houston. Now, he had Brock Osweiler as his quarterback. Ooh, dear Lord, help me. That still threw the ball deep, even though Brock was terrible that still passed the ball, even though Brock was terrible. Now, they were more run heavy in those years. But if you look at the one of the years, it was either the year prior or the year after Brock. I want to say it was the year after Brock. But Brian Hoyer, who is not a good quarterback either, but when he was under center for the Texans, they were top 10 in pace in every single script. Their passing rates were up there. I think that if we obviously considering what we've seen out of him with bad personnel, I think that Miami could be a team that surprises in pace and in passing rate. I think that all of the moves they made this offseason, and Tua was not great as a passer last year, but if you look at all the different metrics, the one thing that he was actually like passable in, like decent in, was throwing the deep ball. And that makes sense considering all the weapons they added this offseason, like bringing in Will Fuller to complement Devontae Parker, drafting Jalen Waddle. I think this team could run a large amount of, I'm saying large, but they're going to be above the league average in 12 personnel. And I think that this team also could surprise people a lot in pace and passing rate.
Minnesota swaps offensive coordinators. They go from Kubiak to Kubiak. So from Gary to Clint, who spells his name with a K, which is just Clint Kubiak. I mean, now we're dangling on just weird territory with that. But usually I'm very pro Ks. Like if you're Eric, but you're Eric with a K. It's like Mark with a K versus Mark with a C. Very pro K in that circumstance. I don't know about this one. This one's kind of weird when I look at it. Anyway, do we envision any difference between the Kubiaks?
Not at least on paper. I think it's going to be very similar. And the other thing about Minnesota is I think their defense is going to be much improved. I mean, basically last year was a house of horrors. I mean, everything that could have gone wrong for their defense last year went wrong. Like Michael Pierce opted out. Daniel Hunter missed the year. Anthony Barr was limited to 2 games. You had a rookie secondary that struggled. I think that all of the moves they made this offseason, bringing in Dalvin Thompson, you have Pierce back, you have Anthony Barr back. They've addressed cornerback, bringing in Patrick Peterson, who's not top shelf anymore, but I think he can be good enough, and Brashad Breeland. I think that this team, considering the marriage with the defense and Kubiak, I think they're going to run the ball a ton. I don't think they're going to be in as many negative game scripts, so I am worried about the passing rate, and that kind of leaks over. I think Kubiak's going to do a lot of these similar things that his father did, in the sense that the run game is going to be where they live and die by, and especially in positive game scripts, which if I'm expecting Minnesota to be in more of those this year, I think it's going to be a lot of Dalvin Cook. And these pass catchers I'm really worried about, because Justin Jefferson is being drafted as a top 10 wide receiver. He is a fantastic talent, but unless Adam Thielen goes away, even if he gets the targets, if the passing rate goes down, he's going to have a tough time paying off where he's going in drafts, and especially in the red zone, which Thielen still owns the red zone. A lot of the ways that I'm envisioning Kubiak and this entire team overall is I like Dalvin, and because the bar is so low at tight end, I like Irv Smith, and I'm really not finding myself getting a lot of Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson, and some of this has to do with Kubiak and just the team in general.
Matt Canada is in as offensive coordinator of the Steelers now. I would envision them running a little bit more, even behind all the talk this offseason, oh my God, look how bad the offensive line is for the Steelers. Like, well, it was really bad last year. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be that bad this year. In fact, it's kind of like the Jets offense. It can only get better, really, from this point. It's not going to get worse from what we just saw, saying they have a much better talent-wise running back this time around. So I would expect the pass rate to drop a little bit, but are we really sweating Matt Canada here, or is this just going to be Ben doing whatever he wants?
I think it's going to be Ben still sitting in shotgun. I think that the play action rates could go up a little bit because of what Canada's done at the collegiate level, but Ben has never been a quarterback and he doesn't have the mobility to do a lot of play action. So even if it goes up some, I think it's marginal. I think that the Steelers are still going to throw the ball. And yes, everybody's talking about the offensive line, and dear Lord, the off-season offensive line analysis is basically undefeated. Every single year we fade an offense, so we talk about, they're so terrible. Like last year it was, the Rams can't run the ball because their offensive line is so horrible. And I'm like, okay, sure. And the year before that it was, Arizona can't run the ball because their offensive line is terrible. And then you see David Johnson, when he was healthy, actually running the ball decently well. Or Kenyon Drake running well. So I think we get a little bit out over our skis on offensive line analysis and saying, and you're talking about it, Pat, they were bottom of the league last year, like bottom 3 in every single metric. So are they going to get worse than bottom 3? Okay, maybe they're 32nd, but I really don't think so. I think that at worst, it's a push, and this offense is still going to throw the ball because Ben is back there. I think the play action could go up a little bit. I think the run game is going to be better because it's Najee versus James Conner. And I think they're going to scheme up a lot more running back targets. Like last year, they were 32nd in the NFL in target share to the running back. That's going up this year. And part of that reason why I believe that they're going to scheme up more targets to the running back position is why I'm a little bit lower on some of the short area targets in this offense. Like, I like Deontay Johnson. I don't have a problem with him, but Juju was basically a short area tight end last year. Eric Ebron, they brought in a blocker or similar talent to Pat Freiermuth who could play inline and as a receiver. I'm not drafting Eric Ebron this year. I'm not, and honestly, I'm lower on Juju Smith-Schuster because if he gets these short area targets, if Najee's going to be involved in the passing game because of all of the scheme and again, play action, I worry about where his targets are, how he's going to pay off on having the similar target share even of last year.
San Francisco did not have an offensive coordinator last year. It was just Kyle Shanahan doing everything. Now they brought in Mike McDaniel from Yale, but it's going to be Kyle Shanahan. Expect nothing different. I don't even think we need to break this one down. That's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a Kyle Shanahan offense, and it will be maddening when you try to pick who is going to be good in any particular week. The Seahawks, Brian Schottenheimer is finally gone. Does that mean we're going to see some more passing? Gotta be, right?
I think so, Pat. I think the pace is going to surprise people. I think Shane Waldron, and we're talking about McVay type of things. I'm not willing to sit here and put that on Shane Waldron's plate, but we have all the offseason rumbles have been that the pace is going to surprise people. And I think that even if the passing rate doesn't climb a ton, I think even league average versus what we've seen out of this offense previously and the different scheme and route concepts that we've heard also talked about, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett have all been discussing this. They're going to have more yards after the catch opportunities. It's not going to be Russ Wilson running 15 circles and then throw deep or, dear God, just make a play for us. I think the offense is going to be better structured this year. I think the pace is going to help people. And even if the pace, like the passing rate doesn't have to be top 5 in this offense, because if the pace it picks up, you're going to get more passing attempts just because they're going to be running more damn plays. So I like Shane Waldron's addition to Seattle, as well as they got Gerald Everett, who is, I mean, the guy just needs volume on a per touch basis, per catch basis. He's been fantastic in previous seasons. So I like Seattle. I've actually come around to them a lot. And I find myself drafting Russell Wilson more. DK Metcalf is still really expensive, but Tyler Lockett, you can get him at, I mean, depending on where you're at, and a lot of people have been burned by him and the drop-offs in season at times and how his splits work out. I like Tyler Lockett a lot out of this offense.
Yeah, Tyler Lockett going number 47 overall right now. The issue is that I'm all in on Jamar Chase, and he's going number 53 overall. So I'd just rather have Jamar Chase.
And that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to push back. Like, I love Jamar Chase. I think that his addition to the Cincinnati offense is going to be fantastic. They were terrible, Pat. A lot of people put that on Joe Burrow, but when Tyler Boyd and AJ Green are your deep targets, and you're asked to throw deep and you're in a high passing rate offense, that's not a good situation at all. Jamar Chase is going to be a massive upgrade.
The last switching coordinator, we're going to start with where we be or end with where we began, because Arthur Smith, obviously gone from Tennessee. Todd Downing, the former tight ends coach with Tennessee, has now been promoted into that spot. Obviously, a lot of credit went to Arthur Smith with how efficient that the Tennessee offense has run over the past few years, especially since Ryan Tannehill usurped Marcus Mariota and just became this new quarterback all of a sudden. How does this offense look now, and do you think it will remain as efficient?
I have my worries on that. I do give Arthur Smith some credence in how in the things that he's done, because he's used motion, he's used a lot of high play action rates, and those are things that I don't believe come from the mind of Mike Vrabel. So I do put that on Arthur Smith. Now, looking at Todd Downing, the only time we saw him run an NFL offense, it was terrible for the Raiders. Pace wasn't good. Their play action rates were at the bottom of the league. Now, everybody's like, okay, well, he's just going to run a similar system to Arthur Smith. I mean, they could take a lot of similar concepts from what Smith did there, and considering he was in the house whenever all of these things have transpired, and Todd Downing has seen Ryan Tannehill perform extremely well and be super efficient with these concepts. So they could be more integrated than we ever saw with the Raiders and Todd Downing previously, but they also could not be to the level that we saw previously with Tennessee. And again, I was talking about Arthur Smith. Yes, they ran the ball. They rushed the ball a ton, but the pace was good there in all different game environments. And so with Todd Downing, if the pace falls a little bit and the passing rate doesn't pick up, which if you look at how Todd Downing ran the offense previously, I think the passing rate could go up a little bit to compensate for the pace going down. Overall, I do have a lot of fears on, is this offense going to be as efficient as it has been previously? Like, I have a hard time buying into A.J. Brown at his ADP, which hasn't moved a ton since Julio arrived. Julio is still, I mean, he's fine where you're going to get him in drafts, but it's overall an offense that I don't find myself drafting a lot because these guys are all expensive. And a lot of the narrative around it is like, oh, well, you know, I mean, Arthur Smith's gone. Like, all those great things that he did they're gone. Todd Downing he's just going to do the same things and we're going to be totally fine. And that's a little bit more of a difficult pill to swallow. Like, to say that in every situation, this other coordinator is going to make the similar play calls and do all of the same things that the previous guy did, who the previous guy was fantastic.
And you do have to remember that Tim Andercust had picked the Indianapolis Colts as his team in the AFC South. But now they've lost all their players, and he has now switched his pick to the Tennessee Titans. So,
Lord, bury him.
And he already said that he's already given Trevor Lawrence a nickname, Trevor Bust Lawrence. So just bet all your money on Jacksonville, and you should be fine, I think.
I was fixing to say, Jacksonville sounds like they're going to be top 5 in scoring this year. Let's go!
Yeah. So just draft Trevi, draft Marv. You'll be good to go from that regard. Derek Brown, you have your entire series up at ftnfantasy.com right now. Do you have a promo code that people can use to get a discount on that entire package?
So you can use the promo code for our fantastic podcast, Fade the Chalk. It's FTC. You save 10% on sign up. I mean, Pat, this has been awesome. Thank you again for having me. When was the last time we talked, man? What was it, prior to the NFL draft? We're talking about prospects and how good Rashad Bateman was.
I mean, that hasn't changed. I'm really coming around to Rashad Bateman. No, yes. I think you and I broke down the Julio trade like 10 minutes after.
Oh, yes, that too. Yep. So that was fantastic too.
You should go follow Debo on Twitter. Check out all of his work at ftnfantasy.com. You can follow me at ThePME. Smash the like on the way out and go get that membership at runthesims.com right now. If you just want the season-long stuff, that's all free. You just go put in your email and boom, you got full access to all the projections. But if you want the optimizer and the game simulator and all the NFL betting tools, there's no picks. It's just tools. So you can do your own research, all completely customizable. Runthesims.com/Mayo to go do that right now. You want more fantasy football content? I suggest you subscribe to Fantasy Football Picks and Bets, a brand new show on Mayo Media Network. I'm Pat Mayo. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
Mayo Experience! Experience!
Hey, Madden After Dark on a Sunday night. Let's go. Let's go. Glash and Lamarca, back at you. Eamon and Daniel from our production team, June and Patrick from the Game Ops team, brought this crew back together. All the bosses thought that went so well. You guys get to come back again. You know, for a couple weeks. But I have to keep throwing that couple weeks line in there because it's true. We will make the most of these times. But we're not going to talk about that because if we start talking about that, we're all going to get mad and I'll get sad. So we're not doing it. I'll get too emotional.
Y'all are too emotional.
What are you saying? There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Lamarca, you'll feel it. I think I'll feel it as we get closer. I'll be like, oh, damn. It's been a long day without you, my sim. All right. Anyway, Eagles, Cowboys, NFC East. Fantastic. What's your lineup looking like, my friend?
I rocked a little Dijon Jackson at the captain spot. I played both running backs, Zeke and Miles Sanders. I played Carson Wentz. I played CeeDee Lamb. And I played Legatron, a.k.a. Greg the Leg, a.k.a. Greg Zermore.
Wow, so very different builds, you and I. You and I! Amari Cooper is the captain for me. Wow, I stacked the Cowboys, huh? Cooper's my captain. Prescott, Elliott, Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, and Marquise Goodwin. All Cowboys.
Marquise is a classic Sim Lamb guy.
Big time, huh? He's the wideout too for the Bears this year, right? At least as it reads on the depth chart.
Who cares?
Sorry, I just threw that at you. Like, hey, Lamarca, name the wideout too for Chicago. Sorry, and I'm pretty sure he is. It's Allen Robinson.
No, they got who was the rookie from last year?
Oh, Mooney, Darnell Mooney.
Yeah, Darnell
Mooney, kid. Guy's gonna shine bright like the moon, bro. Like Noah Mooney.
He was pretty good last year. Pretty good.
When is Curb coming out? Can someone tell me? Someone, please tell me. I've been waiting for Curb season 11 for a year. Give it to me. When's Curb coming out? I need Curb. I need new Curb material. I need new Curb clips for my Twitter account. I missed Curb.
Boom, boom, boom. The last I saw is at some point in 2021.
Yeah. It's August 15th. All right. Well, if someone in the chat knows, you could also say to me, why don't you just Google it, Glash? Which, you know what? I will, because I'm being annoying.
I did just Google it, and there's no official release date.
Ooh. Brian Anderson is here. Not the, are you the Milwaukee Brewers NBA on TNT announcer, Brian Anderson? Maybe. I'm a big fan. Brian says, what happened to the likes? Hit the like button, folks. Come on, do it up. You'll feel better about yourself.
I have a like to share.
All right. Let's get to 200 likes by the end of the sim.
Ambitious goal, but I support it.
All right. Let's go. Nice contested catch. Zach Ertz. Are folks sleeping on Ertz this year?
100%. He's being slept on.
Big time, right?
Yeah.
Just because he wants out just because he wants out, it's just.
I don't even think he wanted out. I mean, he probably wants out, but like it was more that the team was like, yeah, he's not going to be here next year, and he's here, right? They have apparently been unable to trade him. He's coming off the board right now as tight end 17, while Dallas Goedert is tight end 8. Tight end 8. That feels like too wide of a discrepancy.
Yeah.
It's, like if you read the camp reports are all that Jalen Hurts loves targeting the tight ends. So as long as you think Hurts is going to be their quarterback, and it seems less and less likely that they're going to swing a trade for Deshaun Watson, at least at this point, then I think both tight ends can have week-to-week viability.
Carson Wentz scrambling for his life. Ertz with the catch. Carson Wentz, good news for Colts fans back at practice, right? That was fast, right? We're back. He's expected to be, pardon me, not back at practice. Expected to be ready for week 1. That was the report from during the week.
Yeah, the initial report was like, he's going to be sidelined for 5 to 12 weeks. And I was like, that's the best we can do on a timeline? 5 to 12 weeks? That's like it's a pretty wide window, That's like when the cable guy says, I'll be there sometime between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. It's a pretty wide gap. You can't give me a little bit more specific, so it is nice that that we've kind of gotten that tightened up now. Not that I think it matters. I still think Carson Wentz is donezo, but it is certainly better than not having him available.
Yeah, I'm sure Frank Reich is in on having him around and rekindle the fire that they had in Philadelphia.
Start the fire.
You know something, though? If I'm the Colts, and I know this has been brought up before, so I'm not bringing a new revelation here, but they really should go get Nick Foles. It would be so great. Go get Nick Foles.
Yeah, it would be pretty funny.
He's the quarterback 3. Must be, if you're here, block your ears. I know mine are big. I'm not sure how big yours are, but block them. I take Nick Foles right now over Cam Newton. It's not even close.
Oh, no, well, that's absurd.
It's not. It's really not that crazy.
I really thought that the Jets were going to pick him up. The Jets are a team that needs a Nick Foles type, and they ended up. What happened there? They ended up bringing in Josh Johnson. So I guess he fits their veteran quarterback need. But I thought Foles would have been a good fit for them. I even thought when Bortles got released, it would be like a good fit for the Jets.
Yeah.
But probably not anymore now that they have Johnson.
And a touchdown for Philadelphia. Sanders? Hey, Sanders. S4G says, pass better. Skate better.
Skate better. Oh my God. What a reference, Clash.
Great movie, right? All time best Disney movie. Disney original movie.
Disney Channel movie. Let's watch a Disney Channel movie. Brink.
Oh, Lamarca, you'll get a kick out of this.
Skate better.
So, Sarah did this the other day. So we were at a glow party, and this thing, this glow wand.
Mm-hmm.
She was doing the Disney Channel M like this.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Big loop, little loop, and the kids are like, yeah.
Right, you gotta go circle, big ear, then the head bump, and then another big ear, and then I would have crushed it on the Disney Channel.
Just flying in spaces, yeah, been good. Winston says Glass Sheen. Now, what is your basis for saying Foles over Cam? Because it didn't work last year, Winston. So take another chance on somebody else, or play the kid.
Listen, Nick Foles has had so many opportunities. I don't know, he deserves to be a backup or a third-string quarterback at this point.
You're probably right.
The man had one glorious 8-game stretch for the Eagles during the playoffs.
And that was...
Other than that, he was the starting quarterback for the Eagles and failed. The
That was
starting
4 years
quarterback
ago?
for the Rams and failed. The starting quarterback for the Eagles again and failed. The starting quarterback for the Jaguars and failed. The starting quarterback for the Bears and failed. Like,
Yeah.
are we sure that Nick Foles is a guy that needs another opportunity?
Yeah, you're probably right. But, well, hold on. There's a difference between deserving and do you take a shot? Like, if you're in Indianapolis and Easton's not showing you enough and Ellinger you don't feel great about, are we going to... Would I blame Dallas for taking a chance? As a fill-in guy? Why the hell not?
Yeah, but that's not what you said. You said you'd rather have him on your roster than Cam Newton.
Well,
as I said, I'm fine if you're like, oh, we need a backup. Let's bring in Nick Foles.
Okay.
But if you're bringing in Nick Foles with the intention of having him compete for a starting job, it's not going to work. We have a lot of evidence suggesting that it doesn't work.
I got to remind everybody that Cam Newton was not signed until the end of last June. He had opportunities, we think. You'd think he had opportunities to go elsewhere, or there was no market for Cam. And Bill got him for nothing. And has anyone on this stream brought up the possibility of Cam Newton just has no time to be a backup quarterback? Well, you think Cam Newton would ever accept being a backup quarterback?
No.
But you know what? I'm starting to think that he might be all right with it. And I'm not saying he's like rooting for it, but like he better, because I think last year he waited around Lamarca thinking he would have a market and he didn't. So he took Bill Belichick's offer. I'm shocked Bill brought him back. He got a raise. Cam Newton got a raise. I'm shocked he was brought back. At this point, the way I see it, Bill Belichick's given him a job the last 2 years. So if Bill decides, and I don't think it's going to happen, I think it's going to be Cam week 1, but say Bill goes with the kid, they're going to cut Cam Newton. That's kind of a bad look for Newton. Bill's gone to bat for you to give you a contract.
I think the allure of Cam Newton is that if he is ever fully healthy again, you're getting a potential top 15 guy at the position. You know, because early in the year, there were a lot of victory laps being taken, you know, by the Patriots for taking a shot on Cam Newton.
I'm one of those people. I was in on the sign.
Very good early in the year. The problem is that it just doesn't seem like he can make it through a full season anymore.
Yep. Oh, yeah. They added a game to the season. That bodes well.
Well, maybe that's the plan. Maybe the plan is to ride Cam Newton until the wheels fall off, and then you go into Mac Jones.
Yeah, bro. Cam's going to play the first 4, and then Jones will play the second 4, and then no one will have a clue who we have coming at him in week 9. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Mac or Mac backwards? Cam.
Daniel says Foles in week 9. If there is a team that's going to like keep their starting quarterback a secret, it would be the Patriots. Oh, we don't want to tell you who we're going to play. Ooh, we're playing games. Who should you prepare for? Ooh, I don't know.
So that means you don't have a quarterback.
100%.
Congo Cab. Cam had no market because of how late he was released. No way, no chance. He was out in March, dude. He just because Jameis Winston went to New Orleans, that doesn't make your point.
Can I throw something out from the chat? Choker says, Foles is the Kurt Warner of QBs, ruins the prestige of truly talented players. To which Jordan responds, isn't Kurt Warner the Kurt Warner of QBs?
It's like your point about Kirk Cousins. Like, he is the measuring stick. So what do we have to say about Kirk Cousins?
No, Kurt Warner's an all-time great. So I'm not sure what Choker was going for there. But saying that Foles is the Kurt Warner of QBs implies that Kurt Warner himself was not a quarterback. So I thought that was hilarious and a great catch by Jordan Lindenberg. He's the best tackler I've seen since Joe Montana.
I guess Congo Cab, look, here's my point. The Panthers released him on March 24th. So, yes, it was a week or so after the meat of free agency. But if he was so good, right, then why weren't teams calling him? Why wasn't he getting more phone calls? Probably was.
There's clearly some baggage with Cam, too, right? You know, it's...
No, I mean, well, the injuries, that's the baggage.
For better or worse, I think teams look at the outfits and the tweets
which is not fair.
With the ridiculous font, and they say, okay, this guy might be more of a headache than a help. It's the same thing that happens with Odell Beckham, right? People look at Odell and they say, you know, is the off-field stuff worth the production? And you're right, it's not fair, but
I hate that.
NFL teams are old school. That's how they think and that's how they operate.
I hate that because I think he's been excellent as far as how he's been at the microphone. I think how he dresses is cool. I think he's all good. But what I've noticed in this training camp, because Lamarca, here's what folks keep missing. They keep missing this part of it. There was no threat to Cam Newton last year. Not once did we get a rumor of Jarrett Stidham potentially starting last year.
Yeah.
Now,
just wait till he's healthy.
Yeah, Lamarca. Now, Cam backwards. Mac is in the house. And now, the moment Mac Jones had a good night, and I'm not saying I'm overrating it, but the town goes crazy. Talk radio's all over it. Cam acts a little mopey, a little moody. And it's like, wait a minute. Hold on a second, dude. You went 7-9 last year. Bill gave you a chance. He gave you the whole season. You started every game you were available for with the exception of the COVID year. You got pulled from games to give Stidham reps, but they never gave Stidham a start. He gave you the whole season. They draft a quarterback. Cam said the right things after they drafted the quarterback. He's like, that's the right pick. Now they're in camp. It's a competition. And on days he stinks, which he's been good. Both have been good. Not one has taken control of the job. But on days where he hasn't been good and the kid was good, Cam's just got this like mopiness. He put up an Instagram post the other day about deserving loyalty. Lamarca, Cam Newton fans, if Cam Newton is coming at Patriots fans for that he deserves loyalty, he's wrong. You didn't win enough games last year. If you go 11-5 and you got the team to the playoffs and folks are giving you crap, then I can get where he's coming from. Well, you haven't done anything yet here.
Adam Kaufman says they're going to the playoffs this year. So.
Look, if he does it, great. He'll prove a lot of people wrong. But I'll read you it real quick. It's a one-sentence post. It was from 2 days ago. Cam Newton on Instagram on Friday. This was the Lamarca. Think of the context. 10 a.m. or no, it was noon on Friday, the day after the Patriots preseason game, where Mac Jones got that standing ovation. Cam Newton. I'm far from perfect, but loyalty, I deserve it. If that's a shot at Patriots fans, what the hell is he talking about? What is he talking about? He's been here for a year. They went 7-9. You missed the playoffs. You didn't play well. Period. They don't owe you anything.
That's fair. You're right.
Carolina, totally get it.
The Pats fans owe him nothing.
Eric Rodriguez.
Cam
was looking salty when Mac Jones came in. It's true.
I get the saltiness. You know?
And look, that's great.
Whenever there's a new sim commentator hired and the DK Sim fam takes to them, it hurts me a little. But I'm a professional and I suck it up and I do my job.
It's not Cam hate. It's just telling you like it is. And, oh, by the way, Noah Moon, this came up. Again, Noah, 2 weeks we'll be gone, so you'll be fine. Everything will be fine.
Choker says, can you throw some pitchers at us? Dude, I have not started doing anything for tomorrow yet.
Lamarca
I told you guys I took a 4-hour nap today.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yep. So Lamarca's going to be up till 4 a.m.
Probably 2 or 3.
I mean, it's not Cam hate. It's just what I'm starting to notice is he's getting moody and he's got this little bad attitude. Like last year, he handled it really well when he didn't play well. Like, hey, I just got to be better. But like he knew he was the starter. Now this year, he's in a competition. And look, if you want me to bring up other teams, happy to do it. How do you think Jimmy Garoppolo felt the other day when Trey Lance threw that bomb? Like Jimmy's like, oh crap,
Yeah, dude.
These guys believe in him. And even if they were second stringers, like you pointed out, Lamarca, people in the building believe. And you're right. Is Matt Nagy, is Kyle Shanahan, is Bill Belichick going to give a rip what the crowd does? No, probably not. But I'll tell you something right now on Thursday night. I'll even say the same thing about Matt Nagy as an offensive mind, Kyle Shanahan as an offensive mind, Josh McDaniels as an offensive mind in New England. All 3 of them. And I bring up McDaniels because Bill lets him run the offense. All 3 of them, when their rookie quarterback came into the game, they were like, watch this. Let me show you what I can do with this guy. It looked like the Patriots offense on Thursday night. For Chicago, we all can come on here and agree we would love to see Fields over Andy Dalton. Chicago in
Randy
15
Andy,
years. Chicago has never had an alpha at that position. They're always the one looking at Green Bay. Why do they have that? Well, you can't get the quarterback right, ever.
It is true.
And in San Francisco, Jimmy Garoppolo got you to the Super Bowl. You think you're one piece away. They went all in on moving up to get this kid. There's Goodwin for a touchdown. Big sim guy, as you said. Brian says they do owe him off his resume alone. Owe him what?
Yeah,
What are you
his
talking
resume
about?
is
They
not
let him
with
start?
is not with the Patriots. You know, if Cam Newton, when he's retired and he goes back to Carolina for, when they do something, I don't know, maybe they'll put his number in the rafters. Those fans, he deserves their loyalty because he gave them an MVP. He took them to a Super Bowl. He never brought a title home. I get it. But it's hard to do. And he gave them some great years. So, yes, I would say that he has earned the Panthers fans' loyalty.
Big time. Well, think about it this way, too. Cam Newton is a brand. As Clint points out, he's a brand. And I don't begrudge him one bit for that. Like, I think he's smart. But the amount of number 1 Cam Newton jerseys in Carolina that they sold, yes. In a lot of great memories, embraced the fans, did great things with younger kids there, with camps and whatnot. Excellent guy. Like, I think he's an excellent guy. But when things don't go well and there's adversity, I don't think he handles it very well, is what I'm starting to figure out. He does not handle it well. I think he's realizing, I think Cam Newton is aware now he's in a competition. And I'm very fascinated. I'm fascinated to see how he handles it.
I don't hold it against a professional athlete. Like, they don't have to watch someone coming in to take their job and do it with a smile. They're allowed to be moody. They're allowed to sulk. But eventually you have to be a pro. And as we've mentioned, it's not a foregone conclusion that Mac Jones is going to get in. If Cam plays well, because I think we agree he's going to start the season. He'll have every chance to keep his job.
Oh, yeah, and if they're winning, Bill won't take him out.
So, yeah, it's not the time for that. It's the time is now for him to do what he has to do. First off, he has to stay healthy. That's obviously the big thing. But he's got to put it together. This is probably his last chance.
Look, you're right. The mopiness won't matter as long as they win games and he bounces back, right? And the team's winning games and he's in the middle of it. It's going to be fine. I'm just saying. if you folks want to come on here and tell me that it's hate, it's not hate. If he's that good and he's going to be that confident and do his dances. I was at a training camp last week. He's dancing during the stretches. Him and Kendrick Bourne, they're buddies. And yeah, okay, that's all good. All good. But when things don't necessarily go well, I would like to say, try to do your best to keep that same positive energy. Because when you get mopey, he sounds like his dog died, for crying out loud. And I don't mean to make like light of that. I just like, he just sounds like miserable. I'm like, dude, like you had a bad day at training camp. So if it's not a big deal, own the room. Like, I get, you know what I'm saying, Lamarca? I'm not saying he should be like buddy with Mac Jones, but I want one of these guys to take control of the job.
Sure.
Make it be known if you're Cam Newton, like, I don't care that they took this kid at 15. This is my job, and I'm going to act like it.
And again, like I said, I think that's like a big misconception. It's like, oh, we drafted this young quarterback and we have this guy. He's going to teach him everything he knows. Like, no, he's not. He's trying to keep his job. You know, like when the Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers, all the reports are that Brett Favre was as cold as possible to Aaron Rodgers. So how do you think, why do you know, like, it's not a surprise to me that Rodgers isn't going out of his way to make life easy for Jordan Love.
Agreed. No, agreed. This is more to do with just him individually. That's all.
You know, if I was getting released by DraftKings and they asked me to train some guy on how to do the Sims for the next 2 weeks, I don't know if I would give it my biggest gusto. You know what I'm saying?
You telling me you wouldn't help out a youngster for a 2-week internship? And hey, kid, we're letting you go. These don't exist anymore. Jeremy, it's a very fair point. We can move on. New England is boring football right now. Who are their receivers, running backs? It's fair. It's fair. I am completely being biased right now talking about New England. I am sorry. And Lamarca, as I like to say, when people don't like what we're talking about on The Sims, that is a touchdown for Blake Jarwin. Wow. We're getting a lot of scoring here in this half.
The Jarwinator.
Yeah, Jarwin, dude. Blake Jarwin in the sim. There he is. 31.92% owned.
Hey, Kaufman.
Miles Sanders has a score. He's 52% owned, 11.7 in the captain. Marquise Goodwin, 38% owned. But, Lamarca, the joke that I like to make on here is, well, if you don't like what we're talking about, go on Amazon, buy yourself a microphone, plug it into your computer, download a free audio software, and just start talking and make your own podcast. Well, now we have to do that as of August 31st. I now have to go make my own podcast because I can't talk anymore on September 1st. So now joke's on me.
Aren't you a big sports radio talk star now, though?
Oh, part-time. Got to fill the other hours of the day.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
I got to fill the 2 to 6 window. When Lamarca's taking his nap, he can listen to Glasheen, an hour of Glasheen, the Glasheen podcast that now I have to start because, oh, crap, I don't have Madden Sims anymore. Oh, look, Cough's back in the chat. Must be a really fun vacation.
Yeah, the whole fam's probably asleep at this point, you know. He's alternating between us and Ted Lasso.
Wow, I'm honored. Ooh, I like these ideas by Daniel. Title ideas. Glash on, glash off.
Nah.
Get your glash on. That's weird. It kind of sounds like me though, like get the party started kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's gotta be something like glash on. Like, what is the glash on, glash off? Like, is that like a clap on, clap off? Because there's no rhyming there.
Glash on, glash off.
Glash on, glash off. The
well,
glashing.
If you listen to the podcast, that means it's on the whole time, not off. Earl says quarterback controversy is not boring; it's must talk. Look. I mean, like the Trey Lance. I know, overreact to it all you want. The 80-yard bomb. I'm sorry, Kyle Shanahan, I think he wants to start Lance, so it's a little different than New England, but when you hear the buzz in the building on a play that's so electric, these guys are human, Lamarca. When you hear that reaction, it's like, how do we not start this kid? Like, that was freaking sweet. Justin Fields, rushing touchdown. If you're Matt Nagy, like, how do I start Andy Dalton? Like, this kid's sick. You know? Like, and those two are way better as far as talents than Mac Jones. So it's not like, I just think the gap is egregious.
How about Glash in the pan?
Glash in the pan?
Yeah, like Flash in the pan, but it's Glash in the pan.
Nice.
Let's see. What else can we do? What else is something that has... How about a Glash flood warning?
So, and I should be... I have to remind myself, like, speaking of talk radio, that folks tune into these in and out, and they don't hear everything. And I haven't done it yet tonight, but in case you did not get the message, the Madden simulations are not going anywhere. They are staying here. These sims will exist. However, after this last year and a half, the sims will continue. YouTube, Twitch, Playbook, DK Nation, the Game Center. We are preparing for the start of the NFL, our content and production team. The official statement says we're going to pause play-by-play. So I guess that leaves a window of opportunity at some point down the road, but we are pausing the play-by-play analyst roles. So the long and short of it is the commentators are done. Producers are done as of September 1st. Our last day on here will be August 31. And then after that, we'll deliver more news as we find out more details, but that's the gist. The commentators are no longer going to be on these. So, and I have to do that because it's part of my job. I don't like bringing it up, but I have to keep bringing it up. As Wes chimes in on Twitch, personally, I'll miss the guys, but I'll also be happy to hear a real play-by-play while I'm at work. It's fair. It's fair. Lamarca, have you been on yet since this is broke? If you haven't, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
No, I have. I was on with Kaufman the day it got announced. You know, and he wanted to go into a deep, heart-to-heart, emotion-filled journey, and I said I'm not ready for that. We got 2 weeks left.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Let's just keep it status quo. You know, we may not be here for a long time, but we can still be here for a good time.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It will sink in more, I think, when the last week of the schedule comes out, and it's like, oh, like Drew hasn't asked me for my availability next week, like like things like that. Like as you prepare to just get your life in order, you know. So, and really, all of you have been super nice as far as like saying nice things about us. So thank you. It does mean a lot. It's really cool. What more can I say? I mean, we've built a really cool thing here. You know, like some of you have been here since day one, March 28th of last year. It's been fun. But I'm with Lamarca. I'm not there yet, and I'm probably gonna lose my marbles by the 31st. And by lose it, I mean like in a good way, like not mad. I'll be sad. I'll be not disappointed. At that point, I'll be not disappointed, but I'll be bummed out. You know, it's a bummer. That's all I can say. I don't know. And if you have an opinion on it, I get it. You know, I do. But you guys have been awesome. You've been great. Okay, enough. We're moving on. I can't keep doing this. I really can't. 14-14. So Dallas touchdown. Jarwin, who has the other one?
I don't know. I don't know. Ezekiel Elliott.
Zeke, boom, thank you. And then Sanders and Goodwin for the Eagles. We need to think of a buzzword tonight. Keep that in mind as the conversation continues. Maybe we can do our podcast names. Your favorite podcast name could be the buzzword.
Tyre Wood says, "We'll miss you, Glash, but not Eeyore Lamarca. Coffee talk Lamarca."
CJ71 says most people get bummed out when they get fired. Wow, that's it's the slow knife.
I mean, yeah, I don't necessarily think of it as us getting fired. I think we're getting reassigned. I don't know what we're getting assigned to yet.
Well,
but
if I may, saying fired just gives it effect, you know?
It does.
It's kind of fun. You're like, oh, I'm getting like now. So like the joke, like the suspensions over the years that I've had, or over the last year and a half, the fake suspensions. Well, now this is like kind of a real suspension, I guess, coming up.
Can I ask, have you ever like been fired? I don't think I've ever been fired from a job.
Well, as you know, in the freelance world, you can just kind of say, "Oh, I'm out. I'm good."
Yeah.
If I don't,
I got laid off.
I
got laid off on COVID time. I don't technically think of that as being fired. But every other job that I've had, I've left on my own volition.
No, I have never been fired, but I've moved on from jobs and
Heyman
because
says
of other opportunities.
I feel like it might be fun to be fired one time. Is that a weird thing to say?
I don't know if it would be fun, Lamarca.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Well, if anyone in the chat has been fired and it's not too personal, please give us coping mechanisms.
Eamon says it wasn't that fun, to be honest. How many jobs would you say you've had in your life? You know, there was that whole thing going around on Twitter. It was like my 7 jobs, and it was like, you know, supposed to encourage you, like, you're starting here, but you can end up here. But like, I have had some interesting experiences in my life. I worked as a shoe salesman at Modell's. I sold knives. I sold knives for Cutco.
Dude, I know like 10 people who have sold knives. How was that? Did you make decent money?
No, absolutely not. I did that for maybe a month. I hit up all my family, all my friends, you know, got some sales, and then realized, oh, this is how this company works. They hire you so that you can sell knives to your family, and then you run out of people to sell to, and you are done. That's the business model. So I did that. I worked at McDonald's for literally a week and a half. I was doing it as a second job. I worked 20 hours a week, and like anybody who makes fun of McDonald's workers, let me tell you something. That's some of the hardest work I've done in my life. You're on your feet for however long your shift is, and you are constantly moving.
Yeah. Get your steps in.
It's busy work. But I worked my 20 hours, and they were like overnight shifts. They were like 9 a.m. to 3 a.m. type shifts. So I did it. I got my first paycheck. It was like $100 on a 20-hour week. And I was like, yeah, this is not worth it. So I quit. And
Wow.
I was doing that at the same time I was selling insurance. That was like my day gig. And I was like, I should be working more. I can make more money. And it was just like, it was too much. I was like, it's not worth these 20 hours to get $100.
That's miserable.
Yeah.
Rob Brand, Lamarca, I got fired on my last day of probation. They called me in at the end of the day. I ripped off the company shirt, kicked the office door open that was locked. Picking up the last check was fun.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm sure it wouldn't be fun, but it might be fun to have like a Jerry Maguire moment, you know, like just a little freak out. Who's coming with me? Jan. Thank you, Jan.
So I don't know if we can say August 31st will be like our finale. I guess it would be a season finale, but but with the word pause in the statement, I don't know if that means maybe we do return.
It's still a series finale. You know, sometimes series get picked up after they get, you know, canned. So But we're going on hiatus at the series finale.
You ever see Like Mike?
The Lil Bow Wow basketball movie? Sure.
Yeah. And then Dan Levy, what the hell's his name again? The guy who runs the team, the GM.
Eugene Levy?
Eugene Levy. Sorry, yeah, Eugene Levy. And Eugene Levy's like, guys, we might have jobs next year. You two together. This could work. Random, I know. Not my best. Chris says, thank you guys for keeping us halfway sane when sports were canceled. Hopefully we'll see you after the Super Bowl. It would be fun. Who wants to come to the funeral? My funeral. Michael Johnston, I'm not going to read your comment, but I laughed. It was funny.
It's not a funeral. If it's a funeral, it's like an Irish funeral. You know, we're going to celebrate the life of these things.
It's true. Celebration of Sims. Yep. Evan says, honestly, couldn't tell if it was computer announcers or not the first few times I listened. Wow. That's a great compliment, seriously. Jordan Lindenbaum on a podcast name, Pain in the Glash. You like that, Seth?
Pain and the Glash? Oh, Pain in the Glash. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
there it is. There you go. Sound it out.
Okay.
Marcus says the real question is, how are we going to know if you all will ever return? A lot of people may not watch the simulation of play. It'll be like the Dark Knight, man. We're just going to come out of nowhere after 8 years.
Do you feel in charge?
You feel in charge.
Impossible. That might be the best line in that whole movie.
Impossible. Keep her close. You'll be coming for her.
I'm in charge here. Really? Do you feel in charge? Jordan says, like those funerals they have on The Wire. 100%. Only it'll be like the McNulty one because we won't actually be dead.
Time to go mobile. Well, congratulations. You got yourself caught. Now what's the next step?
This is I like this one. The Bad Boys of Pop says the Glashalight. That would be a good podcast name. Because then you could start every episode with previously on the Glashalight.
What's the next step of this master plan? Crashing this plane. Did you plan to get caught? Of course. Oh no, Kyle. See, this is another one. I'm just gonna. This is where I just get bummed out. Kyle says, "Can't wait to hear you on Tuesday and Thursday. Go Sun. I got my first vaccine shot. The buzzword should be brave. I was born 1 pound 8 ounces at 26 weeks.
My goodness. That is a tiny, tiny baby. I'm glad to see that you've made it this far, Kyle. This is the kind of stuff I'll miss about the sim. I miss
no doubt.
Yeah, the good interactions, the success stories. Ooh, Lee Cottrell. Break glass in case of emergency. Not bad.
Good.
Not bad.
Well, see, I'm doing it, Lamarca. I'm only going to do it in small doses because if I go down rabbit holes, I'm gonna lose it. You folks have let us into your lives to some degree. Like you've trusted us to some degree to tell us things that you probably tell like your parents, your brothers and sisters, your significant others. You've let us into your lives. And we've let you into our lives, for better or worse. So that's,
Would you like the latest Kaufman message?
Where?
He texted me.
Sure.
He goes, General Lamarca, The troops have retired for the evening after a viewing of Chipmunks. Alvin be thy name. It was a busy day of preparations for the week. We galloped on steeds for an hour, then rode gondolas to a mountaintop. Some zipped down to the cars, while others hiked. Nourishment and a heated bath cleanse followed. Tomorrow is a new day, a new week, a new set of memories. Yours, Adam. I love this. I want, even when he returns from his vacation, I want these messages from Kaufman every damn day.
That's good. That's good content. It is.
Every damn day I want these.
Solomon says, success stories. I actually won a dime the other day on one of these $100 prize pool free rolls. Hard to do.
Hey, congrats, Solomon Grundy.
That's awesome. This is cool. Kahana 22. My best friend and I have tuned in since the start, drafting over the phone in one-on-one lineups. That is awesome. Rock, paper, scissors to determine the first pick. Appreciate all the content you guys have given us. After over 210 days betting $10 a day, we are only $40 apart. That's on Twitch. Love that. Love that. 21-14 game. I think that was Gallup. And we're going to hit the end of the third quarter. All right. Well, Kyle, Brave is on the board for the buzzword. Brave is on the board. We can do Brave. Yeah, Kyle. Love it. Connecticut Sun. Rebecca Lobo this week, Lamarca. Lobo, Tuesday and Thursday.
Let's go.
So, looking forward to that. Rebecca Lobo in the Connecticut Sun booth on Tuesday and Thursday. I'll be staying at Mohegan in a couple days. You should come by. Come visit.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
I know. You can... Trust me, I know my target audience. Man. Salty Cajun. That's good. That's funny. Oh, it's funny. All right, we're going to the fourth quarter. Sanders, 21 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns. Elliott, 38 yards and a rushing touchdown as well. Jarwin, 6 for 81. Jason Rossi's favorite guy. Blake Jarwin. Marquise Goodwin, 20 yards and a touchdown. What I would like to do, and I'm thinking out loud, so don't hold me to this, but something like this, Lamarca. And let me. I want to hear what you think.
Okay.
What if we did like what the cool thing to do in quarantine was, which was like, what if we did a big Zoom party, like a Zoom party for the Sim fam?
I think Kaufman also threw out that suggestion. I think it would be too much. It would be extremely hard to get a word in. I would rather just have it be like kind of like we did for the 1-year anniversary. You know, it's a rotating cast of characters coming in.
Yeah, that's fair. As a goodbye. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's probably more efficient and yeah. Also, I don't know how DraftKings would feel about like us using their Zooms and
right. How would they like measure that up? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have 14 little 1-inch video feeds on here. Like,
you build it.
You gotta get in the end zone there, Zeke.
If you build it, it will come. Earl, not this week. Not this week, Earl. Just the way the schedule shook out. The snow licking, yeah, the eyebrow thing was epic.
The snow licking.
You know what they're talking about, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Bry Guy. Bry Guy's the one who made me look bad. But it's hilarious. I think for the first time, I just realized that Eamon has been on Twitch the whole time, and that's you. Can I confirm that's you? Wow.
Yep.
Awesome, dude. Look at that. Plug in the other Twitch channel. That's good. Good to know. I wasn't sure. I was like, oh, that's the same person.
All right, Mets with a respectable 14-4 drumming at the hands of the Dodgers. God, this series was so bad. 2 extra inning losses, and then we lost by 10 on the finale. Great. Just wonderful.
Glash Lamarca, we have Eamon, our producer, Daniel, our technical director, Patrick and June from the Game Ops team. Mr. Nick says, Glash, a buddy and I have been doing these basically since the beginning. We both have jobs where we drive a lot, and we both sit on the phone together and listen in all day, every day. Good stuff, Nick. Love it. Thank you. All right, we need a buzzword. It's 10:50. What are we thinking?
We need a buzzword. We need a buzzword. Na 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 na.
We need a buzzword. We need a buzzword. 21-21. All right. All right.
My vote is June.
June. That's good. That's good. Craig says, you two are cute together. Well, thank you.
Oh.
Bruiser says, no, we do not trust you guys at all. Well, that's fair. I didn't mean to speak for all of you. Clint says adios for the buzzword. We can't go, look, we can't do the goodbye stuff yet. We have to hold that off. Queenie says, I think each host should take turns being the buzzword in appreciation. That's a good idea. It's nifty. But some hosts hate the buzzword, so they might not want it. Crystal.
Brandon Crystal.
Brandon McManus. Brandon Crystal.
Do you feel in charge?
Oh, it's so good. It's fantastic. Bane is fantastic. Dunzo. We can do, you know what, we'll do Brave. Kyle, that's cool. We'll do Brave. Brave is tonight's buzzword.
And the home of the brave. Can I share something embarrassing?
Yeah.
I don't know why the other day, but the pledge of the national anthem popped into my head, and I couldn't remember all the words.
But it popped into your head.
Yeah. I don't know why it was in my head. I was, oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? And then I can't remember the next lines.
You can watch The Dark Knight Rises when he sings the voice sings the anthem.
What a lovely, lovely voice.
That's what he says?
Yeah, when the kid's singing.
Mr. Nick, back to that being fired thing. Just remember that you can do anything you want on your last day of work.
Yeah.
For some of us, maybe, but
yeah,
not quite.
I can't. I'll put it that way.
Can't.
What so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming. Yeah, I had to look it up, but that's the lines.
Clint says, pull a Seinfeld finale and only work 45 minutes at the scheduled hour. All right, we're tied at 21. Eagles have the ball. They're at the Dallas 34. We do have 6 Madden Sims coming your way tomorrow. That's good news. That's good news. I'd like to think. I'll be here on the 2 p.m. sim with Kenny. That's it for me tomorrow.
Kenny and the Jets. I got my availability in late last week. And since, I primarily work the weekends and now we don't have weekend sims, I'm only on one sim next week.
Wow.
Sunday, August 22nd at 6 p.m. The final sim of the week. That's it. That's all I got. Which is my fault. I didn't put my availability in. So
Earl says, do the neighbors still get mad about the buzzword? No, they can't because I keep quiet by 11 o'clock. I get everything out at 10:59 for that 1 minute to troll this building. Jordan W. says, I said this before, but the first few sims I saw was Madden After Dark with Glash hosting. I thought, what the hell is going on here? Fair. But I kept watching sims every day. Oh, that's good. That's good. Jared says, how about Brady is your dad as the buzzword?
No, we're going to do Brady.
But, I don't disagree with the statement. Tom Brady is dad.
He's not my dad. I wish he was my dad. Life would be great if Tom Brady was my dad.
Actually?
Yeah, could you imagine being Brady's kid?
Yeah, I don't know about that. You'd be pliable at age 6.
Whatever.
I'd
be rich is what I'd be.
Oh, that's fair. Well, I didn't realize that was the angle you were thinking.
Of that, Glash, every angle that I have is financial. It's all I got. I'm a one-trick pony. A one-track mind. I don't care if I got to eat some avocado ice cream and I don't know what a carb is. Damon Arrow says he gets you on the mouth. That was a weird stretch for Tom. That was a weird stretch for Tom. But you know what? He clearly loves his children, right? Isn't that all that matters in the end?
Yes. Marcus on Twitch, Ducey's big moment was the brick wall.
She's a brick. I'm just starting to really wake up after my nap. I might need to go. I might need to go do something afterwards. Any clubs open on Sunday nights?
Yeah, Club Madden. You're in it. Less than a minute from the buzzword, by the way.
I'm gonna go tear up a dance floor somewhere.
Here we go. Brave coming up in less than a minute. Chris Wiley, I'm not reading that. See, folks are putting things back in the chat that I used to read, and I almost literally could have easily been fired for saying, but I said them by mistake. That second round, that receiver that I thought Green Bay was going to take in the second round. Mike's
got a good comment there. Michael Coughlin.
No, I'm talking about Mike.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Kareem's brother.
Yes, exactly. All right, here we go, Lamarca. Brave in 3, 2, 1. Brave. Come of the brave. Brave. This is an easy one. Brave. Come on, chat. Let me feel it. Brave. 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 Not rave. Brave. 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 Brave.
Brave. Brave. Brave. Brave. Brave. Brave. Brave. Brave.
Brave. Brave. Brave. All right. Nice job. It's good. Good content. Hashtag gone in 2 weeks.
Yeah. 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 Okay.
And here come the comments. I can't wait till they stop the commentary. Again, 2 weeks. You get your wish. See ya. Brave. 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 Mr. Locke, they honestly pay y'all? They do. For now. We're going to have tryouts. Make it fast.
Come to the tree out.
All right. Brave, 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 brave.
See if I can find a sports card on my desk of somebody that was involved in this game. I'm sure that I can. I've got just a pile sitting here.
Greg the Lega! No! Doink!
Oh. The Legatron.
That's how I appreciate it. Eamon says, why do we have overtime every single Sunday night? It kind of feels like that, huh?
Here we go. CB Lab. Found you. Eamon's got to be up at 4:45 in the morning.
Oh, God, that's right. No, now I just put 2 and 2 together. Eamon, why do you work this shift? You nut. You don't have to answer that.
You know why he does it, Glash? He's about that paper, paper. I said, make money, money, make money, money, money.
Eamon's
We're
probably
going
gonna
through the quad up to the gymnasium.
Eamon's probably gonna have like a Lamarca level nap as his sleep tonight. Michael says, all good things come to an end. Cheer up. Oh, we are.
You get your 3-4 hours at night, then you get another 3-4 hours during the day.
It's true.
Perfect.
All adds up. Jared says, can you compile all of your buzzwords over the last year and make a sick mixtape for us?
I don't know if we can.
I mean, we can, but
by the way,
it's a lot of work.
no OT here, folks. Elliott with a field goal to put the Eagles in front by 3.
What I am considering, strongly considering, and I have to figure out, I think the final week, so if I had to do the math out real quick, 31st is our last day. So on starting like next Tuesday, the 24th, I have to see. I have a lot of Connecticut Sun games coming up too. That's a problem. But maybe I'll start this week. I got to pick a day though. Maybe I'll start Tuesday. 2 weeks from Tuesdays when we're over. Gonna do some best ofs. Gonna get some outfits out. Gonna get some outfits out. Go back through the treasure chest, back through Sarah's clothes, and finish this party like we started it.
I think my plan, and no promises, but I'd like to write a farewell song.
That'd be so cool.
A farewell jingle.
That'd be
I can't promise it'll be as good as Sexy Christmas, but
nothing's topping Sexy Christmas. What if you come up with a song and then it's so good that you get an encore and then you do Sexy Christmas again? Salty, appreciate the kind words. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. Yeah. As far as Wes, good question. We do not know a date for Madden 22. We do not know. That is something that was not brought to our attention as far as what that plan is. Hopefully, more to come, and we can tell you.
Running through the stats, Carson Wentz, 300-yard game with a touchdown through the air. Prescott had 227 and 2. Dak also had 3 yards rushing. Wentz had 29. Zeke, somewhat quiet game, 42 yards and a score. Miles Sanders had 2 scores, but only 31 yards. In the pass catching department, I know that Marquise Sim God Goodwin scored a touchdown. Deshaun Jackson, 7 for 88. Zach Ertz, 7 for 84. Jarwin, 6 for 81 and a touchdown. Alshon, 5 for 67. Zeke making up for his quiet rushing day with 4 for 56 through the air. CeeDee Lamb, 3 for 35. Koopa D Doop, 3 for 32. Miles Sanders, 3 for 50. Gallup had a score. Goodwin had a score. And Dalton Schultz, 1 for 5. Mambo number 5.
Little bit of Jessica in my head. Little bit of you makes me your man.
Player of the game. I'm thinking Jarwin. I'm thinking Jarwin player of the game.
Yeah.
She was pretty low owned for one of these, less than 40%. He's the winning captain at the moment.
Okay.
I'm feeling that. As far as the babysitter billet, let's go with Amari. 3 for 32 at nearly 60% ownership. Woof.
All right, good deal. Eamon needs to go to bed, so let's give everyone the schedule.
Seriously.
And we'll get the heck out of here for tomorrow. So once again, 2 weeks from Tuesday is the last day of commentary on The Sims. The Sims will exist, but no more commentators. But I'm sure that, again, that message is going to be brought up a gazillion times between now and the 31st. And it sucks, but what are you going to do? Okay, there will be a version of The Sweat tomorrow morning starting at 11 a.m. That will get your Dream Stream day started. I'm pretty sure it's Emerson tomorrow at 11. Noon Sim. Christian will be here with Terrell tomorrow. They'll have Rams and Packers. 2 p.m. I'll come by. I'll be with Kenny Ducey. Cardinals Chargers. 4 o'clock. You get Geoff Moose with Zach Thompson. 6 o'clock, Patriots Bucks, Geoff and Christian. 8 o'clock, Jets Raiders, Rossi and Freeze Pops. And then Madden After Dark tomorrow night, Brandon Cristal and Freeze Pops. Kaufman is off. Kaufman is on vacation. He is off till Thursday. Kaufman's not here for a while.
Yeah, taking a week off, basically. Good for him.
Kauf is not here for a while, so. All right. There you go. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 2. Lamarca's back next Sunday. Great time. Good to hang out. Good to reminisce a little bit, too. I know I didn't want to go there. We kind of did. It's hard not to. But, yeah, good time. You good?
I'm good, man.
Okay. You're going to go out?
Pleasure to work.
You're going to go out now somewhere and live it up?
I don't know. I might try to find a little underground rave spot. I mean, I already got my...
Are you actually?
My collar. No.
I couldn't tell if you were serious. I mean, that's hilarious.
I'm probably going to play some Pokemon if we're being completely honest.
What do you mean? Is there a new game?
I've been playing the old stuff recently.
Are you on what?
I found my Game Boy when I was shuffling my room around, however long ago that was. And so I started playing it, and then I realized you can find it just like online now. And there's like a fast forward button, which makes the game so much better. You know, instead of having to like walk everywhere, you're like running like a little chipmunk. It's great.
Very nice. All right.
Just in case just in case y'all didn't think I was nerdy enough already.
Yeah. Good luck to the Mets. Have the Mets lost yet?
Yeah, they were down 10 in the 9th inning, so I'm assuming they lost. Looks like they lost, yes.
14-4. Wow, that's tough. All right, for real, let's get out of here so Amy can go to bed. Thank you all so much. Your understanding, your loyalty to the Sims. We're coming down on the wire, but look, we love you. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.